Hello, hello. See if anyone can see me, if anyone can hear me. Awesome. We're going to get rolling here pretty soon. Just working out some minor things. Hope everyone's doing well. Happy Tolkien Reading Day. Hello, hello. There we go. Let's see, can we hear Fornad?
Hello, everyone. Is that working?
Yeah, sounds like
Great.
We can both be heard.
Fantastic.
Awesome. I'm just going to get our first video set up here. Okay, yeah. All right. Well, how are we doing? I think we've got a couple people here watching. That is awesome. Awesome to see everybody here. Hope everyone's doing well. You should only hear me talking right now. The audio, the music and everything will join soon, and Sean will join us soon as well. So welcome everyone. I'll just do a really quick intro because I know we want to get into our reading. My name is Jordan, and I have been working on this soundscape for you all for a year now. And today is the release of the Fellowship Collection. So that means audio, sound effects, original score that you'll hear in a couple minutes. And that's for every chapter, specifically designed for each chapter of the Fellowship of the Ring. There's going to be a collection for the Two Towers later on in the year, and then another collection for the Return of the King. Hopefully all that will be finished by September. And I'll pop this up on the screen really quickly. You can find it on my website, though, if you're interested. And if you haven't already, back the project, because I originally did this as a Kickstarter. And thank you all to all of my backers that made this happen. It's been awesome. Fornad, tell us about what you're here for.
Well, hello, Jordan, and hello, everyone. I'm really excited to be here today. For those of you who don't know who I am the founder and admin of Artocraft, which is a project that has, since 2014, been recreating Middle-earth in Minecraft. I'm here today as part of this fantastic experience. We are basically providing the visuals today to Jordan's fantastic soundscape and the fantastic readings that we're going to get. So I hope you will enjoy some of the work we've done over the past 8 or 9 years. It's been a lot of work, but we really enjoy it, and it's been a great way to experience Middle-earth, and I hope you all appreciate that too.
I think that it's going to be an awesome immersive experience that we've got going here. We're going to get Sean up on the screen. Hey Sean, how's it going?
Hey Jordan, doing well. How are you?
I'm good. I am good. Just going to get things organized here. All right, so we're going to start with Sean, and we're going to read a decent chunk of Long Expected Party, and it might take a little bit of time for me to get all the levels kind of exact and perfect, so if it's not perfect right away, don't worry, we are working on it. And keep in mind, I'm just going to say this from the beginning, you want headphones. If you don't have headphones, you should definitely go and get them. The experience, I will say, is not really comparable. If you don't have headphones, it's not going to be nearly as good. And it's going to be a lot harder to kind of get the immersion when you're just listening on a speaker. So please get headphones if you don't have them already. And yeah, anything else that we want to say or do? Fornad, what do you think?
No, I'm good. I'm looking forward to it, and I hope everyone has a good time. I certainly will.
Cool. And we're gonna take a little bit of a break in between each reading to get the next person set up, and we can say how awesome Sean's was and things like that. So
No pressure.
we're gonna try and keep it nice and casual here, and just enjoy Tolkien Reading Day. All right. So I'm gonna turn myself off of the visual. I'm gonna take Fornat off. Enjoy, everyone. All right, ready, Sean?
Ready.
Am I ready? All right, let's do it.
When Mr. Bilbo Baggins of Bag End announced that he would shortly be celebrating his 11th birthday with a party of special magnificence, there was much talk and excitement in Hobbiton. Bilbo was very rich and very peculiar, and had been the wonder of the Shire for 60 years, ever since his remarkable disappearance and unexpected return. The riches he had brought back from his travels had now become a local legend, and it was popularly believed, whatever the old folk might say, that the hill at Bag End was full of tunnels stuffed with treasure. And if that was not enough for fame, there was also his prolonged vigor to marvel at. Time wore on, but it seemed to have little effect on Mr. Baggins. At 90, he was much the same as at 50. At 99, they began to call him well-preserved, but unchanged would have been nearer the mark. There were some who shook their heads and thought this was too much of a good thing. It seemed unfair that anyone should possess apparently perpetual youth, as well as reputedly inexhaustible wealth. "It will have to be paid for," they said. "It isn't natural, and trouble will come of it." But so far, trouble had not come. And as Mr. Baggins was generous with his money, most people were willing to forgive him his oddities and his good fortune. He remained on visiting terms with his relatives, except, of course, the Sackville Bagginses, and he had many devoted admirers among the hobbits of poor and unimportant families. But he had no close friends, until some of his younger cousins began to grow up. The eldest of these, and Bilbo's favorite, was young Frodo Baggins. When Bilbo was 99, he adopted Frodo as his heir and brought him to live at Bag End, and the hopes of the Sackville Bagginses were finally dashed. Bilbo and Frodo happened to have the same birthday, September 22nd. "You had better come and live here, Frodo, my lad," said Bilbo one day, "and then we can celebrate our birthday parties comfortably together." At that time, Frodo was still in his tweens, as the hobbits called the irresponsible 20s between childhood and coming of age at 33. 12 more years passed. Each year, the Bagginses had given very lively combined birthday parties at Bag End. But now it was understood that something quite exceptional was being planned for that autumn. Bilbo was going to be 11-1, 111, a rather curious number, and a very respectable age for a hobbit. The old Took himself had only reached 130. And Frodo was going to be 33, 3-3, an important number, the date of his coming of age. Tongues began to wag in Hobbiton and Bywater. The rumor of the coming event traveled all over the Shire. The history and character of Mr. Bilbo Baggins became, once again, the chief topic of conversation, and the older folk suddenly found their reminiscences in welcome demand. No one had a more attentive audience than old Ham Gamgee, commonly known as the Gaffer. He held forth at the Ivy Bush, a small inn on the Bywater Road. And he spoke with some authority, for he had tended the garden at Bag End for 40 years, and had helped old Holman in the same job before that. Now that he was himself growing old and stiff in the joints, the job was mainly carried on by his youngest son, Sam Gamgee. Both father and son were on very friendly terms with Bilbo and Frodo. They lived on the hill itself, in number 3 Bagshot Row, just below Bag End.
A very nice, well-spoken, gentle hobbit is Mr. Bilbo, as I've always said,
the gaffer declared. With perfect truth, for Bilbo was very polite to him, calling him Master Hamfast and consulting him constantly upon the growing of vegetables. In the matter of roots, especially potatoes, the gaffer was recognized as the leading authority by all in the neighborhood, including himself. "But what about this Frodo that lives with him?" asked old Noakes of Bywater. "Baggins is his name, but he's more than half a brandybuck, they say. It beats me why any Baggins of Hobbiton should go looking for a wife away there in Buckland where folks are so queer." "And no wonder they're queer," put in Daddy Two-Foot, the gaffer's next-door neighbor, "if they live on the wrong side of the Brandywine River and riding in the Old Forest. That's a dark, bad place if half the tales be true."
"You're right, Dad," said the gaffer. "Not that the Brandybucks of Buckland live in the Old Forest, but they're a queer breed, seemingly. They fool about with boats on that big river, and that isn't natural. Small wonder that trouble came of it, I say. But be that as it may, Mr. Frodo is as nice a young hobbit as you could wish to meet, very much like Mr. Bilbo, and in more than looks. After all, his father was a Baggins. A decent, respectable hobbit was Mr. Drogo Baggins. There was never much to tell of him till he was drowned."
"Drowned?" said several voices. They had heard this and other darker rumors before, of course, but hobbits have a passion for family history, and they were ready to hear it again.
"Well, so they say," said the gaffer. "You see, Mr. Drogo, he married poor Miss Primula Brandybuck. She was our Mr. Bilbo's first cousin on the mother's side, her mother being the youngest of the old Duke's daughters. And Mr. Drogo was his second cousin. So Mr. Frodo is his first and second cousin, once removed either way, as the saying is, if you follow me. And Mr. Drogo was staying at Brandy Hall with his father-in-law, old Master Gorbadoc, as he often did after his marriage, him being partial to his victuals and old Gorbadoc keeping a mighty generous table. And he went out boating on the Brandywine River. And he and his wife were drowned. And poor Mr. Frodo, only a child and all."
"I've heard they went on the water after dinner in the moonlight," said old Noakes, "and it was Drogo's weight as sunk the boat."
"And I heard she pushed him in, and he pulled her in after him," said Sandyman, the Hobbiton miller. "You shouldn't listen to all you hear, Sandyman," said the gaffer, who did not much like the miller. "There isn't no call to go talking of pushing and pulling. Boats are quite tricky enough for those that sit still without looking further for the cause of trouble. Anyway, there was this Mr. Frodo, left an orphan and stranded, as you might say, among those queer Bucklanders, being brought up anyhow in Brandy Hall. A regular warren by all accounts. Old Master Gorbadoc never had fewer than a couple of 100 relations in the place. Mr. Bilbo never did a kinder deed than when he brought the lad back to live among decent folk. But I reckon it was a nasty knock for those Sackville Bagginses. They thought they were going to get Bag End that time when he went off and was thought to be dead. And then he comes back and orders them off, and he goes on living and never looking a day older, bless him. And suddenly he produces an heir and has all the papers made out proper. The Sackville Bagginses won't never see the inside of Bag End now. Or it is to be hoped not.
"There's a tidy bit of money tucked away up there, I hear tell," said a stranger, a visitor on business from Mitchell Delving in the West Farthing. "All the top of your hill is full of tunnels, packed with chests of gold and silver, and jewels, by what I've heard."
"Then you've heard more than I can speak to," answered the gaffer. "I know nothing about jewels. Mr. Bilbo is free with his money, and there seems no lack of it, but I know of no tunnel making. I saw Mr. Bilbo when he came back. A matter of 60 years ago, when I was a lad. I'd not long come prentice to old Holman, him being my dad's cousin. But he had me up at Bag End helping him to keep folks from trampling and traipsing all over the garden while the sale was on. And in the middle of it all, Mr. Bilbo comes up the hill with a pony and some mighty big bags, and a couple of chests. I don't doubt they were mostly full of treasure he had picked up in foreign parts, where there be mountains of gold, they say. But there wasn't enough to fill tunnels. But my lad Sam will know more about that. He's in and out of Bag End. Crazy about stories of the old days he is, and he listens to old Mr. Bilbo's tales. Mr. Bilbo has learned him his letters, meaning no harm, mark you, and I hope no harm will come of it. Elves and dragons, I says to him. Cabbages and potatoes are better for you, me and you. Don't go getting mixed up in the business of your betters, or you'll land in trouble too big for you, I says to him. And I might say it to others, he added, with a look at the stranger and the miller. But the gaffer did not convince his audience. The legend of Bilbo's wealth was now too firmly fixed in the minds of the younger generation of hobbits. Ah, but he is likely enough being adding to what he brought at first, argued the miller, voicing common opinion. He's often away from home, and look at the outlandish folk that visit him. Dwarves coming at night, and that old wandering conjurer, Gandalf and all. You can say what you like, Gaffer, but Bag End's a queer place, and its folk are queerer. And you can say what you like about what you know no more of than you do of boating, Mr. Sandyman, retorted the gaffer, disliking the miller even more than usual. If that's being queer, then we could do with a bit more queerness in these parts. There's some not far away that wouldn't offer a pint of beer to a friend if they lived in a hole with golden walls. But they do things proper at Bag End. Our Sam says that everyone's going to be invited to the party, and there's going to be presents, mark you. Presents for all. This very month, as is. That very month was September, and as fine as you could ask. A day or two later, a rumor, probably started by the knowledgeable Sam, was spread about that there were going to be fireworks. Fireworks, what is more, such as had not been seen in the Shire for nigh on a century. Not indeed since the old Took died. Days passed, and the day drew nearer. An odd-looking wagon, laden with odd-looking packages, rolled into Hobbiton one evening and toiled up the hill to Bag End. The startled hobbits peered out of lamp-lit doors to gape at it. It was driven by outlandish folk, singing strange songs, dwarves with long beards and deep hoods. A few of them remained at Bag End. At the end of the second week in September, a cart came in through Bywater from the direction of Brandywine Bridge in broad daylight. An old man was driving it all alone. He wore a tall, pointed blue hat, a long gray cloak, and a silver scarf. He had a long, white beard and bushy eyebrows that stuck out beyond the brim of his hat. Small hobbit children ran after the cart all through Hobbiton and right up the hill. It had a cargo of fireworks, as they rightly guessed. At Bilbo's front door, the old man began to unload. There were great bundles of fireworks of all sorts and shapes, each labeled with a large red G and the elf rune G. That was Gandalf's mark, of course. And the old man was Gandalf the Wizard, whose fame in the Shire was due mainly to his skill with fires, smokes, and lights. His real business was far more difficult and dangerous, but the Shire folk knew nothing about it. To them, he was just one of the attractions at the party. Hence the excitement of the hobbit children.
G for grand, they shouted. And the old man smiled. They knew him by sight, though he only appeared in Hobbiton occasionally, and never stopped long. But neither they, nor any but the oldest of their elders, had seen one of his firework displays. They now belonged to a legendary past. When the old man, helped by Bilbo and some dwarves, had finished unloading, Bilbo gave a few pennies away. But not a single squib or cracker was forthcoming, to the disappointment of the onlookers.
"Run away now," said Gandalf. "You will get plenty when the time comes."
Then he disappeared inside with Bilbo, and the door was shut. The young hobbits stared at the door in vain for a while, and then made off, feeling that the day of the party would never come.
All right, we'll take a quick pause. Take a quick pause into that section. Awesome reading, Sean. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that was brilliant. Really good.
Oh, you're muted, Sean.
How's that? Is that better?
There we go.
Yeah, no, awesome to be a part of this, Jordan. Thank you so much. That was a lot of fun.
Thank you, and we'll see you again for another reading later, right?
See you soon.
All right. Erwin, welcome.
Good morning or good evening, depending on where you are.
Whichever one it happens to be. Are you ready?
I'm ready. I'm fine.
I think we are ready for another reading.
Good. Thanks so much.
And we'll just do a quick check in the chat. Everyone's good. It sounds good. It looks okay. We're going to talk about potentially changing something at the end of this chapter. Right, Forned?
Yeah, possibly if the stream itself, the video itself is too pixelated, maybe streaming at 720p might end up looking better. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean,
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll finish off the chapter and we'll see what happens, okay?
Yep.
All right. I will hide us and then I'll push play and you're ready to go, okay?
Perfect. Thanks. As for Bilbo Baggins, even while he was making his speech, he had been fingering the golden ring in his pocket. His magic ring that he had kept secret for so many years. As he stepped down, he slipped it on his finger, and he was never seen by any hobbit in Hobbiton again. He walked briskly back to his hole and stood for a moment, listening with a smile to the din in the pavilion and to the sounds of merrymaking in other parts of the field. Then he went in. He took off his party clothes, folded up and wrapped in tissue paper his embroidered silk waistcoat and put it away. Then he put on quickly some old untidy garments and fastened round his waist a worn leather belt. On it he hung a short sword in battered black leather scabbard. From a locked drawer, smelling of mothballs, he took out an old cloak and hood. They had been locked up as if they were very precious, but they were so patched and weather-stained that their original color could hardly be guessed. It might have been dark green. They were rather too large for him. He then went into his study and from a large strong box took out a bundle wrapped in old clothes and a leather-bound manuscript, and also a large bulky envelope. The book and bundle he stuffed into the top of a heavy bag that was standing there, already near full. Into the envelope he slipped his golden ring and its fine chain, and then sealed it and addressed it to Frodo. At first he put it on the mantelpiece, but suddenly he removed it and stuck it in his pocket. At that moment the door opened and Gandalf came quickly in. "Hello," said Bilbo. "I wondered if you would turn up."
I'm glad to find you visible,
replied the wizard, sitting down in a chair.
I wanted to catch you and have a few final words. I suppose you feel that everything has gone off splendidly and according to plan?
"Yes, I do," said Bilbo, "though that flash was surprising. It quite startled me, let alone the others. A little addition of your own, I suppose?"
It was. You have wisely kept that ring secret all these years, and seemed to me necessary to give your guests something else that would seem to explain your sudden vanishment.
"And would spoil my joke? You're an interfering old busybody," laughed Bilbo, "but I expect you know best, as usual."
I do, when I know anything, but I don't feel too sure about this whole affair. It has now come to the final point. You've had your joke and alarmed or offended most of your relations and given the whole Shire something to talk about for 9 days, or 99 more likely. Are you going any further?
Yes, I am. I feel I need a holiday. A very long holiday. As I have told you before, probably a permanent holiday. I don't expect I shall return. In fact, I don't mean to. And I've made all arrangements. I'm old, Gandalf. I don't look it, but I'm beginning to feel it in my heart of hearts. Well preserved indeed, he snorted. Why, I feel all thin, sort of stretched, if you know what I mean. Like butter that's been scraped over too much bread. That can't be right. I need a change or something. Gandalf looked curiously and closely at him.
No, it does not seem right, he said thoughtfully. No, after all, I believe your plan is probably the best.
Well, I've made up my mind anyway. I want to see mountains again, Gandalf. Mountains. And then find somewhere where I can rest in peace and quiet, without a lot of relatives prying around and a string of confounded visitors hanging on the bell. I might find somewhere where I can finish my book. I've thought of a nice ending for it. And he lived happily ever after to the end of his days. Gandalf laughed.
I hope he will, but nobody will read the book, however it ends.
Oh, they may, in years to come. Frodo has read some already, as far as it has gone. You'll keep an eye on Frodo, won't you?
Yes, I will. 2 eyes, as often as I can spare them.
He would come with me, of course, if I asked him. In fact, he offered to once, just before the party. But he does not really want to, yet. I want to see the wild country again before I die, and the mountains. But he is still in love with the Shire, with woods and fields and little rivers. He ought to be comfortable here. I'm leaving everything to him, of course, except a few oddments. I hope he will be happy when he gets used to being on his own. It's time he was his own master now.
Everything?
Said Gandalf.
The ring as well? You agreed to that, you remember.
Well, yes, I suppose so, stammered Bilbo.
Where is it?
In an envelope, if you must know, said Bilbo impatiently. There on the mantelpiece. Well, no, here it is in my pocket. He hesitated. Isn't that odd now? He said softly to himself. Yet, after all, why not? Why shouldn't it stay there? Gandalf looked again very hard at Bilbo, and there was a gleam in his eyes.
I think, Bilbo, he said quietly, I should leave it behind. Don't you want to?
Well, yes, and no. Now it comes to it, I don't like parting with it at all, I might say. And I don't really see why I should. Why do you want me to? He asked, and a curious change came over his voice. It was sharp with suspicion and annoyance. You're always badgering me about my ring. But you have never bothered me about the other things that I got on my journey.
No, but I had to badger you, said Gandalf. I wanted the truth. It was important. Magic rings are, well, magical. And they are rare and curious. I was professionally interested in your ring, you may say, and I still am. I should like to know where it is, if you go wandering again. Also, I think you have had it quite long enough. You won't need it anymore, Bilbo. unless I'm quite mistaken.
Bilbo flushed, and there was an angry light in his eyes. His kindly face grew hard. "Why not?" he cried. "And what business is it of yours anyway to know what I do with my own things? It's my own. I found it, it came to me."
Yes, said Gandalf, but there's no need to get angry.
"If I am, it's your fault," said Bilbo. "It's mine, I tell you. My own. My precious. Yes, my precious." The wizard's face remained grave and attentive, and only a flicker in his deep eyes showed that he was startled, and indeed alarmed.
It has been called that before, he said, but not by you.
"But I say it now. And why not? Even if Gollum said the same once, it's not his now, but mine, and I shall keep it, I say."
Gandalf stood up. He spoke sternly. "You will be a fool if you do. Bilbo," he said, "you make it clearer with every word you say. It has got far too much hold on you. Let it go. And then you can go yourself and be free."
"I do as I choose, and I go as I please," said Bilbo obstinately.
Now, my dear hobbit," said Gandalf, "all your long life we have been friends, and you owe me something. Come, do as you promised. Give it up."
"Well, if you want my ring yourself, say so," cried Bilbo. "But you won't get it. I won't give my precious away, I tell you." His hand strayed to the hilt of his small sword. Gandalf's eyes flashed.
"It will be my turn to get angry soon," he said. "If you say that again, I shall. Then you will see Gandalf the Grey uncloaked."
He took a step towards the hobbit. He seemed to grow tall and menacing. His shadow filled the little room. Bilbo backed away to the wall, breathing hard, his hand clutching at his pocket. They stood for a while facing one another, and the air of the room tingled. Gandalf's eyes remained bent on the hobbit. Slowly his hands relaxed, and he began to tremble. "I don't know what has come over you, Gandalf," he said. "You've never been like this before. What is it all about? It is mine, isn't it? I found it. And Gollum would have killed me if I hadn't kept it. I'm not a thief, whatever he said."
"I've never called you one," Gandalf answered, "and I'm not one either. I'm not trying to rob you, but to help you. I wish you would trust me as you used."
He turned away, and the shadow passed. He seemed to dwindle again to an old grey man, bent and troubled. Bilbo drew his hand over his eyes. "I'm sorry," he said, "but I felt so queer, and yet it would be a relief in a way, not to be bothered with it anymore. There's been so growing on my mind lately. Sometimes I felt it was like an eye looking at me. And I'm always wondering to put it on and disappear, don't you know, or wondering if it is safe and pulling it out to make sure. I tried locking it up, but I found I couldn't rest with it without it in my pocket. I don't know why. And I don't seem able to make up my mind."
"Then trust mine," said Gandalf. "It is quite made up. Go away and leave it behind. Stop possessing it. Give it to Frodo, and I will look after him."
Bilbo stood for a moment, tense and undecided. Presently he sighed. "All right," he said with an effort. "I will." Then he shrugged his shoulders and smiled rather ruefully. After all, that's what this whole party business was all about, really, to give away lots of birthday presents and somehow make it easier to give it away at the same time. It hasn't made it any easier in the end, but it would be a pity to waste all my preparations. It would quite spoil the joke.
Indeed, it would take away the only point I ever saw in the affair,
said Gandalf. Very well, said Bilbo. If it goes to Frodo, it goes to Frodo with all the rest. He drew a deep breath. And now I really must be starting, or somebody else will catch me. I've said goodbye and I couldn't bear to do it all over again. He picked up his bag and moved to the door.
You have still got the ring in your pocket,
said the wizard. Well, so I have, cried Bilbo, and my will, and all the other documents too. You'd better take it and deliver it for me. That will be safest.
No, don't give the ring to me,
said Gandalf.
Put it on the mantelpiece. It will be safe enough there till Frodo comes. I shall wait for him.
Bilbo took out the envelope, but just as he was about to set it by the clock, his hand jerked back, and the packet fell on the floor. Before he could pick it up, the wizard stooped and seized it and set it in its place. A spasm of anger passed swiftly over the hobbit's face again. Suddenly it gave way to a look of relief and a laugh. Well, that's that, he said. Now I'm off. They went out into the hall. Bilbo chose his favorite stick from the stand. Then he whistled. 3 dwarves came out of different rooms where they had been busy. Is everything ready? Asked Bilbo. Everything packed and labeled?
Everything,
they answered. Well, let's start then. He stepped out of the front door. It was a fine night, and the black sky was dotted with stars. He looked up, sniffing the air. What fun! What fun to be off again, off on the road with dwarfs. This is what I really have been longing for years. Goodbye, he said, looking at his old home and bowing to the door. Goodbye, Gandalf.
Goodbye, for the present, Bilbo. Take care of yourself. You are old enough and perhaps wise enough.
Take care. I don't care. Don't you worry about me. I'm as happy now as I've ever been, and that is saying a great deal. But the time has come. I'm being swept off my feet at last, he added, and then, in a low voice, as if to himself, he sang softly in the dark. The road goes ever on and on, down from the door where it began. Now far ahead the road has gone, and I must follow if I can, pursuing it with eager feet until it joins some larger way, where many paths and errands meet, and whither then I cannot say. He paused, silent for a moment. Then, without another word, he turned away from the lights and voices in the fields and tents, and followed by his 3 companions, went round into his garden, and trotted down the long sloping path. He jumped over a low place in the hedge at the bottom, and took to the meadows, passing into the night like a rustle of wind in the grass. Gandalf remained for a while, staring after him into the darkness.
Goodbye, my dear Bilbo, until our next meeting,
he said softly, and went back indoors.
All right. That was amazing, Erwin.
Thank you so much.
Amazing.
Yes.
Great
So I'm
stuff.
clapping for everyone else in the chat. That was
Yeah,
fantastic.
exactly.
That was so good.
Exactly. Wow, really, really great. You've got
Thank
some
you.
of those timing cues perfectly.
Yeah, it's so difficult to simultaneously read and time it in your ear, but it worked.
That was
Thanks so
awesome.
much. It was
Thank you.
It was amazing.
Thank you. All right. On to the next one. Just going to get things set up here. 1 second. How is everyone doing with the visuals? It looks okay.
I think it seems to get worse when the camera's moving. So for these static chapters, but I think when Three's Company happens, that's a pretty dynamic one. So we may need to go down to 720, I think. But yeah,
we can see it. I'm just a little bit. I'm not sure what that's going to do to the stream. Like, will we just go and like not be live for a minute and then go live again, or will people have to find it again? Is my only issue. That's the thing.
Yeah.
How you doing, Kirsten? Can you hear us? Can we hear you?
Yeah, well, I can hear you. I hope you can hear me. Hi.
How are you?
I'm doing well. Thanks for having me. OneRing.net in the house.
Definitely. There we go.
Thank you for sharing it on the website. Much appreciated.
Oh, my pleasure. This is awesome. I was happy to spread the word as far and wide as possible.
Well, we really appreciate it, and we're excited to hear your reading.
I'm looking forward to it.
All right. Are we good? I think we're good. All right, so I will hide us, and then it's all you, okay?
Great.
All right.
Frodo came in soon afterwards and found him sitting in the dark, deep in thought. "Has he gone?" he asked. "Yes," answered Gandalf. "He has gone at last." I hoped until this evening that it was only a joke," said Frodo. "But I knew in my heart that he really meant to go. He always used to joke about serious things. I wish I had come back sooner, just to see him off." "I think really he preferred slipping off quietly in the end," said Gandalf. "Don't be too troubled. He'll be all right now. He left a packet for you. There it is." Frodo took the envelope from the mantelpiece and glanced at it, but did not open it. "You'll find his will and all the other documents in there, I think," said the wizard. "You are the master of Bag End now. And also, I fancy you'll find a golden ring." "The ring?" exclaimed Frodo. "Has he left me that? I wonder why. Still, it may be useful. It may, and it may not," said Gandalf. "I should not make use of it if I were you. Keep it secret and keep it safe. Now I am going to bed." As master of Bag End, Frodo felt it his painful duty to say goodbye to the guests. Rumours of strange events had by now spread all over the field, but Frodo would only say, "No doubt everything will be cleared up in the morning." About midnight, carriages came for the important folk. One by one they rolled away, filled with full but very unsatisfied hobbits. Gardeners came by arrangement and removed in wheelbarrows those that had inadvertently remained behind. Night slowly passed, the sun rose, the hobbits rose rather later. Morning went on. People came and began, by orders, to clear away the pavilions and the tables and the chairs, and the spoons and knives and bottles and plates, and the lanterns and the flowering shrubs in boxes, and the crumbs and cracker paper, the forgotten bags and gloves and handkerchiefs, and the uneaten food, a very small item. Then a number of other people came without orders, Bagginses and Boffins and Bolgers and Tooks and other guests that lived or were staying near. By midday, when even the best fed were out and about again, there was a large crowd at Bag End, uninvited but not unexpected. Frodo was waiting on the steps, smiling, but looking rather tired and worried. He welcomed all the callers, but he had not much more to say than before. His reply to all inquiries was simply this: Mr. Bilbo Baggins has gone away, as far as I know, for good. Some of the visitors he invited to come inside, as Bilbo had left messages for them. Inside in the hall there was piled a large assortment of packages and parcels and small articles of furniture. On every item there was a label tied. There were several labels of this sort. For Adelard took for his very own from Bilbo on an umbrella. Adelard had carried off many unlabelled ones. For Dora Baggins, in memory of a long correspondence with love from Bilbo, on a large waste paper basket. Dora was Drogo's sister, the eldest surviving female relative of Bilbo and Frodo. She was 99 and had written reams of good advice for more than half a century. For Milo Burrows, hoping it will be useful, from BB, on a gold pen and ink bottle. Milo never answered letters. For Angelica's use, from Uncle Bilbo, on a round, convex bill. She was a young Baggins and too obviously considered her face shapely. For the collection of Hugo Brace girdle from a contributor on an empty bookcase. Hugo was a great borrower of books and worse than usual at returning. For Lobelia Sackville Baggins as a present on a case of silver spoons. Bilbo believed that she had acquired a good many of his spoons while he was away on his former journey. Lobelia knew that quite well. When she arrived later in the day, she took the hint at once. But she also took the spoons. This is only a small selection of the assembled presents. Bilbo's residence had got rather cluttered up with things in the course of his long life. It was a tendency of hobbit holes to get cluttered up, for which the custom of giving so many birthday presents was largely responsible. Not, of course, that the birthday presents were always new. There were one or two old mathams of forgotten uses that had circulated all around the district. But Bilbo had usually given new presents and kept those that he received. The old hole was now being cleared a little. Every one of the various parting gifts had labels written out personally by Bilbo, and several had some point or some joke. But of course, most of the things were given where they would be wanted and welcome. The poorer hobbits, and especially those of Bagshot Road, did very well. Old Gaffer Gamgee got 2 sacks of potatoes, a new spade, a woolen waistcoat, and a bottle of ointment for creaky joints. Old Rory Brandybuck, in return for much hospitality, got 12 bottles of old Wynyards, a strong red wine from the South Farthing, and now quite mature, as it had been laid down by Bilbo's father. Rory quite forgave Bilbo and voted him a capital fellow after the first bottle. There was plenty of everything left for Frodo, and of course, all the chief treasures, as well as the books, pictures, and more than enough furniture, were left in his possession. There was, however, no sign nor mention of money or jewellery. Not a penny piece or a glass bead was given away.
All right. Thank you, thank you. Such a fun little segment there.
It's so great. I
Yeah.
loved hearing the horses' hooves of the carriages arriving and all of that. So fun.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, and thank you again for getting the word out to theonering.net. That's
My
awesome.
great pleasure. Thank you for having me. I shall enjoy listening for whatever else of the rest of the day I can manage.
Quite a few hours left to go.
Yes.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Hello, Anne.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm doing great.
Are you ready to close out the chapter for us?
I'm ready.
All right. Let's do it.
Frodo had a very trying time that afternoon. A false rumor that the whole household was being distributed free spread like wildfire, and before long the place was packed with people who had no business there but could not be kept out. Labels got torn off and mixed, and quarrels broke out. Some people tried to do swaps and deals in the hall, and others tried to make off with minor items not addressed to them, or with anything that seemed unwanted or unwatched. The road to the gate was blocked with barrows and handcarts. In the middle of the commotion, the Saxville Baggins arrived. Frodo had retired for a while and left his friend Merry Brandybuck to keep an eye on things. When Otho loudly demanded to see Frodo, Merry bowed politely. "He is indisposed," he said. "He is resting." "Hiding, you mean," said Lobelia. "Anyway, we want to see him, and we mean to see him. Just go and tell him so." Mary left them a long while in the hall, and they had time to discover their parting gift of spoons. It did not improve their tempers. Eventually, they were shown into the study. Frodo was sitting at a table with a lot of papers in front of him. He looked indisposed, to see the Saxville Bagginses at any rate, and he stood up, fidgeting with something in his pocket. But he spoke rather politely. The Saxville Bagginses were rather offensive. They began by offering him bad bargain prices, as between friends, for various valuable and unlabeled things. When Frodo replied that only the things specifically directed by Bilbo were being given away, they said the whole affair was very fishy. "Only one thing is clear to me," said Otho, "and that is that you are doing exceedingly well out of it. I insist on seeing the will." Otho would have been Bilbo's heir, but for the adoption of Frodo. He read the will carefully and snorted. It was, unfortunately, very clear and correct, according to the legal customs of hobbits, which demanded, among other things, 7 signatures of witnesses in red ink. "Foiled again," he said to his wife, "and after waiting 60 years! Spoons? Fiddlesticks!" He snapped his fingers under Frodo's nose and stomped off. But Lobelia was not so easily got rid of. A little later, Frodo came out of the study to see how things were going on, and found her still about the place, investigating nooks and corners and tapping the floors. He escorted her firmly off the premises, after he had relieved her of several small, but rather valuable articles that had somehow fallen inside of her umbrella. Her face looked as if she was in the throes of thinking out a really crushing parting remark, but all she found to say, turning round on the step, was, "You'll live to regret it, young fellow. Why didn't you go too? You don't belong here. You're no Baggins. You're a Brandybuck." "Did you hear that, Mary? That was an insult, if you like," said Frodo as he shut the door on her. "It was a compliment," said Mary, "and so, of course, not true." Then they went round the hole and evicted 3 young hobbits, 2 boffins and a bolger, who were knocking holes in the walls of one of the cellars. Frodo also had a tussle with young Sancho Proudfoot, old Odo Proudfoot's grandson, who had begun an excavation in the larger pantry, where he thought there was an echo. The legend of Bilbo's gold excited both curiosity and hope. For legendary gold, mysteriously attained, if not positively ill-gotten, is, as everyone knows, anyone's for the finding, unless the search is interrupted. When he had overcome Sancho and pushed him out, Frodo collapsed on a chair in the hall. "It's time to close up shop, Mary," he said. "Lock the door and don't open it to anyone today, not even if they bring a battering ram." Then he went to revive himself with a belated cup of tea. He had hardly sat down when there came a soft knock at the front door. "Lobelia again, most likely," he thought. "She must have thought of something really nasty and have come back again to say it. It can wait." He went on with his tea. The knock was repeated much louder, but he took no notice. Suddenly, the wizard's head appeared at the window. "If you don't let me in, Frodo, I shall blow your door right down your hole and out through the hill," he said. "My dear Gandalf, half a minute," cried Frodo, running out of the room to the door. Come in, come in. I thought it was Lobelia." "Then I forgive you. But I saw her some time ago, driving a pony trap towards Bywater with a face that would have curdled new milk." She had already curdled me. Honestly, I nearly tried on Bilbo's ring. I longed to disappear. "Don't do that," said Gandalf, sitting down. "Do be careful of that ring, Frodo. In fact, it is partly about that I have come to say a last word." "Well, what about it?" "What do you know already?" "Only what Bilbo told me. I have heard his story, how he found it, and how he used it on his journey, I mean." "Which story, I wonder?" said Gandalf. "Oh, not what he told the dwarves and put in his book," said Frodo. "He told me the true story soon after I came to live here. He said you had pestered him until he told you, so I'd better know too. No secrets between us, Frodo," he said, "but they are not going to go any further. It's mine, anyway." "That's interesting," said Gandalf. "Well, what did you think of it all? If you mean inventing all of that about a present, well, I thought the true story much more likely, and I couldn't see the point of altering it at all. It was very unlike Bilbo to do so, anyway, and I thought it rather odd." "So did I. But odd things may happen to people that have such treasures, if they use them. Let it be a warning to you that to be very careful with it. It may have other powers than just making you vanish when you wish to." "I don't understand," said Frodo. "Neither do I," answered the wizard. "I have merely begun to wonder about the ring, especially since last night. No need to worry, but if you take my advice, you will use it very seldom, or not at all. At least, I beg you not to use it in any way that will cause talk or rouse suspicion. I say it again. Keep it safe and keep it secret." "You are very mysterious. What are you afraid of?" "I'm not certain, so I will say no more. I may be able to tell you something when I come back. I'm going off at once, so this is goodbye for the present." He got up. "At once?" cried Frodo. "Why, I thought you were staying on for at least a week. I was looking forward to your help." "I did mean to, but I've had to change my mind. I may be away for a good while, but I'll come and see you again as soon as I can. Expect me when you see me. I shall slip in quietly. I shan't often be visiting the Shire openly again. I find that I have become rather unpopular. They say I'm a nuisance and a disturber of the peace. Some people are actually accusing me of spiriting Bilbo away, or worse. If you want to know, there's a supposed plot between you and me to get a hold of his wealth." "Some people," exclaimed Frodo. "You mean Otho and Lobelia. How abominable. I would give them Bag End and everything else if I could get Bilbo back and go off tramping in the country with him. I love the Shire, but I begin to wish somehow that I had gone too. I wonder if I shall ever see him again." "So do I," said Gandalf, "and I wonder many other things. Goodbye now. Take care of yourself. Look out for me, especially at unlikely times." "Goodbye." Frodo saw him to the door. He gave a final wave of his hand and walked off at a surprising pace, but Frodo thought the old wizard looked unusually bent, almost as if he was carrying a great weight. The evening was closing in, and his cloaked figure quickly vanished into the twilight. Frodo did not see him again for a long time.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for having me join in, Jordan. That was fun.
That was awesome. Very, very, very nice.
Well done on the timing. I mean, everyone has just nailed the timing so far.
Yeah,
but you
yeah,
did
the
as well.
timing has been excellent. Really great. All right. Thank you.
Well,
Enjoy the rest. All right. Sean is back.
Hello.
Welcome back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Good to be back.
All right. So for now,
And I have got some really big shoes to fill on these last couple of readers. That has been amazing.
Everyone's
Really
been so
well done,
awesome.
everyone. It's so awesome to be part of this.
I am thankful and lucky to have all of you. All right, I'm just gonna get this up here. Okay. Yeah, what do we think, Forned? Are we gonna keep things the way they are? I'm not sure YouTube is gonna let it be too much.
But the question is, will it stream to the same link if you go down, change quality, and come back up? Is the question.
Yeah, it says I'd have to end the stream. So
Okay.
I don't think that's necessarily a good idea. Plus it says 720 with a lower frame rate. So
Okay.
I don't think it's going to be much of an improvement. But for the static stuff, it works really well for sure.
Yeah, I think so.
And I think everyone's enjoying it. And just more reason for them to go check out this stuff on their own too and watch your other videos.
That's very true. Yeah, we have many videos.
If you're interested in supporting Artacraft, you can check them out on Patreon. Make sure to do that. And Sean has quite a lengthy reading.
Yes. Good luck.
Thank you. It's that timing is going to be interesting as we go. We'll see how well I can keep up. There might be some long pauses where we just bask in the soundscape.
Yeah, totally fine. I'm sure our guests have noticed, but for readers as well, if you want to just wait and let the soundscape happen, then that is totally fine as well. Okay. So, without any further ado, you ready?
I am ready. Let's do it.
So since you're at the start of the chapter, and for anyone else who's starting a chapter, I'm going to take our videos off. You can read the chapter title, and then I'll start the video. Just because that's how the timing works out. Okay, let's do it.
Chapter 3. 3 is company. You ought to go quietly, and you ought to go soon, said Gandalf. 2 or 3 weeks had passed, and still Frodo made no sign of getting ready to go. I know, but it is difficult to do both, he objected. If I just vanish like Bilbo, the tale will be all over the Shire in no time. Of course you mustn't vanish, said Gandalf. That wouldn't do at all. I said soon, not instantly. If you can think of any way of slipping out of the Shire without its being generally known, it will be worth a little delay. But you must not delay too long. What about the autumn? On or after our birthday? Asked Frodo. I think I could probably make some arrangements by then. To tell the truth, he was very reluctant to start, now that it had come to the point. Bag End seemed a more desirable residence than it had for years, and he wanted to savor as much as he could of his last summer in the Shire. When autumn came, he knew that part at least of his heart would think more kindly of journeying, as it always did at that season. He had indeed privately made up his mind to leave on his 50th birthday, Bilbo's 128th. It seemed somehow the proper day on which to set out and follow him. Following Bilbo was uppermost in his mind, and the one thing that made the thought of leaving bearable. He thought as little as possible about the ring, and where it might lead him in the end. But he did not tell all his thoughts to Gandalf. What the wizard guessed was always difficult to tell. He looked at Frodo and smiled.
Very well, he said. I think that will do. But it must not be any later. I am getting very anxious. In the meanwhile, do take care, and don't let out any hint of where you are going. And see that Sam Gamgee does not talk. If he does, I really shall turn him into a toad.
As for where I am going, said Frodo, it would be difficult to give that away, for I have no clear idea myself yet.
Don't be absurd, said Gandalf. I am not warning you against leaving an address at the post office. But you are leaving the Shire, and that should not be known until you are far away. And you must go, or at least set out, either north, south, west, or east. And the direction should certainly not be known.
I've been so taken up with the thoughts of leaving Bag End and of saying farewell that I have never even considered the direction, said Frodo. For where am I to go, and by what shall I steer? What is to be my quest? Bilbo went to find a treasure, there and back again, but I go to lose one and not return as far as I can see.
But you cannot see very far, said Gandalf. Neither can I. It may be your task to find the cracks of doom, but that quest may be for others. I do not know. At any rate, you are not ready for that long road yet.
No, indeed, said Frodo. But in the meantime, what course am I to take?
Towards danger, but not too rashly nor too straight, answered the wizard. If you want my advice, make for Rivendell. That journey should not prove too perilous, though the road is less easy than it was, and it will grow worse as the year fails.
Rivendell, said Frodo. Very good. I will go east, and I will make for Rivendell. I will take Sam to visit the elves. He will be delighted. He spoke lightly, but his heart was moved suddenly with a desire to see the house of Elrond Half-Elven and breathe the air of that deep valley where many of the fair folk still dwelt in peace. One summer's evening, an astonishing piece of news reached the Ivy Bush and Green Dragon. Giants and other portents on the borders of the Shire were forgotten for more important matters. Mr. Frodo was selling Bag End, and indeed he had already sold it, to the Sackville Bagginses.
For a nice bit, too, said some. At a bargain price, said others, and that's more likely when Mistress Lobelia is the buyer.
Otho had died some years before, at the ripe but disappointed age of 102. Just why Mr. Frodo was selling his beautiful hull was even more debatable than the price. A few held the theory, supported by the nods and hints of Mr. Baggins himself, that Frodo's money was running out. He was going to leave Hobbiton and live in a quiet way on the proceeds of the sale down in Buckland among his Brandybuck relations.
As far from the Sackville Bagginses as may be, some added.
But so firmly fixed had the notion of the immeasurable wealth of the Bagginses of Bag End become that most found this hard to believe. Harder than any other reason or unreason that their fancy could suggest. To most, it suggested a dark and yet unrevealed plot by Gandalf. Though he kept himself very quiet and did not go about by day, it was well known that he was hiding up in the Bag End. But however a removal might fit in with the designs of his wizardry, there was no doubt about the fact. Frodo Baggins was going back to Buckland. Yes, I shall be moving this autumn, he said. Mary Brandybuck is looking out for a nice little hole for me, or perhaps a small house. As a matter of fact, with Mary's help, he had already chosen and bought a little house at Crick Hollow in the country beyond Bucklebury. To all but Sam, he pretended he was going to settle down there permanently. The decision to set out eastwards had suggested the idea to him, for Buckland was on the eastern borders of the Shire, and as he had lived there in childhood, his going back would at least seem credible. Gandalf stayed in the Shire for over 2 months. Then, one evening, at the end of June, soon after Frodo's plan had finally been arranged, he suddenly announced that he was going off again next morning.
"Only for a short while, I hope," he said. "But I am going down beyond the southern borders to get some news, if I can. I have been idle longer than I should."
He spoke lightly, but it seemed to Frodo that he looked rather worried. "Has anything happened?" he asked.
"Well, no, but I have heard something that has made me anxious and needs looking into. If I think it necessary, after all, for you to get off at once, I shall come back immediately, or at least send word. In the meanwhile, stick to your plan, but be more careful than ever, especially of the ring. Let me impress upon you once more. Don't use it."
He went off at dawn.
"I may be back any day," he said. "At the very latest, I shall come back for the farewell party. I think, after all, you may need my company on the road."
At first, Frodo was a good deal disturbed, and wondered often what Gandalf could have heard. But his uneasiness wore off, and in the fine weather he forgot his troubles for a while. The Shire had seldom seen so fair a summer, or so rich an autumn. The trees were laden with apples, honey was dripping in the combs, and the corn was tall and full. Autumn was well underway before Frodo began to worry about Gandalf again. September was passing, and there was still no news of him. The birthday and the removal drew nearer, and still he did not come or send word. Bag End began to be busy. Some of Frodo's friends came to stay and help him with the packing. There was Fredegar Bolger and Folco Boffin, and of course his special friends, Pippin Took and Merry Brandybuck. Between them, they turned the whole place upside down. On September 20th, 2 covered carts went off laden to Buckland, conveying the furniture and goods that Frodo had not sold to his new home, by way of the Brandywine Bridge. The next day, Frodo became really anxious, and kept a constant lookout for Gandalf. Thursday, his birthday morning, dawned as fair and clear as it had long ago for Bilbo's great party. Still Gandalf did not appear. In the evening, Frodo gave his farewell feast. It was quite small, just a dinner for himself and his 4 helpers. But he was troubled and felt in no mood for it. The thought that he would so soon have to part with his young friends weighed on his heart. He wondered how he would break it to them. The 4 younger hobbits were, however, in high spirits, and the party soon became very cheerful in spite of Gandalf's absence. The dining room was bare except for a table and chairs, but the food was good and there was good wine. Frodo's wine had not been included in the sale to the Sackville Bagginses. "Whatever happens to the rest of my stuff, when the SBs get their claws on it, at any rate I have found a good home for this," said Frodo, as he drained his glass. It was the last drop of Old Wynyards. When they had sung many songs and talked of many things they had done together, they toasted Bilbo's birthday, and they drank his health and Frodo's together according to Frodo's custom. They went out for a sniff of air and glimpse of the stars, and then they went to bed. Frodo's party was over, and Gandalf had not come. The next morning they were busy packing another cart with the remainder of the luggage. Merry took charge of this and drove off with Fatty, that is Fredegar Bolger.
Someone must get there and warm the house before you arrive, said Mary. Well, see you later, the day after tomorrow, if you don't go to sleep on the way. Folko went home after lunch, but Pippin remained behind. Frodo was restless and anxious, listening in vain for a sound of Gandalf. He decided to wait until nightfall. After that, if Gandalf wanted him urgently, he would go to Crick Hollow, and might even get there first. For Frodo was going on foot. His plan, for pleasure and a last look at the Shire as much as any other reason, was to walk from Hobbiton to Buckleberry Ferry, taking it fairly easily. I shall get myself a bit into training, too, he said, looking at himself in a dusty mirror in the half-empty hall. He had not done any strenuous walking for a long time, and the reflection looked rather flabby, he thought. After lunch, the Sackville Bagginses, Lobelia and her sandy-haired son, Lotho, turned up, much to Frodo's annoyance. Ours at last, said Lobelia as she stepped inside. It was not polite, nor strictly true, for the sale of Bag End did not take effect until midnight. But Lobelia can perhaps be forgiven. She had been obliged to wait about 77 years longer for Bag End than she once hoped, and she was now 100 years old. Anyway, she had come to see that nothing she had paid for had been carried off, and she wanted the keys. It took a long while to satisfy her, as she had brought a complete inventory with her and went right through it. In the end, she departed with Lotho and the spare key, and the promise that the other key would be left at the Gamgees in Bagshot Row. She snorted and showed plainly that she thought the Gamgees capable of plundering the hold during the night. Frodo did not offer her any tea. He took his own tea with Pippin and Sam Gamgee in the kitchen. It had been officially announced that Sam was coming to Buckland to do for Mr. Frodo and look after his bit of garden, an arrangement that was approved by the gaffer, though it did not console him for the prospect of having Lobelia as a neighbor. Our last meal at Bag End, said Frodo, pushing back his chair. They left the washing up for Lobelia. Pippin and Sam strapped up their 3 packs and piled them in the porch. Pippin went out for a last stroll in the garden. Sam disappeared. The sun went down. Bag End seemed sad and gloomy and disheveled. Frodo wandered round the familiar rooms and saw the light of the sunset fade on the walls and shadows creep out of the corners. It grew slowly dark indoors. He went out and walked down to the gate at the bottom of the path, and then on a short way down the hill road. He half expected to see Gandalf come striding up through the dusk. The sky was clear, and the stars were growing bright. It's going to be a fine night, he said aloud. That's good for a beginning. I feel like walking. I can't bear any more hanging about. I'm going to start, and Gandalf must follow me. He turned to go back, and then stopped, for he heard voices just round the corner by the end of Bagshot Row. One voice was certainly the old gaffer's. The other was strange, and somehow unpleasant. He could not make out what it said, but he heard the gaffer's answers, which were rather shrill. The old man seemed put out. No, Mr. Baggins has gone away. Went this morning, and my Sam went with him. Anyway, all his stuff went. Yes, sold out and gone, I tell you. Why? Why, it's none of my business or yours. Where to? That ain't no secret. He's moved to Bucklebury or some such place away down yonder. Yes, it is, a tidy way. I've never been so far myself. They're queer folks in Buckland. No, I can't give no message. Good night to you. Footsteps went away down the hill. Frodo wondered vaguely why the fact that they did not come on up the hill seemed a great relief. I'm sick of questions and curiosity about my doings, I suppose, he thought. What an inquisitive lot they all are. He had half a mind to go and ask the gaffer who the inquirer was, but he thought better, or worse of it, and turned and walked quickly back to Bag End. Pippin was sitting on his pack in the porch. Sam was not there.
Frodo stepped inside the dark door. "Sam!" he called. "Sam, time!"
Coming, sir.
came the answer from far within, followed soon by Sam himself wiping his mouth. He had been saying farewell to the beer barrel in the cellar. "All aboard, Sam?" said Frodo.
Yes, sir. I'll last for a bit now, sir.
Frodo shut and locked the round door and gave the key to Sam. "Run down with this to your home, Sam," he said. "Then cut along the row and meet us as quick as you can at the gate in the lane beyond the meadows. We're not going through the village tonight. Too many ears pricking and eyes prying." Sam ran off at full speed. "Well, now we're off at last," said Frodo. They shouldered their packs and took up their sticks and walked round the corner to the west side of Bag End. "Goodbye," said Frodo, looking at the dark blank windows. He waved his hand and then turned and, following Bilbo if he had known it, hurried after Peregrine down the garden path. They jumped over the low place in the hedge at the bottom and took to the fields, passing into the darkness like a rustle in the grasses. At the bottom of the hill on its western side, they came to the gate opening onto a narrow lane. There they halted and adjusted the straps of their packs. Presently Sam appeared, trotting quickly and breathing hard. His heavy pack was hoisted high on his shoulders, and he had put on his head a tall, shapeless felt bag which he called a hat. In the gloom he looked very much like a dwarf. "I am sure you have given me all the heaviest stuff," said Frodo. "I pity snails and all that carry their homes on their backs."
I could take a lot more yet, sir. My packet is quite light,"
said Sam stoutly and untruthfully. "No, you don't, Sam," said Pippin. "It is good for him. He's got nothing except what he ordered us to pack. He's been slack lately, and he'll feel the weight less when he's walked off some of his own." "Be kind to a poor old hobbit," laughed Frodo. "I shall be as thin as a willow wand, I'm sure, before I get to Buckland. But I was talking nonsense. I suspect you have taken more than your share, Sam, and I shall look into it at our next packing." He picked up his stick again. "Well, we all like walking in the dark," he said, "so let's put some miles behind us before bed." For a short way, they followed the lane westwards. Then, leaving it, they turned left and took quietly to the fields again. They went in single file along hedgerows and the borders of copses, and night fell dark about them. In their dark cloaks they were as invisible as if they all had magic rings. Since they were all hobbits and were trying to be silent, they made no noise that even hobbits would hear. Even the wild things in the fields and woods hardly noticed their passing. After some time, they crossed the water, west of Hobbiton, by a narrow plank bridge. The stream was there no more than a winding black ribbon, bordered with leaning alder trees. A mile or two further south, they hastily crossed the great road from the Brandywine Bridge. They were now in the Tookland, and bending southeastwards, they made for the green hill country. As they began to climb its first slopes, they looked back and saw the lamps in Hobbiton far off, twinkling in the gentle valley of the water. Soon it disappeared in the folds of the darkened land, and was followed by Bywater beside its grey pool. When the light of the last farm was far behind, peeping among the trees, Frodo turned and waved a hand in farewell. "I wonder if I shall ever look down into that valley again," he said quietly. When they had walked for about 3 hours, they rested. The night was clear, cool and starry, but smoke-like wisps of mist were creeping up the hillsides from the streams and deep meadows. Thin-clad birches, swaying in a light wind above their heads, made a black net against the pale sky. They ate a very frugal supper, for hobbits, and then went on again. Soon, they struck a narrow road that went rolling up and down, fading gray into the darkness ahead. The road to Woodhall and Stock and the Bucklebury Ferry. It climbed away from the main road in the water valley and wound over the skirts of the green hills towards Woody End, a wild corner of the East Farthing. After a while, they plunged into a deeply cloven track between tall trees that rustled their dry leaves in the night. It was very dark. At first they talked, or hummed a tune softly together, being now far away from inquisitive ears. Then they marched on in silence, and Pippin began to lag behind. At last, as they began to climb a steep slope, he stopped and yawned. "I am so sleepy," he said, "that soon I shall fall down on the road. Are you going to sleep on your legs? It is nearly midnight." "I thought you liked walking in the dark," said Frodo, "but there is no great hurry. Mary expects us sometime the day after tomorrow, but that leaves us nearly 2 days more. We'll halt at the first likely spot." "The wind's in the west," said Sam. "If we get to the other side of this hill, we shall find a spot that is sheltered and snug enough, sir. There is a dry fir wood just ahead, if I remember rightly." Sam knew the land well within 20 miles of Hobbiton, but that was the limit of his geography. Just over the top of the hill, they came on a patch of firwood. Leaving the road, they went into the deep resin-scented darkness of the trees and gathered dead sticks and cones to make a fire. Soon they had a merry crackle of flame at the foot of a large fir tree, and they sat round it for a while until they began to nod. Then, each in an angle of the great tree's roots, they curled up in their cloaks and blankets and were soon fast asleep. They set no watch. Even Frodo feared no danger yet, for they were still in the heart of the Shire. A few creatures came and looked at them when the fire had died away. A fox, passing through the wood on business of his own, stopped several minutes and sniffed. "Hobbits," he thought. "Well, what next? I have heard of strange doings in this land, but I have seldom heard of a hobbit sleeping out of doors under a tree. 3 of them. There's something mighty queer behind this." He was quite right, but he never found out any more about it. The morning came, pale and clammy. Frodo woke up first and found that a tree root had made a hole in his back, and that his neck was stiff. "Walking for pleasure? Why didn't I drive?" he thought, as he usually did at the beginning of an expedition. "And all my beautiful feather beds are sold to the Sackville Bagginses. These tree roots would do them good." He stretched. Wake up, hobbits," he cried. "It's a beautiful morning." "What's beautiful about it?" said Pippin, peering over the edge of his blanket with one eye. "Sam, get breakfast ready for 9:30. Have you got the bathwater hot?" Sam jumped up, looking rather bleary. "No, sir, I haven't, sir," he said. Frodo stripped the blankets away from Pippin and rolled him over, and then walked off to the edge of the wood. Away eastward, the sun was rising red out of the mists that lay thick on the world. Touched with gold and red, the autumn trees seemed to be sailing rootless in a shadowy sea. A little below him to the left, the road ran down steeply into a hollow and disappeared. When he returned, Sam and Pippin had got a good fire going. "Water!" shouted Pippin. "Where's the water?" "I don't keep water in my pockets," said Frodo. "We thought you had gone to find some," said Pippin, busy setting out the food and cups. "You had better go now." "You can come too," said Frodo, "and bring all the water bottles." There was a stream at the foot of the hill. They filled their bottles, and the small camping kettle had a little fall where the water fell a few feet over an outcrop of gray stone. It was icy cold, and they spluttered and puffed as they bathed their faces and hands. When their breakfast was over and their packs all trussed up again, it was about 10 o'clock. It was after 10 o'clock, and the day was beginning to turn fine and hot. They went down the slope, and across the stream where it dived under the road, and up the next slope, and up and down another shoulder of the hills. and by that time their cloaks, blankets, water, food, and other gear already seemed a heavy burden. The day's march promised to be warm and tiring work. After some miles, however, the road ceased to roll up and down. It climbed to the top of a steep bank in a weary, zigzagging sort of way, and then prepared to go down for the last time. In front of them, they saw the lower lands dotted with small clumps of trees that melted away in the distance to a brown woodland haze. They were looking across the woody end towards the Brandywine River. The road wound away before them like a piece of string. "The road goes on forever," said Pippin, "but I can't without a rest. It is high time for lunch." He sat down on the bank at the side of the road and looked away east into the haze beyond which lay the river and the end of the shire in which he had spent all his life. Sam stood by him. His round eyes were wide open, for he was looking across lands he had never seen to a new horizon. "Do elves live in those woods?" he asked. "Not that I ever heard," said Pippin. Frodo was silent. He, too, was gazing eastward along the road as if he had never seen it before. Suddenly he spoke, aloud, but as if to himself, saying slowly, "The road goes ever on and on down from the door where it began. Now far ahead the road has gone, and I must follow, if I can, pursuing it with weary feet until it joins some larger way where many paths and errands meet, and whither then, I cannot say." "That sounds like a bit of old Bilbo's rhyming," said Pippin. "Or is it one of your imitations? It does not sound altogether encouraging." "I don't know," said Frodo. "It came to me then as if I was making it up, but I may have heard it long ago. Certainly it reminds me very much of Bilbo in the last years before he went away. He used often to say there was only one road, that it was like a great river. Its springs were at every doorstep, and every path was its tributary. 'It's a dangerous business, Frodo, going out your door,' he used to say. 'You step into the road, and if you don't keep your feet, there is no knowing where you might be swept off to. Do you realize that this is the very path that goes through Mirkwood, and that if you let it, it might take you to the Lonely Mountain, or even further into worse places?' He used to say that on the path outside the front door at Bag End, especially after he had been out for a long walk." "Well, the road won't sweep me anywhere for an hour at least," said Pippin, unslinging his pack. The others followed his example, putting their packs against the bank and their legs out into the road. After a rest, they had a good lunch, and then more rest. The sun was beginning to get low, and the light of afternoon was on the land as they went down the hill. So far, they had not met a soul on the road. This way was not much used, being hardly fit for carts, and there was little traffic to the woody end. They had been jogging along again for an hour or more when Sam stopped a moment as if listening. They were now on level ground, and the road, after much winding, lay straight ahead through grassland, sprinkled with tall trees, outliers of the approaching woods. "I can hear a pony or a horse coming along the road behind," said Sam. They looked back, but the turn of the road prevented them from seeing far. "I wonder if that is Gandalf coming after us," said Frodo. But even as he said it, he had a feeling that it was not so, and a sudden desire to hide from the view of the rider came over him. "It may not matter much," he said apologetically, "but I would rather not be seen on the road by anyone. I'm sick of my doings being noticed and discussed. And if it is Gandalf," he added as an afterthought, "we can give him a little surprise, to pay him out for being so late. Let's get out of sight." The other two ran quickly to the left and down into a little hollow not far from the road. There they lay flat. Frodo hesitated for a second. Curiosity or some other feeling was struggling with his desire to hide. The sound of hoofs drew nearer. Just in time, he threw himself down in a patch of long grass behind a tree that overshadowed the road. Then he lifted his head and peered cautiously above one of the great roots. Round the corner came a black horse, no hobbit pony, but a full-sized horse, and on it sat a large man who seemed to crouch in the saddle, wrapped in a great black cloak and hood, so that only his boots and the high stirrups showed below. His face was shadowed and invisible. When it reached the tree and was level with Frodo, the horse stopped. The riding figure sat quite still, with its head bowed as if listening. From inside the hood came a noise as if of someone sniffing to catch an elusive scent. The head turned from side to side of the road. A sudden, unreasoning fear of discovery laid hold of Frodo, and he thought of his ring. He hardly dared to breathe, and yet the desire to get it out of his pocket became so strong that he began slowly to move his hand. He felt that he had only to slip it on, and then he would be safe. The advice of Gandalf seemed absurd. Bilbo had used the ring. And I am still in the Shire, he thought, as his hand touched the chain on which it hung. At that moment, the rider sat up and shook the reins. The horse stepped forward, walking slowly at first, and then breaking into a quick trot. Frodo crawled to the edge of the road and watched the rider until he dwindled into the distance. He could not be quite sure, but it seemed to him that suddenly, before it passed out of sight, the horse turned aside and went into the trees on the right. "Well, I call that very queer, and indeed disturbing," said Frodo to himself as he walked towards his companions. Pippin and Sam had remained flat in the grass and had seen nothing, so Frodo described the rider and his strange behavior. "I can't say why, but I felt certain he was looking or smelling for me. And also I felt certain that I did not want him to discover me. I've never seen or felt anything like it in the Shire before." "But what has one of the big people got to do with us?" said Pippin. "And what is he doing in this part of the world?" "There are some men about," said Frodo. "Down in the South Farthing they have had trouble with big people, I believe. But I have never heard of anything like this rider. I wonder where he comes from." "Begging your pardon," put in Sam suddenly, "I know where he comes from. It's from Hobbiton that this here Black Rider comes, unless there's more than one. And I know where he's going, too." "What do you mean?" said Frodo sharply, looking at him in astonishment. "Why didn't you speak up before?" "I have only just remembered, sir. It was like this. When I got back to our hole yesterday evening with the key, my dad, he says to me, 'Hello, Sam,' he says. 'I thought you were away with Mr. Frodo this morning. There's been a strange customer asking for Mr. Baggins of Bag End, and he's only just gone. I've sent him on to Bucklebury. Not that I like the sound of him. He seemed mighty put out when I told him Mr. Baggins had left his old home for good. Hissed at me, he did. Gave me quite a shudder. 'What sort of a fellow was he?' says I to the gaffer. 'I don't know,' says he, 'but he wasn't a hobbit. He was tall and black-like, and he stooped over me. I reckon it was one of the big folk from foreign parts. He spoke funny.' I couldn't stay to hear more, sir, since you were waiting, and I didn't give much heed to it myself. The gaffer is getting old and more than a bit blind, and it must have been near dark when this fellow come up the hill and found him taking the air at the end of our row. I hope he hasn't done no harm, sir, no me." "The gaffer can't be blamed anyway," said Frodo. "As a matter of fact, I heard him talking to a stranger who seemed to be inquiring for me, and I nearly went and asked him who it was." "I wish I had, or you had told me about it before. I might have been more careful on the road." "Still, there may be no connection between this rider and the gaffer's stranger," said Pippin. "We left Hobbiton secretly enough, and I don't see how he could have followed us." "What about the smelling, sir?" said Sam. "And the gaffer said he was a black chap." "I wish I had waited for Gandalf," Frodo muttered. "But perhaps it would have only made matters worse." "Then you know or guess something about this rider?" said Pippin, who had caught the muttered words. "I don't know, and I would rather not guess," said Frodo. "All right, Cousin Frodo. You can keep your secret for the present if you want to be mysterious. In the meanwhile, what are we to do? I should like a bite and a sup, but somehow I think we had better move on from here. Your talk of sniffing riders with invisible noses has unsettled me." "Yes, I think we will move on now," said Frodo, "but not on the road, in case that rider comes back or another follows him. We ought to do a good step more today. Buckland is still miles away."
All right. Thank you for that, Sean.
Thank you very much, Jordan. That was a lot of fun.
That on here. There we go.
That was
That was
fantastic.
Yeah, awesome. Really long and really awesome.
Thank you guys so much. Awesome to be a part of this, and I am so excited for the rest of the readers here today.
Yeah, we've got so much more to go. It's crazy. We're only on chapter 3. So much more to go. Thank you so much, and I hope that you can stick around. Everyone clearly loved it in the chat.
I am going to continue listening in as much as I can. Thank you guys so much. Happy Tolkien Reading Day.
Thank you.
Same to you. Thank you.
All right. Hello, Phil.
Hello there. Can you hear me? Am I
can.
audible?
I can. You sound great.
Fantastic. Fantastic.
Yeah,
Hello. It's
very
really
clear.
nice to be here.
All right. Do you want to introduce yourself a little bit? I'm sure
Sure,
some people have heard your name before.
Some people have, yeah. I'm Phil Dragish. I've done the audiobook for The Lord of the Rings. 10 years ago. That time, it pops up on the internet now and again. It's the complete, the fan-made audiobook of The Lord of the Rings. You might have heard of it. Soundscape audiobook, I think it's called. And, and Jordan invited me to be on this wonderful event we have today on March 25th.
And I do have to say, just so that everyone's clear here, that really everything that I'm doing with this soundscape is a big thanks to Phil's inspiration. When I first when I first kind of experienced the books for the first time, it was from Phil's version of the audiobook. And so that was definitely the inspiration to leading us to today. So thank you, Phil, for
You're
everything.
welcome. Thank you.
I'm excited. People will hear your readings, but they will also hear you in the background later on as Tom Bombadil.
That's right. Yeah, I do
So you'll
put
be-
a little cameo
you'll be
of Tom
throughout.
Bombadil in this
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah. All right. Well, without further ado, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
All right. It's all you.
The shadows of the trees were long and thin on the grass as they started off again. They now kept a stone's throw to the left of the road and kept out of sight of it as much as they could. But this hindered them, for the grass was thick and tussocky, and the ground uneven, and the trees began to draw together into thickets. The sun had gone down, red behind the hills at their backs, and evening was coming on before they came back to the road at the end of the long level over which it had run straight for some miles. At that point, it bent left and went down into the lowlands of the Yale, making for Stock. But a lane branched right, winding through a wood of ancient oak trees on its way to Wood Hall. "That is the way for us," said Frodo. Not far from the road meeting, they came on a huge hulk of a tree. It was still alive, and had leaves on the small branches that it had put out round the broken stumps of its long fallen limbs. But it was hollow, and could be entered by a great crackle on the side way, away from the road. The hobbits crept inside, and sat there upon a floor of old leaves and decayed wood. They rested, and had a light meal, talking quietly and listening from time to time. Twilight was about them as they crept back into the lane. The west wind was sighing in its branches. Leaves were whispering. Soon the road began to fall gently but steadily into the dusk. A star came out above the trees in the darkening east before them. They went abreast and in step to keep up their spirits. After a time, as the stars grew thicker and brighter, the feeling of disquiet left them, and they no longer listened for the sound of hoofs. They began to hum softly, as hobbits have a way of doing as they walk along, especially when they are drawing near to home at night. With most hobbits, it is a supper song or a bed song, but these hobbits hummed a walking song, though not, of course, without any mention of supper and bread. Bilbo Baggins had made the words to a tune that was as old as the hills, and taught it to Frodo as they walked in the lanes of the water valley and talked about adventure. Upon the hearth the fire is red, beneath the roof there is a bed, but not yet weary are our feet. Still round the corner we may meet a sudden tree or standing stone that none have seen but we alone. Tree and flower, leaf and grass, let them pass, let them pass. Hill and water under sky, pass them by, pass them by. Still round the corner there may wait a new road or a secret gate, and though we pass them by today, tomorrow we may come this way and take a hidden path that run towards the moon or to the sun. Apple, thorn, and nut and slow, let them go, let them go. Sand and stone and pool and dell, fare thee well, fare you well. Home is behind, the world ahead, and there are many paths to tread, through shadow to the edge of night, until the stars are all alight. Then the world behind and home ahead will wander back and home to bed. Mist and twilight, cloud and shade, away shall fade, away shall fade. Fire and lamp and meat and bread, and then to bed, and then to bed. The song ended. And now to bed, and now to bed, sang Pippin in a high voice. Hush, said Frodo. I think I hear hoofs again. They stopped suddenly and stood as silent as tree shadows, listening. There was a sound of hoofs in the lane, some way behind, but coming slow and clear down the wind. Quickly and quietly, they slipped off the path and ran into the deeper shade under the oak trees. Don't let us go too far, said Frodo. I don't want to be seen, but I don't want to see if there is another Black Rider. Very well, said Pippin, but don't forget the sniffing. The hoofs drew nearer. They had no time to find any hiding place, better than the general darkness under the trees. Sam and Pippin crouched behind a large tree bole, while Frodo crept back a few yards towards the lane. It showed grey and pale, a line of fading light through the wood. Above it the stars were thick in the dim sky, but there was no moon. The sound of hoofs stopped. As Frodo watched, he saw something dark pass across the lighter space between two trees, and then halt. It looked like the black shade of a horse led by a smaller black shadow. The black shadow stood close to the point where they had left the path, and it swayed from side to side. Frodo thought he had heard the sound of snuffling. The shadow bent to the ground, and then began to crawl towards him. Once more, the desire to slip on the ring came over Frodo. But this time, it was stronger than before. So strong that, almost before he realized what he was doing, his hand was groping in his pocket. But at that moment, there came a sound, like a mingled song and laughter. Clear voices rose and fell in the starlit air. The black shadow straightened up and retreated. It climbed onto the shadowy horse and seemed to vanish across the lane into the darkness on the other side. Frodo breathed again. Elves! Exclaimed Sam with a hoarse whisper. Elves, sir! He would have burst out of the trees and dashed off towards the voices if they had not pulled him back. Yes, it is elves, said Frodo. One can meet them sometimes in the woody end. They don't live in the Shire, but they wander into it in spring and autumn, out of their own lands away beyond the Tower Hills. I'm thankful that they do. You did not see, But that black rider stopped just here and was actually crawling to us when the song began, and as soon as he heard the voices, he slipped away. What about the elves? Said Sam, too excited to trouble about the rider. Can we go and see them? Listen, they're coming this way, said Frodo. We have only to wait. The singing drew nearer. One clear voice rose now above the others. It was singing in the fair elven tongue, of which Frodo knew only a little, and the others knew nothing. Yet the sound, blending with the melody, seemed to shape itself in their thought into words which they could only partly understand. This was the song that, as Frodo heard it. Snow white, O lady clear, O queen beyond the western seas, O light to us, what wonder here, amid the world of woven trees. Gilthoniel, O Elbereth, clear are the skies, clear are thy eyes, and bright thy breath. Snow white, we sing to thee, in a far land beyond the sea. O stars that in the sunless year, with the shining hand by her were sown, in windy fields now bright and clear, we see your silver blossom blown. O Elbereth, Gilthoniel, we still remember, we who dwell in this far land beneath the trees, thy starlight on the western seas. The song ended. These are high elves! They spoke the name of Elbereth, said Frodo in amazement. Few of that fairest folk are ever seen in the Shire. Not many now remain in Middle-earth, east of the Great Sea. This is indeed a strange chance. The hobbits sat in shadow by the wayside. Before long, the elves came down the lane towards the valley. They passed slowly, and the hobbits could see the starlight glimmering on their hair and in their eyes. They bore no lights, yet as they walked, a shimmer, like the light of the moon above the rim of the hills before it rises, seemed to fall about their feet. They were now silent, and as the last elf passed, he turned and looked towards the hobbits, and laughed. "Hail, Frodo!" he cried. "You are abroad late, or are you perhaps lost?" Then he called aloud to the others, and all the company stopped and gathered round. "This is indeed wonderful," they said. "3 hobbits in a wood at night. We have not seen such a thing since Bilbo went away. What is the meaning of it?" "The meaning of it, fair people," said Frodo, "is simply that we seem to be going the same way as you are. I like walking under the stars, but I would welcome your company. But we have no need for other company, and hobbits are so dull." They laughed. "And how do you know that we go the same way as you? For you do not know whither we are going." "And how do you know that name?" asked Frodo in return. "Well, we know many things," they said. "We have seen you often before with Bilbo, though you may not have seen us." "Who are you, and who is your lord?" asked Frodo. "I am Gildor," answered their leader, the elf who had first hailed him. "Gildor Inglorium of the House of Finrod. We are exiles, and most of our kindred have long ago departed, and we are now only tarrying here a while, ere we return over the great sea. But some of our kinsfolk dwell still in peace in Rivendell. Come now, Frodo, tell us, what are you doing? For we see that there is some shadow of fear upon you." "All wise people," interrupted Pippin eagerly, "tell us about the Black Riders." "Black Riders," they said in low voices. "Why do you ask about the Black Riders?" Because 2 Black Riders have overtaken us today, or one has done so twice," said Pippin. "Only a little while ago, he slipped away as you drew near." The elves did not answer at once, but spoke together softly in their own tongue. At length, Gildor turned to the hobbits. "We will not speak of this here," he said. "We think you had best come now with us. It is not our custom, but for the time we will take you on our road, and you shall lodge with us tonight, if you will." "Oh, fair folk, this is good fortune beyond my hope," said Pippin. Sam was speechless. "I thank you indeed, Gildor Inglorian," said Frodo, bowing. "Ellen Sila, Lumen, Omentielvo. A star shines on the hour of our meeting," he added in High Elven speech. "Oh, be careful, friends," cried Gildor, laughing. "Speak no secrets. Here is a scholar in the ancient tongue. Bilbo was a good master. Hail, elf friend," he said, bowing to Frodo. "Come now with your friends and enjoy our company. You had best walk in the middle so that you may not stray. You may be weary before we halt." "Why? Where are you going?" asked Frodo. "For tonight we go to the woods and the hills above Woodhall. It is some miles, but you shall have rest at the end of it, and it will shorten your journey tomorrow." And there we go.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Yeah, there was a bit of a pacing momentum that didn't work out, but you know, I think
You got exactly back on track by the end of
I
that.
think I got
That
exactly
was
back on
really
track.
nice.
No, that was fantastic.
Loved
A,
it.
a triumphant return to Tolkien.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's
Awesome.
great.
And you got
No,
to
thank
sing
you.
as well.
I got a little singing in there, didn't I? Just a little bit. You can't help it when you read those lyrics. You're just a little bit like, you got to put that in.
Loved it. And you'll be back to join us again later, right?
That's right, I will. It'll be
Not too long.
wonderful
from
little
now, right?
return.
All right. We'll see you in a little bit. Thank you.
No problem. Thank
See
you.
you in a bit.
All right, Marilyn, are you there? Let's see if we get Marilyn on. You're in the stream, Marilyn, but I'm not sure if your audio is connected. You might have to rejoin. We'll just hang out for a second. While we wait to see if Marilyn can probably have to rejoin to get her audio, I'm just going to give people a little quick rundown here. We are going to skip some chapters, as you might have noticed. So for the rest of the day, we have 3 as company, and then we have Shortcut to Mushrooms, then we're going to go to the Old Forest, then we're going to go to the House of Tom Bombadil, and then we're going to skip a decent amount to go to Flight to the Ford, and then Journey in the Dark into Book 2, and then Bridge of Khazad-dûm, Lothlorien, and then Breaking of the Fellowship. Both both myself and Artocraft were a little bit disappointed we had to skip so much because there's so much awesome stuff out there. But
Yeah, Bree and Rivendell are both fantastic, but yeah, you can't do it all.
yeah, but we will have lots of opportunity for everyone to experience those in other ways.
I do. An idea that's just come to me in the future for Council of Elrond. I mean, we've got so many fantastic, talented readers, right? You could almost do a Council of Elrond scene where each person takes a different character, and we do the chapter. I mean, that with the soundscape. I mean, that would.
You know what we could do, because I did we last year we did a Council of Elrond with a lot of the people that are in the background here and going to be joining us later.
Oh wow!
And
Okay.
with individual actors and everything for every role. So we could just sync that to your council video. That would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's already ready to go on my podcast feed. All right. Do you want
Minds think alike.
to? Do you want to? I'm just gonna check on Marilyn. do you want to maybe run people through a little bit of the process that you guys are doing to make this happen?
Yeah, well, you mean the build itself?
Yeah,
or the
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, I mean, as I said, we started back in 2014, started with the Shire, fairly small area. But the map itself is huge. I was saying just before the stream, this is the largest recreation of Middle-earth ever made in any game. It's larger than Lord of the Rings Online. When you see it from above, it looks exactly like Middle-earth. We have botanists on our team who make sure that the biomes in the different areas are correct, different tree species and plant species are correct. We have people like majoring in geology who check that stuff. We have people who are obsessed with history and research, and they make sure that the various locations are, appropriate to the sources that Tolkien was drawing upon. With Rohan, you have the Anglo-Saxons and the Norse. With Gondor, you have ancient Byzantium and Egypt and all these sorts of Mediterranean cultures. And so we're drawing from all these different sources to make the world, not just obviously Tolkien himself, but history and geology and botany and all these things. So it's becoming the tale grew in the telling, right, as Tolkien once said, and that's what's happening with Artocraft. It's just growing and growing and growing with time in terms of the amount of detail that we put into stuff. So it's been a pleasure to lead the project for all this time, and it's a pleasure to see it married up with the soundscape and these readings. It's really what I wanted, for a long time. So yeah.
Yeah, I'm loving it, and I hope that people in the chat are. I think they are. Marilyn's going to rejoin, so hopefully that works. Let's see. Oh, Marilyn.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Oh,
that was perfect timing.
Fantastic.
All right. So, are you ready to go?
I am, except I feel a bit like Sam Gamgee at Woodhull right now, which in between these amazing readers, but maybe that's a good thing. It'll put me right into character, right?
And now we have another amazing reader. And you're going to finish off the chapter for us, right?
And start the next one, I believe.
That's true. So once the chapter's done, I will take a second to get the next one up.
Okay.
We'll be good.
So you just let me know when you're ready.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to close our videos, but as soon as I push play, you're ready to take it away.
The woods on either side became denser. The trees were now younger and thicker, and as the lane went lower, running down into a fold of the hills, there were many deep breaks of hazel on the rising slopes at either hand. At last the elves turned aside from the path. The green ride lay almost unseen through the thickets on the right, and this they followed as it wound away back up the wooded slopes onto the top of a shoulder of the hills that stood out into the lower land of the river valley. Suddenly, they came out of the shadow of the trees, and before them lay a wide space of grass, gray under the night. On three sides the woods pressed upon it, but eastward the ground fell steeply, and the tops of the dark trees, growing at the bottom of the slope, were below their feet. Beyond, the low lands lay dim and flat under the stars. Near at hand, a few lights twinkled in the village of Woodhall. The elves sat on the grass and spoke together in soft voices. They seemed to take no further notice of the hobbits. Frodo and his companions wrapped themselves in cloaks and blankets, and drowsiness stole over them. The night grew on, and the lights in the valley went out. Pippin fell asleep, pillowed on a green hillock. Away high in the east swung Remirath, the netted stars, and slowly above the mists red Borgil rose, glowing like a jewel of fire. Then, by some shift of airs, all the mist was drawn away like a veil, and there leaned up, as he climbed over the rim of the world, the swordsman of the sky, Menelvagor with his shining belt. The elves all burst into song. Suddenly, under the trees, a fire sprang up with a red light. "Come!" the elves called to the hobbits. "Come! Now is the time for speech and merriment." Pippin sat up and rubbed his eyes. He shivered. "There is a fire in the hall, and food for hungry guests," said an elf standing before him. At the south end of the greensward there was an opening. There the green floor ran onto the wood and formed a wide space like a hall, roofed by the boughs of trees. Their great trunks ran like pillars down each side. In the middle there was a wood fire blazing, and upon the tree pillars torches with lights of gold and silver were burning steadily. The elves sat round the fire upon the grass, or upon the sawn rings of old trunks. Some went to and fro bearing cups and pouring drink. Others brought food on heaped plates and dishes. "This is poor fare," they said to the hobbits, "for we are in lodging in the greenwood, far from our halls. If ever you are our guests at home, we will treat you better." "It seems to me good enough for a birthday party," said Frodo. Pippin afterwards recalled little of either food or drink, for his mind was filled with the light upon the elf faces, and the sound of voices so various and so beautiful that he felt in a waking dream. But he remembered that there was bread, surpassing the savor of a fair white loaf to one who is starving, and fruits sweet as wild berries and richer than the tended fruits of gardens. He drained a cup that was filled with a fragrant draught, cool as a clear fountain, golden as a summer afternoon. Sam could never describe in words, nor picture clearly to himself, what he felt or thought that night, though it remained in his memory as one of the chief events of his life. The nearest he ever got was to say, "Well, sir, if I could grow apples like that, I would call myself a gardener." But it was the singing that went to my heart, if you know what I mean. Frodo sat, eating, drinking, and talking with delight. But his mind was chiefly on the words spoken. He knew a little of the elf speech, and listened eagerly. Now and again he spoke to those that served him, and thanked them in their own language. They smiled at him and said, laughing, "Ha! Here is a jewel among hobbits." After a while, Pippin fell fast asleep, and was lifted up and borne away to a bower under the trees. There he was laid upon a soft bed, and slept the rest of the night away. Sam refused to leave his master. When Pippin had gone, he came and sat curled up at Frodo's feet, where at last he nodded and closed his eyes. Frodo remained long awake, talking with Gildor. They spoke of many things, old and new, and Frodo questioned Gildor much about happenings in the wide world outside the Shire. The tidings were mostly sad and ominous, of gathering darkness, the wars of men, and the flight of the elves. At last, Frodo asked the question that was nearest to his heart. "Tell me, Gildor, have you ever seen Bilbo since he left us?" Gildor smiled. "Yes," he answered, "twice. He said farewell to us on this very spot, but I saw him once again, far from here." He would say no more about Bilbo, and Frodo fell silent. "You do not ask me or tell me much that concerns yourself, Frodo," said Gildor. "But I already know a little, and I can read much more in your face and in the thought behind your questions. You are leaving the Shire, and yet you doubt that you will find what you seek, or accomplish what you intend, or that you will ever return. Is that not so?" "It is," said Frodo, "but I thought my going was a secret known only to Gandalf and my faithful Sam." He looked down at Sam, who was snoring gently. "The secret will not reach the enemy from us," said Gildor. "The enemy?" said Frodo. "Then you know why I am leaving the Shire?" "I do not know for what reason the enemy is pursuing you," answered Gildor, "but I perceive that he is, strange indeed though that seems to me, and I warn you that peril is now both before you and behind you, and upon either side." "You mean riders? I feared that they were the servants of the enemy. What are the Black Riders?" "Has Gandalf told you nothing?" "Nothing about such creatures." "Then I think it is not for me to say more. lest terror should keep you from your journey. For it seems to me that you have set out only just in time, if indeed you are in time. You must now make haste, and neither stay nor turn back. The Shire is no longer any protection to you. I cannot imagine what information could be more terrifying than your hints and warnings, exclaimed Frodo. I knew that danger lay ahead, of course, but I did not expect it immediate in our own Shire. Can't a hobbit walk from the water to the river in peace? But it is not your own Shire, said Gildor. Others dwelt here before hobbits were, and others will dwell here again when hobbits are no more. The wide world is all about you. You can fence yourselves in, but you cannot forever fence it out. I know, and yet it has always seemed so safe and familiar. What can I do now? My plan was to leave the Shire secretly and make my way to Rivendell, but now my footsteps are dogged before I even get to Buckland. I think you should still follow that plan, said Gildor. I do not think the road will prove too hard for your courage. But if you desire clearer counsel, you should ask Gandalf. I do not know the reason for your flight, and therefore I do not know by what means your pursuers will assail you. These things Gandalf must know. I suppose that you will see him before you leave the Shire? I hope so, but that is another thing that makes me anxious. I have been expecting Gandalf for many days. He was to have come to Hobbiton at the latest 2 nights ago, but he has never appeared. Now I am wondering what can have happened. Should I wait for him? Gildor was silent for a moment. I do not like this news, he said at last. That Gandalf should be late does not bode well. But it is said, do not meddle in the affairs of wizards, for they are subtle and quick to anger. The choice is yours, to go or wait. And it is also said, answered Frodo, go not to the elves for counsel, for they will say both no and yes. Is it indeed? Laughed Gildor. Elves seldom give unguarded advice, for advice is a dangerous gift, even from the wise to the wise, and all courses may run ill. But what would you? You have not told me all concerning yourself, and how then shall I choose better than you? But if you demand advice, I will for friendship's sake give it. I think you should now go at once, without delay, and if Gandalf does not come before you set out, then I also advise this. Do not go alone. Take such friends as are trusty and willing. Now you should be grateful, for I do not give this counsel gladly. The elves have their own labors and their own sorrows, and they are little concerned with the ways of hobbits, or of any other creatures upon earth. Our paths cross theirs seldom, by chance or purpose. In this meeting there may be more than chance, but the purpose is not clear to me, and I fear to say too much. I am deeply grateful, said Frodo, but I wish you would tell me plainly what the Black Riders are. If I take your advice, I may not see Gandalf for a long while, and I ought to know what is the danger that pursues me. Is it not enough to know that they are servants of the enemy? Answered Gildor. Flee them! Speak no words to them! They are deadly. Ask no more of me. But my heart forebodes that ere all is ended, you, Frodo, son of Drogo, will know more of these fell things than Gildor and Glorian. May Elbereth protect you. But where shall I find courage? Asked Frodo. That is what I chiefly need. Courage is found in unlikely places, said Gildor. Be of good hope. Sleep now. In the morning we shall have gone, but we will send our messages through the lands. The wandering companies shall know of your journey, and those that have power for good shall be on the watch. I name you Elf-friend, and may the stars shine upon the end of your road. Seldom have we had such delight in strangers, and it is fair to hear the words of the ancient speech from the lips of other wanderers in the world. Frodo felt sleep coming upon him, even as Gildor finished speaking. I will sleep now, he said, and the elf led him to a bower beside Pippin, and he threw himself upon a bed, and fell at once into a dreamless slumber.
All right. Just going to do a quick turnaround. Thank you for that.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
I'm particularly jealous of your Elvish pronunciation. I could never I could never do that quite as well.
You're very kind. Thank you.
On to chapter 4 then.
Can I have a second? I just need to drink some water.
Yes,
Thank you.
definitely.
Actually, I think I'll take a bit of tonic too. And thank you for all your kind comments in the chat. I absolutely have to not
People are
look at
loving
it while I'm reading. Did I hear myself in the ambience there at one point? I thought
You
so.
did.
I almost
You did
started
hear
crying, but I
yourself.
thought, no, I can't do that.
Yeah, Marilyn is the elven singing in the distance there.
Wow.
Awesome.
Wow. That was amazing. And people were asking in the chat, who is that? That's amazing. Yeah, wow.
Well,
Yeah.
Jordan made me sound really great.
I don't think so. And yeah, that's one of the fun things about this soundscape is there's so many voices of familiar people scattered throughout, and it's such a shame that we're not doing the Prancing Pony, because that one has just so many familiar little voices throughout it. But again, we can't play the whole thing, or we'd be here for 2 days. But
And there's a
you know.
problem with that. Why?
well, all right. Let me know if you're good to go.
Yes, I am.
All right, let's see if we can get this video up.
Do you want me to read the chapter title and everything?
If you can,
Okay.
that'd be awesome. And we'll let you take it away.
Chapter 4, A Shortcut to Mushrooms. In the morning, Frodo woke refreshed. He was lying in a bower made by a living tree with branches laced and drooping to the ground. His bed was of fern and grass, deep and soft, and strangely fragrant. The sun was shining through the fluttering leaves, which were still green upon the tree. He jumped up and went out. Sam was sitting on the grass near the edge of the wood. Pippin was standing studying the sky and weather. There was no sign of the elves. "They have left us fruit and drink and bread," said Pippin. "Come and have your breakfast. The bread tastes almost as good as it did last night. I did not want to leave you any, but Sam insisted." Frodo sat down beside Sam and began to eat. "What is the plan for today?" asked Pippin. "To walk to Buckleberry as quickly as possible," answered Frodo, and gave his attention to the food. "Do you think we shall see anything of those riders?" asked Pippin cheerfully. Under the morning sun, the prospect of seeing a whole troop of them did not seem very alarming to him. "Yes, probably," said Frodo, not liking the reminder. "But I hope to get across the river without their seeing us." "Did you find out anything about them from Gildor?" "Not much. Only hints and riddles," said Frodo evasively. "Did you ask about the sniffing?" "We didn't discuss it," said Frodo with his mouth full. "You should have. I am sure it is very important." "In that case, I am sure Gildor would have refused to explain it," said Frodo sharply. "And now leave me in peace for a bit. I don't want to answer a string of questions while I'm eating. I want to think." Good heavens, said Pippin. At breakfast. He walked away towards the edge of the green. From Frodo's mind, the bright morning, treacherously bright, he thought, had not banished the fear of pursuit. He pondered the words of Gildor. The merry voice of Pippin came to him. He was running on the green turf and singing. No, I could not, he said to himself. It is one thing to take my young friends walking over the Shire with me until we are hungry and weary, and food and bed are sweet. To take them into exile, where hunger and weariness may have no cure, is quite another, even if they are willing to come. The inheritance is mine alone. I don't think I ought even to take Sam. He looked at Sam Gamgee and discovered that Sam was watching him. Well, Sam, he said, what about it? I am leaving the Shire as soon as ever I can. In fact, I have made up my mind now not even to wait a day at Crick Hollow if it can be helped. Very good, sir. You still mean to come with me? I do. It's going to be very dangerous, Sam. It already is dangerous. Most likely neither of us will come back. If you don't come back, sir, then I shan't, that's certain, said Sam. Don't you leave him, they said to me. Leave him, I said. I never mean to. I am going with them if he climbs to the moon. And if any of those black riders try to stop him, they'll have Sam Gamgee to reckon with, I said. They laughed. Who are they? What are you talking about? The elves, sir. We had some talk last night, and they seemed to know you were going away, so I didn't see the use of denying it. Wonderful folk, elves, sir. Wonderful. They are, said Frodo. Do you like them still, now you have had a closer view? They seem a bit above my likes and dislikes, so to speak, answered Sam slowly. Don't seem to matter what I think about them. They are quite different from what I expected. So old and young, and so gay and sad, as it were. Frodo looked at Sam rather startled, half expecting to see some outward sign of the odd change that seemed to have come over him. It did not sound like the voice of the old Sam Gamgee that he thought he knew, but it looked like the old Sam Gamgee sitting there, except that his face was unusually thoughtful. Do you feel any need to leave the Shire now that your wish to see them has come true already? He asked. Yes, sir. I don't know how to say it, but after last night I feel different. I seem to see ahead in a kind of way. I know we are going to take a very long road into darkness. I know I can't turn back. It isn't to see elves now, nor dragons, nor mountains that I want. I don't rightly know what I want. But I have something to do before the end, and it lies ahead, not in the Shire. I must see it through, sir, if you understand me. I don't altogether, but I understand that Gandalf chose me a good companion. I am content. We will go together. Sorry, that always makes me cry.
All right. That was amazing, Marilyn. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much, Jordan. This is such a fantastic project, and I'm just honored to be a part of it in any way, shape, or form.
Well, thank you so much. And just so everyone knows as well, Marilyn has been very, very helpful in the background with helping me research different things along the way as well. So I definitely did not do this on my own, and I thank everyone that has helped me out along the way. And all right, I'm going to take you off, Marilyn.
Thanks,
you.
everybody.
Thank you.
Diane,
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you today?
I'm good. We can hear you, and I think we are ready to go if you are.
I am ready. I'm very excited to be doing this.
We're excited to have you. Let's do it.
It was nearly as hot as it had been the day before, but clouds were beginning to come from the west. It looked likely to turn to rain. The hobbits scrambled down a steep green bank and plunged into the thick trees below. Their course had been chosen to leave Wood Hall to their left, and to cut slanting through the woods that clustered along the eastern side of the hills until they reached the flats beyond. Then they could make straight for the ferry over country that was open, except for a few ditches and fences. Frodo reckoned they had 18 miles to go in a straight line. He soon found that the thickets were closer and more tangled than it had appeared. There were no paths in the undergrowth, and they did not get on very fast. When they had struggled to the bottom of a bank, they found a stream running down from the hills behind in a deeply dug bed with steep, slippery sides, overhung with brambles. Most inconveniently, it cut across the line they had chosen. They could not jump over it, nor indeed get across it at all without getting wet, scratched, and muddy. They halted, wondering what to do. "First check," said Pippin grimly. Sam Gamgee looked back. Through an opening in the trees, he caught a glimpse of the top of the green bank from which they had climbed down. "Look," he said, clutching Frodo by the arm. They all looked, and on the edge, high above them, they saw against the sky a horse standing. Beside it stooped a black figure. They at once gave up any idea of going back. Frodo led the way and plunged quickly into the thick bushes beside the stream. "Whew," he said to Pippin, "we were both right. The short cut has gone crooked already, but we got under cover only just in time. You've got sharp ears, Sam. Can you hear anything coming?" They stood still, almost holding their breath as they listened, but there was no sound of pursuit. "I don't fancy we'd try bringing his horse down that bank," said Sam, "but I guess he knows we came down it. We had better be going on." Going on was not altogether easy. They had packs to carry, and the bushes and brambles were reluctant to let them through. They were cut off from the wind by the ridge behind, and the air was still and stuffy. When they forced their way at last into more open ground, they were hot and tired and very scratched, and they were also no longer certain of the direction in which they were going. The banks of the stream sank as it reached the levels and became broader and shallower, wandering off towards the Marish and the river. "Why, this is the Stockbrook," said Pippin. "If we're going to try and get back on our course, we must cross it once and bear right." They waded the stream and hurried over a wide open space, rush-grown and treeless, on the further side. Beyond that, they came again to a belt of trees, tall oaks for the most part, with here and there an elm tree or an ash. The ground was fairly level, and there was little undergrowth, but the trees were too close for them to see far ahead. The leaves blew upward in the sudden gusts of wind, and spots of rain began to fall from the overcast sky. Then the wind died away, and the rain came streaming down. They trudged along as fast as they could over patches of grass and through thick drifts of old leaves, and all about them the rain pattered and trickled. They did not talk, but kept glancing back and from side to side. After half an hour, Pippin said, "I hope we have not turned in too much towards the south, and we are not walking longwise through this wood. It was not a very broad belt. I should have thought no more than a mile at the widest. We ought to have been through it by now." "There's no good our starting to go in zigzags," said Frodo. "That won't mend matters. Let us keep going on as we are going. I'm not sure that I want to come out into the open yet." They went on perhaps another couple of miles. Then the sun gleamed out of ragged clouds again, and the rain lessened. It was now past midday, and they felt it was high time for lunch. They halted under an elm tree. Its leaves, though fast turning yellow, were still thick, and the ground at its feet was fairly dry and sheltered. When they came to make their meal, they found the elves had filled their bottles with a clear drink. Pale golden in color, it had the scent of a honey made of many flowers, and was wonderfully refreshing. Soon they were laughing and snapping their fingers at the rain and the black riders. The last few miles, they felt, would soon be behind them. Frodo propped his back against a tree trunk and closed his eyes. Sam and Pippin sat near, and they began to hum, and then to sing softly. Ho, 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 to the bottle I go, to heal my heart and drown my woe. Rain may fall and wind may blow, and many miles be still to go. But under a tall tree I will lie, and let the clouds go sailing by. Ho, 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 they began again louder, then stopped short suddenly. Frodo sprang to his feet. A long-drawn wail came down the wind like the cry of some evil and lonely creature. It rose and fell and ended on a high, piercing note. Even as they sat and stood as if suddenly frozen, it was answered by another cry, fainter and further off, but no less chilling to the blood. There was then a silence, broken only by the sound of the wind in the leaves. "And what do you think that was?" Pippin asked at last, trying to speak lightly, but quavering a little. "If it was a bird, it was one that I've never heard in the Shire before." "It was not beast or bird," said Frodo. "It was a call or signal. There were words in that cry, though I could not catch them. For no hobbit has such a voice." No more was said about it. They were all thinking of the riders, but no one spoke of them. They were now reluctant either to stay or to go on, but sooner or later they had to get across the open country to the ferry, and it was best to go sooner and in daylight. In a few moments they had shouldered their packs again and were off.
All right. We'll get Alan on here.
Hey.
Just going to get Diane on here again quickly to say a thank you for your reading.
Hi, Diane. It's great reading.
Hey, Alan. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed doing it.
It was fun.
All right. Alan, how are
I'm
you?
doing all right. You are able to hear me, right? Okay.
Yep,
I had
sounds
some
nice
had
and
some audio
clear.
issues when I tried to do my own stream on Facebook earlier, but I think that was more of a Facebook thing.
Finicky things.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. So you're going to end off this chapter,
Correct.
and then you're going to kick off the next one as well.
We'll kick off the next chapter that you're doing because we're skipping a little bit, right? We go from Shortcut to Mushrooms to the Old Forest.
Exactly. All right. Well, I'm excited. If you're ready, looks like the chat is ready. So let's do it.
All right.
Yep.
Here we go then.
All right.
In a moment. When they had finished, the farmer and his sons went out with a lantern and got the wagon ready. It was dark in the yard when the guests came out. They threw their packs on board and climbed in. The farmer sat in the driving seat and whipped up his 2 stout ponies. His wife stood in the light of the open door. "You be careful of yourself, Maggot," she called. "Don't go arguing with any foreigners and come straight back." "I will," said he, and drove out of the gate. There was now no breath of wind stirring. The night was still and quiet, and a chill was in the air. They went without lights and took it slowly. After a mile or two, the lane came to an end, crossing a deep dike and climbing a short slope up onto the high-banked causeway. Maggot got down and took a good look either way, north and south, but nothing could be seen in the darkness, and there was not a sound in the still air. Thin strands of river mist were hanging above the dikes and crawling over the fields. "It's going to be thick," said Maggot, "but I'll not light my lanterns till I turn for home. We'll hear anything on the road long before we meet it tonight." It was 5 miles or more from Maggot's Lane to the ferry. The hobbits wrapped themselves up, but their ears were strained for any sound above the creak of the wheels and the slow clop of the ponies' hooves. The wagon seemed slower than a snail to Frodo. Beside him, Pippin was nodding towards sleep, but Sam was staring forwards into the rising fog. They reached the entrance to the ferry lane at last. It was marked by 2 tall white posts that suddenly loomed up on their right. Farmer Maggot drew in his ponies, and the wagon creaked to a halt. They were just beginning to scramble out, when suddenly they heard what they had all been dreading. Hoofs on the road ahead. The sound was coming towards them. Maggot jumped down and stood holding the ponies' heads and peering forward into the gloom. Clip-clop, clip-clop, came the approaching rider. The fall of the hooves sounded loud in the still, foggy air. "You'd better be hidden, Mr. Frodo," said Sam anxiously. "You get down in the wagon and cover up with blankets, and we'll send this rider to the right-abouts." He climbed out and went to the farmer's side. Black riders would have to ride over him to get near the wagon. Clop, 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 clop. The rider was nearly on them. "Hello there!" called Farmer Maggot. The advancing hoofs stopped short. They thought they could dimly guess a dark, cloaked shape in the mist, a yard or 2 ahead. "Now then," said the farmer, throwing the reins to Sam and striding forward, "don't you come a step nearer. What do you want, and where are you going?" "I want Mr. Baggins. Have you seen him?" said a muffled voice. But the voice was the voice of Mary Brandybuck. A dark lantern was uncovered, and its light fell on the astonished face of the farmer. "Mr. Mary!" he cried. "Yes, of course. Who did you think it was?" said Mary, coming forward. As he came out of the mist and their fears subsided, he seemed suddenly to diminish to ordinary hobbit size. He was riding a pony, and a scarf was swathed round his neck and over his chin to keep out the fog. Frodo sprang out of the wagon to greet him. "So there you are at last," said Mary. "I was beginning to wonder if you would turn up at all today. I was just going back to supper. When it grew foggy, I came across and rode up towards Stock to see if you'd fallen in any ditches. But I'm blessed if I know which way you have come. Where did you find them, Mr. Maggot? In your duck pond? No, I caught 'em trespassing, said the farmer, and nearly set my dogs on 'em, but they'll tell you all the story, I've no doubt. Now, if you'll excuse me, Mr. Merry and Mr. Frodo and all, I'd best be turning for home. Mrs. Maggot will be worritin' with the night getting thick. He backed the wagon into the lane and turned it. Well, good night to you all, he said. It's been a queer day and no mistake, but all's well as ends well. No, perhaps we should not say that until we reach our own doors. I'll not deny that I'll be glad now when I do. He lit his lanterns and got up. Suddenly, he produced a large basket from under the seat. I was nearly forgetting, he said. Mrs. Maggot put this up for Mr. Baggins. With her compliments. He handed it down and moved off, followed by a chorus of thanks and good nights. They watched the pale rings of light around his lanterns as they dwindled into the foggy night. Suddenly, Frodo laughed. From a covered basket that he held, the scent of mushrooms was rising.
All right. Awesome. And we have more to come. So let's skip ahead to the old forest.
Yeah, this is the long one, right?
Yeah.
I think we got a preview of that reading on the
We
podcast.
did.
But that was
Thank
even
you.
better, possibly. So well done.
So Fornad, did you want to, I know someone asked a question earlier on. Do you want to address that while I get this up, if you want?
Yes, a couple. Well, there was one on Facebook asking where the footage is from. Autocraft server recreating Minecraft, recreating Middle Earth in Minecraft, and then someone asking, "Do we have Maggot's duck pond in our world?" Yes, we do.
Awesome.
It's just off his farm. You can go on.
Oh, that's great.
Just in the woods there. So yes, every detail. We're very careful about this.
It is awesome stuff. Okay, so I got this ready to go, and
All right.
let's see. Yeah, it looks like you got a decent chunk here. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. I'll let you take it away.
Frodo woke suddenly. It was still dark in the room. Mary was standing there with a candle in one hand. Oh no, wait, I'm waiting for the audio. There we go. Mary was standing there with a candle in one hand and banging on the door with the other. All right, what is it? Said Frodo, still shaken and bewildered. What is it? Cried Mary. It is time to get up. It's 4:30 and very foggy. Come on, Sam is already getting breakfast ready. Even Pippin is up. I'm just going to saddle the ponies and fetch the one that's to be the baggage carrier. Wake that sluggard Fatty. At least he must get up and see us off. Soon after 6 o'clock, the 5 hobbits were ready to start. Fatty Bolger was still yawning. They stole quietly out of the house. Mary went in front, leading a laden pony, and took his way along a path that went through a spinney behind the house, and then cut across several fields. The leaves of trees were glistening, and every twig was dripping. The grass was gray with cold dew. Everything was still, and far-away noises seemed near and clear. Fowls chattering in a yard, someone closing a door of a distant house. In their shed, they found the ponies, sturdy little beasts of the kind loved by hobbits, not speedy, but good for a long day's work. They mounted, and soon they were riding off into the mist, which seemed to open reluctantly before them and close forbiddingly behind them. After riding for about an hour, slowly and without talking, they saw the hedge looming suddenly ahead. It was tall and netted over with silver cobwebs. How are you going to get through this? Asked Fredegar. Follow me, said Mary, and you will see. He turned to the left along the hedge, and soon they came to a point where it bent inwards, running along the lip of a hollow. A cutting had been made at some distance from the hedge, and went sloping gently down into the ground. It had walls of brick at the sides which rose steadily, until, suddenly, they arched over and formed a tunnel that dived deep under the hedge and came out in the hollow on the other side. Here Fatty Bulger halted. "Goodbye, Frodo," he said. "I wish you were not going into the forest. I only hope you will not need rescuing before the day is out. But good luck to you, today and every day." "If there are no worse things ahead than the old forest, I shall be lucky," said Frodo. "Tell Gandalf to hurry along the east road. We shall soon be back on it, and going as fast as we can." "Goodbye," they cried, and rode down the slope and disappeared from Fredegar's sight into the tunnel. It was dark and damp. At the far end, it was closed by a gate of thick-set iron bars. Mary got down and unlocked the gate, and when they had all passed through, he pushed it to again. It shut with a clang. And the lock clicked. The sound was ominous. "There," said Mary, "you have left the Shire and are now outside and on the edge of the old forest." "Are the stories about it true?" asked Pippin. "I don't know what stories you mean," Mary answered. "If you mean the old bogey stories Fatty's nurses used to tell him about goblins and wolves and things of that sort, I should say no. At any rate, I don't believe them. But the forest is queer. Everything in it is very much more alive, more aware of what is going on, so to speak, than things are in the Shire. And the trees do not like strangers. They watch you. They are usually content merely to watch you as long as daylight lasts, and don't do much. Occasionally, the most unfriendly ones may drop a branch or stick a root out, or grasp at you with a long trailer. But at night, things can be most alarming, or so I am told. I have only once or twice been in here after dark, and then only near the hedge. I thought all the trees were whispering to each other, passing news and plots along in an unintelligible language, and the branches swayed and groped without any wind. They do say the trees do actually move, and can surround strangers and hem them in. In fact, long ago, they attacked the hedge. They came and planted themselves right by it and leaned over it. But the hobbits came and cut down hundreds of trees and made a great bonfire in the forest and burned all the ground in a long strip east of the hedge. After that, the trees gave up the attack, but they became very unfriendly. There is still a wide, bare space not far inside where the bonfire was made. "Is it only the trees that are dangerous?" asked Pippin. "There are various queer things living deep in the forest and on the far side," said Mary. "Or at least I have heard so. But I have never seen any of them. But something makes paths. Whenever one comes inside, one finds open tracks, but they seem to shift and change from time to time in a queer fashion. Not far from this tunnel there is, or was for a long time, the beginning of quite a broad path leading to the bonfire glade, and then on more or less in our direction, east and a little north. That is the path I'm going to try and find." The hobbits now left the tunnel gate and rode across the wide hollow. On the far side was a faint path leading up onto the floor of the forest, 100 yards and more beyond the hedge. But it vanished as soon as it brought them under the trees. Looking back, they could see the dark line of the hedge through the stems of trees that were already thick about them. Looking ahead, they could see only tree trunks of innumerable sizes and shapes, straight or bent, twisted, leaning, squat or slender, smooth or gnarled and branched, and all the stems were green or gray with moss and slimy, shaggy growths. Mary alone seemed fairly cheerful. "You had better lead on and find that path," Frodo said to him. "Don't let us lose one another, or forget which way the hedge lies." They picked away among the trees, and their ponies plodded along. carefully avoiding the many writhing and interlacing roots. There was no undergrowth. The ground was rising steadily, and as they went forward, it seemed that the trees became taller, darker, and thicker. There was no sound, except an occasional drip of moisture falling through the still leaves. For the moment, there was no whispering or movement among the branches, but they all got an uncomfortable feeling that they were being watched with disapproval, deepening to dislike, and even enmity. The feeling steadily grew until they found themselves looking up quickly or glancing back over their shoulders as if they expected a sudden blow. There was not as yet any sign of a path, and the trees seemed constantly to bar their way. Pippin suddenly felt that he could not bear it any longer, and without warning let out a shout. "Oi! Oi!" he cried. "I'm not going to do anything! Just let me pass through, will you?" The others halted, startled, but the cry fell as if muffled by a heavy curtain. There was no echo or answer, though the woods seemed to become more crowded and more watchful than before. "I should not shout if I were you," said Merry. "It does more harm than good." Frodo began to wonder if it were possible to find a way through, and if he had been right to make the others come into this abominable wood. Merry was looking from side to side and seemed already uncertain which way to go. Pippin noticed it. "It has not taken you long to lose us," he said. But at that moment, Merry gave a whistle of relief and pointed ahead. "Well, well," he said, "these trees do shift. There's the bonfire glade in front of us, or I hope so, but the path to it seems to have moved away." The light grew clearer as they went forward. Suddenly they came out of the trees and found themselves in a wide circular space. There was sky above them, blue and clear to their surprise, for down under the forest roof they had not been able to see the rising morning and the lifting of the mist. The sun was not, however, high enough yet to shine down into the clearing, though its light was on the treetops. The leaves were all thicker and greener about the edges of the glade, enclosing it with an almost solid wall. No tree grew there, only rough grass and many tall plants, stalky and faded hemlocks and wood parsley, fireweed seeding into fluffy ashes, and rampant nettles and thistles. A dreary place, but it seemed a charming and cheerful garden after the close forest. The hobbits felt encouraged and looked up hopefully at the broadening daylight in the sky. At the far side of the glade there was a break in the wall of trees and a clear path beyond it. They could see it running on into the wood, wide in places and open above, though every now and again the trees drew in and overshadowed it with their dark boughs. Up this path they rode. They were still climbing gently, but they now went much quicker and with better heart, for it seemed to them that the forest had relented and was going to let them pass unhindered after all. But after a while, the air began to get hot and stuffy. The trees drew close again on either side, and they could no longer see far ahead. Now, stronger than ever, they felt again the ill will of the wood pressing on them. So silent was it that the fall of their ponies' hoofs, rustling on dead leaves and occasionally stumbling on hidden roots, seemed to thud in their ears. Frodo tried to sing a song to encourage them, but his voice sank to a murmur. "O wanderers in the shadowed land, despair not, for though dark they stand, all woods there be must end at last, and see the open sun go past. The setting sun, the rising sun, the day's end or the day begun, for east or west all woods must fail. Fail." Even as he said the word, his voice faded into silence. The air seemed heavy, and the making of words wearisome. Just behind them, a large branch fell from an old overhanging tree with a crash into the path. The trees seemed to close in before them. "They do not like all that about ending and failing," said Merry. "I should not sing any more at present. Wait till we do get to the edge, and then we'll turn and give them a rousing chorus. He spoke cheerfully, and if he felt any great anxiety, he did not show it. The others did not answer. They were depressed. A heavy weight was settling steadily on Frodo's heart, and he regretted now with every step forward that he had ever thought of challenging the menace of the trees. He was indeed just about to stop and propose going back, if that was still possible, when things took a new turn. The path stopped climbing and became, for a while, nearly level. The dark trees drew aside, and ahead they could see the path going almost straight forward. Before them, but some distance off, there stood a green hilltop, treeless, rising like a bald head out of the encircling wood. The path seemed to be making directly for it. Water, not Bovril, just so you'll know. They now hurried forward again, delighted with the thought of climbing out for a while above the roof of the forest. The path dipped and then again began to climb upwards, leading them at last to the foot of the steep hillside. There it left the trees and faded into the turf. The wood stood all round the hill like thick hair that ended sharply in a circle round a shaven crown. The hobbits led their ponies up, winding round and round until they reached the top. There they stood and gazed about them. The air was gleaming and sunlit, but hazy, and they could not see to any great distance. Near at hand, the mist was now almost gone, though here and there it lay in hollows of the wood. And to the south of them, out of a deep fold cutting right across the forest, the fog still rose like steam or wisps of white smoke. "That," said Merry, pointing with his hand, "that is the line of the Withywindle. It comes down out of the downs and flows southwest through the midst of the forest to join the Brandywine below Haysend. We don't want to go that way. The Withywindle Valley is said to be the queerest part of the whole wood, the center from which all the queerness comes, as it were." The others looked in the direction that Merry pointed out, but they could see little but mists over the damp and deep-cut valley, and beyond it the southern half of the forest faded from view. The sun on the hilltop was now getting hot. It must have been about 11 o'clock, but the autumn haze still prevented them from seeing much in other directions. In the west, they could not make out either the line of the hedge or the valley of the Brandywine beyond. Northward, where they looked most hopefully, they could see nothing that might be the line of the great east road for which they were making. They were on an island in a sea of trees, and the horizon was veiled. On the southeastern side, the ground fell very steeply, as if the slopes of the hill were continued far down under the trees, like island shores that really are the sides of a mountain rising out of deep waters. They sat on the green edge and looked out over the woods below them, while they ate their midday meal. As the sun rose and past noon, they glimpsed far off in the east the gray-green lines of the downs that lay beyond the old forest on that side. That cheered them greatly, for it was good to see a sight of anything beyond the wood's borders, though they did not mean to go that way if they could help it. The Barrow Downs had as sinister a reputation in Hobbit legend as the forest itself.
All right. Thank you for that, Alan.
Oh, my pleasure, Jordan. Thanks for inviting me.
Fantastic readings. And if anyone in the chat, anyone watching the stream has not checked out the Prancing Pony podcast, that is what you need to be doing with your time. I spend enough of my time doing that.
Yeah, that is true.
I just want to put in a vote as well. Yeah, I mean, I've been listening since 2018 and the Gollum GPS days and the Silmarillion days. So yeah, it's I'm a huge fan, and thank you for all you do, Alan. It's
my pleasure. Wonderful. Really is my pleasure. Thanks. Really appreciate you guys letting me do this today.
Definitely, and we'll hopefully hear from you again for the next stream when we get to Two Towers.
Oh, definitely, no doubt. I'll be there.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right.
Phil, you're back.
I'm back. Hello. Welcome. Welcome back. I'm not welcoming myself back. Sorry about that.
Welcome back, Phil. I'll welcome you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right. So we are ready to continue on. We have a.
That's right.
Let's see, just checking my length here. Yeah. I think you're on for another 10 minutes or so. Awesome.
All right, just let me know.
All right. It is all you.
At length, they made up their minds to go on again. The path that had brought them to the hill reappeared on the northward side, but they had not followed it far before they became aware that it was bending steadily to the right. Soon it began to descend rapidly, and they guessed that it must actually be heading towards the Withywintle Valley. Not at all the direction they wished to take. After some discussion, they decided to leave this misleading path and strike northward, for although they had not been able to see it from the hilltop, the road must lie that way, and it could not be many miles off. Also northward, and to the left of their path, the land seemed to be drier and more open, climbing up to slopes where the trees were thinner, and pines and firs replaced the oaks and ashes and other strange and nameless trees of the denser wood. At first, their choice seemed to be good. They got along at a fair speed, though whenever they got a glimpse of the sun in an open glade, they seemed unaccountably to have veered eastwards. But after a time, the trees began to close in again, just where they had appeared from a distance to be thinner and less tangled. Then deep folds in the ground were discovered unexpectedly, like the ruts of great giant wheels or wide moats and sunken roads long disused and choked with brambles. These lay usually right across the line of march, and could only be crossed by scrambling down and out again, which was troublesome and difficult with their ponies. Each time they climbed down, they found the hollow filled with thick bushes and matted undergrowth, which somehow would not yield to the left, but only gave way when they turned to the right. And they had to go on some distance along the bottom before they could find a way up the further bank. Each time they clambered out, the trees seemed deeper and darker. And always to the left and upwards it was most difficult to find a way, and they were forced to the right and downwards. After an hour or two, they had lost all clear sense of direction, though they knew well enough that they had long ceased to go northward at all. They were being headed off, and were simply following a course chosen for them, eastwards and southwards, into the heart of the forest, and not out of it. The afternoon was wearing away, when they scrambled and stumbled into a fold that was wider and deeper than any they had yet met. It was so steep and overhung that it proved impossible to climb out of it again, either forwards or backwards, without leaving their ponies and their baggage behind. All they could do was to follow the fold, downwards. The ground grew soft, and in places boggy. Springs appeared in the banks, and soon they found themselves following a brook that trickled and babbled through a weedy bed. Then the ground began to fall rapidly, and the brook, growing strong and noisy, flowed and leapt swiftly downhill. They were in a deep, dim-lit gully, overarched by trees high above them. After stumbling along for some way along the stream, they came quite suddenly out of the gloom. As if through a gate, they saw the sunlight before them. Coming to the opening, they found that they had made their way down through a cleft in a high, steep bank. Almost a cliff. At its feet was a wide space of grass and reeds, and in the afternoon of late sunshine lay warm and drowsy upon the hidden land between. In the midst of it wound lazily a dark river of brown water, bordered with ancient willows, arched over with willows, blocked with fallen willows, and flecked with thousands of faded willow leaves. The air was thick with them, fluttering yellow from the branches. From there was a warm and gentle breeze flowing softly in the valley, and the reeds were rustling, and the willow boughs were creaking. "Well, Now I have at least some notion of where we are, said Merry. We have come almost in the opposite direction to which we intended. This is the River Withywindle. I will go on and explore. He passed out into the sunshine and disappeared into the long grasses. After a while, he reappeared and reported that there was fairly solid ground between the cliff foot and the river. In some places, firm turf went down to the water's edge. What's more, he said, there seems to be something like a footpath winding along in this side of the river. If we turn left and follow it, we shall be bound to come out on the east side of the forest eventually. I dare say, said Pippin. That is, if the track goes on so far and does not simply lead us into a bog and leave us there. Who made the track, do you suppose, and why? I'm sure it was not for our benefit. I'm getting very suspicious of this forest and everything in it, and I begin to believe that all the stories about it. And have you any idea how far eastward we should have to go? No, said Merry. I haven't. I don't know in the least how far down the Withywindle we are, or who could possibly come here often enough to make a path along it. But there is no other way out than I could see or think of. There being nothing else for it, they filed out, and Merry led them to the path that he had discovered. Everywhere the reeds and grasses were lush and tall, in places far above their heads. But once found, the path was easy to follow, and it turned and twisted, picking out the sounder ground among the bogs and pools. Here and there it passed over other hills, running down gullies into the Withywindle, out of the higher forest lands, and at these points there were tree trunks or bundles of brushwood laid carefully across. The hobbits began to feel very hot. There were armies of flies of all kinds buzzing round their ears, and the afternoon sun was burning on their backs. At last they came suddenly into a thin shade. Great grey branches reached across the path. Each step forward became more reluctant than the last. Sleepiness seemed to be creeping out of the ground and up their legs, and falling softly out of the air upon their heads and eyes. Frodo felt his chin go down, and his head nod. Just in front of him, Pippin fell forward on his knees. Frodo halted. It's no good, he heard Merry saying. I can't go another step without rest. Must have nap. It's cool under the willows. Less flies. Frodo did not like the sound of this. Come on, he cried. We can't have a nap yet. We must get clear of the forest first. But the others were so far gone to care. Beside them, Sam stood yawning, blinking stupidly. Suddenly Frodo himself felt sleep overwhelming him. His head swam. There now seemed hardly a sound in the air. The flies had stopped buzzing. Only a gentle noise on the edge of hearing. A soft fluttering as if a song half whispered seemed to stir in the boughs above. He lifted his heavy eyes and saw leaning over him a huge willow tree, old and hoary. Enormous it looked, its yawning branches going up like reaching arms with many long-fingered hands. Its knotted and twisted trunk gaping in wide fissures that creaked faintly as the boughs moved. The leaves fluttering against the bright sky dazzled him and he toppled over, lying where he fell upon the grass. Merry and Pippin dragged themselves forward and lay down with their backs to the willow trunk. Behind them, the great cracks gaped wide to receive them, as the tree swayed and creaked. They looked up at the gray and yellow leaves, moving softly against the light, and singing. They shut their eyes, and then it seemed that they could almost hear words, cool words, saying something about water and sleep. They gave themselves up to the spell and fell fast asleep at the foot of the great grey willow. Frodo lay for a while, fighting with the sleep that was overpowering him. Then, with an effort, he struggled to his feet again. Compelling desire for cool water. "Wait for me, Sam," he stammered. "Must bathe feet for a minute." Half in a dream, he wandered forward to the riverward side of the tree, where great winding roots grew out into the stream, like gnarled dragonets straining down to drink. He straddled one of these and paddled his hot feet in the cool brown water. And there he too suddenly fell asleep with his back against the tree. All right.
I almost hate to stop it there.
Yeah, I know.
I was like, I want to hear the end of it.
What's happening? Are we all falling asleep?
We're all falling asleep.
I hope not.
Yeah. I'm gonna get. We got a couple people joining us now.
That's
Thank
fantastic.
you so much for that, Phil.
No, really, guys, thank you so much for having me over to do this. You guys are doing an excellent project. It is so cool, and I'm very honored to be a part of it.
Well, I thank you so
Thank you
much.
so much.
And it's funny, I can't read or listen to the books without hearing it in your inflection most of the time.
Yeah,
it's ingrained in my head.
Yes,
Oh,
we
wow.
all
Thanks.
agree. We all agree with that.
That's a true honor. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It really is.
Thank you. Hopefully you can come in a little bit later and hear yourself as Tom.
Oh, absolutely. That'd be fun.
All right, we'll see you. Thank you. All right, we get 2 readers this time. Exciting.
With very similar names.
Chad and Chad.
That's right.
Howdy, everybody.
How are you guys doing?
We're doing well.
Good. I'm
Yes,
just gonna
sir.
adjust some levels here.
Love the backgrounds, by the way.
Appreciate it.
I chose the map that Tolkien labeled himself for my background.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I've studied that one closely in the creation of this
I'll
world.
bet you have.
Yeah.
All right, so we ready to close out the chapter?
We're ready.
So
All right.
you're gonna let me count us down for you to push play, right?
Yeah, I'm going to take us off screen and then you go for it.
Okay. You ready, Chad?
I'm ready.
Okay. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. Sam sat down and scratched his head and yawned like a cavern. He was worried. The afternoon was getting late, and he thought this sudden sleepiness uncanny. There's more behind this than sun and warm air, he muttered to himself. I don't like this great big tree. I don't trust it. Hark at it singing about sleep now. This won't do at all. He pulled himself to his feet and staggered off to see what had become of the ponies. He found that 2 had wandered on a good way along the path, and he had just caught them and brought them back towards the others when he heard 2 noises, one loud and the other soft but very clear. One was the splash of something heavy falling into the water. The other was a noise like the snick of a lock when a door closes quietly fast. He rushed back to the bank. Frodo was in the water close to the edge, and a great tree root seemed to be over him and holding him down, but he was not struggling. Sam gripped him by the jacket and dragged him from under the root, and then with difficulty hauled him onto the bank. Almost at once he woke and coughed and spluttered. Do you know, Sam, he said at length, the beastly tree threw me in. I felt it. The big root just twisted round and tipped me in. You were dreaming, I expect, Mr. Frodo, said Sam. You shouldn't sit in such a place if you feel sleepy. What about the others? Frodo asked. I wonder what sort of dreams they're having. They went round to the other side of the tree, and then Sam understood the click that he had heard. Pippin had vanished. The crack by which he had laid himself had closed together so that not a chink could be seen. Merry was trapped. Another crack had closed about his waist, his legs lay outside. But the rest of him was inside a dark opening, the edges of which gripped like a pair of pincers. Frodo and Sam beat first upon the tree trunk where Pippin had lain. They then struggled frantically to pull open the jaws of the crack that held poor Merry. It was quite useless. What a foul thing to happen, cried Frodo wildly. Why did we ever come into this dreadful forest? I wish we were all back at Crick Hollow. He kicked the tree with all his strength, heedless of his own feet. A hardly perceptible shiver ran through the stem and up into the branches. The leaves rustled and whispered, but with a sound now of faint and far-off laughter. I suppose we haven't got an axe among our luggage, Mr. Frodo? Asked Sam. I brought a little hatchet for chopping firewood, said Frodo. That wouldn't be much use. Wait a minute, cried Sam, struck by an idea suggested by firewood. We might do something with fire. We might, said Frodo, doubtfully. We might succeed in roasting Pippin alive inside. We might try to hurt or frighten this tree to begin with, said Sam fiercely. If it don't let them go, I'll have it down, if I have to gnaw it. He ran to the ponies, and before long came back with 2 tinder boxes and a hatchet. Quickly they gathered dry grass and leaves and bits of bark, and made a pile of broken twigs and chopped sticks. These they heaped against the trunk on the far side of the tree from the prisoners. As soon as Sam had struck a spark into the tinder, it kindled the dry grass, and a flurry of flame and smoke went up. The twigs crackled. Little fingers of fire licked against the dry scored rind of the ancient tree and scorched it. A tremor ran through the whole willow. The leaves seemed to hiss above their heads with a sound of pain and anger. A loud scream came from Merry, and from far inside the tree they heard Pippin give a muffled yell. Put it in! Put it in! Cried Merry. Who's talking about? Who? What? Shouted Frodo, rushing round to the other side of the tree. Put it on! Put it on! Begged Merry. The branches of the willow began to sway violently. There was a sound as of a wind rising and spreading outwards to the branches of all the other trees round about, as though they had dropped a stone into the quiet slumber of the river valley, and set up ripples of anger that ran out over the whole forest. Sam kicked at the little fire and stamped out the sparks, but Frodo, without any clear idea of why he did so, or what he hoped for, ran along the path crying, "Help! Help! Help!" It seemed to him that he could hardly hear the sound of his own shrill voice. It was blown away from him by the willow wind and drowned in a clamor of leaves. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt desperate, lost and witless. Suddenly, he stopped. There was an answer, or so he thought. But it seemed to come from behind him, away down the path further back in the forest. He turned round and listened, and soon there could be no doubt. Someone was singing a song. A deep, glad voice was singing, carelessly and happily, but it was singing nonsense. Hey doll, merry doll, ring-a-dong-dillo, ring-a-dong, hop along, fall all the willow, tom-bom, jolly tom, tom-bombadillo. Half hopeful and half afraid of some new danger, Frodo and Sam now both stood still. Suddenly, out of a long string of nonsense words, or so they seemed, the voice rose up loud and clear and burst into this song. Hey, come, merry doll, dairy doll, my darling, light goes the weather wind and the feathered starling, down along under hills shining in the sunlight, waiting on the doorstep for the cold starlight. There my pretty lady is, river woman's daughter, slender as the willow wand, clearer than the water. Old Tom Bombadil, water lilies bringing, comes hopping home again. Can you hear them singing? Hey, come, merry doll, and merry-o. Goldberry, merry yellow berry-o. Poor old willow man, you tuck your roots away. Tom's in a hurry now, evening will follow day. Tom's going home again, water lilies bringing. Hey, come, dearie doll, can you hear me singing? Frodo and Sam stood as if enchanted. The wind puffed out. The leaves hung silently again on stiff branches. There was another burst of song, and then suddenly, hopping and dancing along the path, there appeared above the reeds an old battered hat with a tall crown and a long blue feather stuck in the band. With another hop and a bound, there came into view a man, or so it seemed. At any rate, he was too large and heavy for a hobbit, if not quite tall enough for one of the big people, though he made noise enough for one, stumbling along with great yellow boots on his thick legs and charging through grass and rushes like a cow going down to drink. He had a blue coat and a long brown beard. His eyes were blue and bright, and his face was red as a ripe apple, but creased into 100 wrinkles of laughter. In his hands he carried on a large leaf, as on a tray, a small pile of white water lilies. "Help!" cried Frodo and Sam, running towards him, with their hands stretched out.
Whoa, steady there, cried the old man, holding up one hand, and they stopped short, as if they had been struck stiff. Now, my little fellows, where be you a-going to? Puffing like the bellows. What's the matter here, then? Do you know who I am? I'm Tom Bombadil. Tell me, what's your trouble? Tom's in a hurry now. Don't you crush my lilies. My friends are caught in the willow tree, cried Frodo breathlessly. Master Merry's being squeezed in a crack, cried Sam. What? Shouted Tom Bombadil, leaping up in the air. Old Man Willow? Not worse than that, eh? That can soon be mended. I know the tune for him. Old gray willow man. I'll freeze his marrow cold. If he don't behave himself, I'll sing his roots off. I'll sing a wind up and blow leaf and branch away, Old Man Willow. Setting down his lilies carefully on the grass, he ran to the tree. There he saw Merry's feet still sticking out. The rest had already been drawn further inside. Tom put his mouth to the crack and began singing. Into it, a low voice. They could not catch the words, but evidently Merry was aroused. His legs began to kick. Tom sprang away, and breaking off a hanging branch, smote the side of the willow with it. You let them out again, Old Man Willow, he said. What be you a-thinking of? You should not be waking. Eat earth, dig deep, drink water, go to sleep. Bombadil is talking. He then seized Merry's feet and drew him out of the suddenly widening crack. There was a tearing creak, and the other crack split open, and out of it Pippin sprang, as if he had been kicked. Then, with a loud snap, both cracks closed again. A shudder ran through the tree, from root to tip, and complete silence fell. Thank you, said the hobbits, one after the other. Tom Bombadil burst out, laughing. Well, my little fellows, said he, stooping so that he peered into their faces. You shall come home with me. The table is all laden with yellow cream, honeycomb, and white bread and butter. Goldberry is waiting. Time enough for questions around the supper table. You follow after me as quick as you are able. With that, he picked up his lilies, and then, with a beckoning wave of his hand, went hopping and dancing along the path eastwards, still singing loudly and nonsensically. Too surprised and too relieved to talk, the hobbits followed after him as fast as they could. But that was not fast enough. Tom soon disappeared in front of them, and the noise of his singing got fainter and further away. Suddenly his voice came floating back to them in a loud halloo. "Hop along, my little friends, up the withy windle. Tom's going on ahead, candles for to kindle. Down west sinks the sun, soon you will be groping. When the night shadows fall, then the door will open. Out of the window panes light will twinkle yellow. Fear no adder black, heed no hoary willow. Fear neither root nor bough, Tom goes on before you. Hey now, merry doll, we'll be waiting for you." After that, the hobbits heard no more. Almost at once, the sun seemed to sink into the trees behind them. They thought of the slanting light of evening glittering on the Brandywine River, and the windows of Bucklebury beginning to gleam with hundreds of lights. Great shadows fell across them. Trunks and branches of trees hung dark and threatening over the path. White mist began to rise and curl on the surface of the river and stray about the roots of the trees upon its borders. Out of the very ground at their feet, a shadowy steam arose and mingled with the swiftly falling dusk. It became difficult to follow the path, and they were very tired. Their legs seemed laden. Strange furtive noises ran among the bushes and reeds on either side of them, and if they looked up to the pale sky, they caught sight of queer, gnarled, and knobby faces that gloomed dark against the twilight and leered down at them from the high bank and the edges of the wood. They began to feel that all this country was unreal, and that they were stumbling through an ominous dream that led to no awakening. Just as they felt that their feet slowing and down to a standstill, they noticed that the ground was gently rising. The water began to murmur. In the darkness, they caught the white glimmer of foam where the river flowed over the short fall. Then suddenly the trees came to an end, and the mists were left behind. They stepped out from the forest and found a wide sweep of grass welling up before them. The river, now small and swift, was leaping merrily down to meet them, glinting here and there in the light of the stars, which were already shining in the sky. The grass under their feet was smooth and short, as if it had been mown or shaven. The eaves of the forest behind were clipped and trim as a hedge. The path was now plain before them, well tended and bordered with stone. It wound up on the top of a grassy knoll, now gray under the pale, starry night. And there, still high above them on the further slope, they saw the twinkling lights of a house. Down again the path went, and then up again, up a long, smooth hillside of turf towards the light. Suddenly, a wide yellow beam flowed out brightly from a door that was opened. There was Tom Bombadil's house before them, up, down, under hill. Behind it, a steep shoulder of the land lay gray and bare, and beyond that the dark shapes of the Barrow Downs stalked away into the eastern night. They all hurried forward, hobbits and ponies. Already half their weariness and all their fears had fallen from them. "Hey, come, merry doll," rolled out the song to greet them. "Hey, come, derry doll, hop along, my hearties. Hobbits, ponies all, we are fond of parties. Now let the fun begin, let us sing together." Then another clear voice, as young and as ancient as spring, like the song of a glad water flowing down into the night from a bright morning in the hills, came falling like silver to meet them. Now let the song begin, let us sing together. Of sun, stars, moon, and mist, rain and cloudy weather. Light on the budding leaf, dew on the feather, wind on the open hill, bells on the heather. Reeds by the shady pool, lilies on the water, old Tom Bombadil, and the river daughter. And with that song, the hobbits stood upon the threshold, and a golden light was all about them. And there you have it. There's how Tolkien sounds down in Texas, guys.
That's right. Got that drawl to him.
Amazing.
That was fantastic, guys. That was so good.
Thank you guys so much for that. That was awesome.
So I like the way I put this comment in the chat. I like the way Tom Bombadil was a merry doll, and then his song is "Hey doll, merry doll."
Gotta tie it all together.
Is that intentional? Like, I feel like Tolkien's never makes accidents, right? Like, I feel like that was intentional. That's awesome.
Exactly. Exactly. All right. Nice hanging out with y'all.
Yeah, thank you guys so much.
See y'all later.
All right.
Good luck, Jenny.
Thanks for leading us out of the forest.
All right. How you doing, Jenny?
Good. It's a very exciting day. Excited to be here. How are you?
I am good. Just getting this chapter to not autoplay. That's good. All right. So I think we are good if you're good.
Okay, shall I kick us off with the chapter title?
Yeah, just give me 1 second. I will hide us away, and then you're good to read it, and then I'll start it.
Chapter 7. In the House of Tom Bombadil. The four hobbits stepped over the wide stone threshold and stood still, blinking. They were in a long, low room, filled with the light of lamps swinging from the beams of the roof. And on the table of dark polished wood stood many candles, tall and yellow, burning brightly. In a chair at the far side of the room, facing the outer door, sat a woman. Her long yellow hair rippled down her shoulders. Her gown was green as young reeds. Shot with silver like beads of dew, and her belt was of gold, shaped like a chain of flag lilies set with the pale blue eyes of forget-me-nots. About her feet, in wide vessels of green and brown earthenware, white water lilies were floating, so that she seemed to be enthroned in the midst of a pool. "Enter, good guests," she said, and as she spoke, they knew that it was her clear voice they had heard singing. They came a few timid steps further into the room and began to bow low, feeling strangely surprised and awkward, like folk that, knocking at a cottage door to beg for a drink of water, have been answered by a fair young elf queen clad in living flowers. But before they could say anything, she sprang lightly up and over the lily bowls and ran laughing towards them. And as she ran, her gown rustled softly, like the wind in the flowering borders of a river. "Come, dear folk," she said, taking Frodo by the hand. "Laugh and be merry. I am Goldberry, daughter of the river." Then lightly she passed them, and closing the door, she turned her back to it, with her white arms spread out across it. "Let us shut out the night," she said, "for you are still afraid, perhaps, of mist and tree shadows and deep water and untamed things. Fear nothing, for tonight you are under the roof of Tom Bombadil." The hobbits looked at her in wonder, and she looked at each of them and smiled. "Fair Lady Goldberry," said Frodo at last, feeling his heart moved with a joy that he did not understand. He stood as he had at times stood enchanted by fair elven voices, but the spell that was now laid upon him was different, Less keen and lofty was the delight, but deeper and nearer to mortal heart, marvelous and yet not strange. "Fair Lady Goldberry," he said again, "now the joy that was hidden in the songs we heard is made plain to me. O slender as a willow wand, O clearer than clear water, O reed by the living pool, fair river daughter, O springtime and summertime and spring again after, O wind on the waterfall and the leaves' laughter." Suddenly he stopped and stammered, overcome with surprise to hear himself saying such things. But Goldberry laughed. "Welcome," she said. "I had not heard that folk of the Shire were so sweet-tongued, but I see that you are an elf friend. The light in your eyes and the ring in your voice tells it. This is a merry meeting. Sit now and wait for the master of the house. He will not be long. He is tending your tired beasts." The hobbits sat down gladly in low, rush-seated chairs, while Goldberry busied herself about the table, and their eyes followed her, for the slender grace of her movement filled them with quiet delight. From somewhere behind the house came the sound of singing. Every now and again they caught, among many a derry-doll and a merry-doll and a ring-a-ding-de-lo, the repeated words, "Oh, Tom Bombadil is a merry fellow, bright blue his jacket is, and his boots are yellow." "Fair lady," said Frodo again, after a while, "tell me, if my asking does not seem foolish, who is Tom Bombadil?" "He is," said Goldberry, staying her swift movements and smiling. Frodo looked at her questioningly. "He is, as you have seen him," she said, in answer to his look. "He is the master of wood, water, and hill." "Then all this strange land belongs to him?" "No, indeed," she answered, and her smile faded. "That would indeed be a burden," she added in a low voice, as if to herself. "The trees and the grasses and all things growing or living in the land belong each to themselves. Tom Bombadil is the master. No one has ever caught old Tom walking in the forest, wading in the water, leaping on the hilltops, under light and shadow. He has no fear. Tom Bombadil is master." A door opened, and in came Tom Bombadil. He had now no hat, and his thick brown hair was crowned with autumn leaves. He laughed, and going to Goldberry, took her hand. "Here's my pretty lady," he said, bowing to the hobbits. "Here's my Goldberry, clothed all in silver green with flowers in her girdle. Is the table laden? I see yellow cream and honeycomb and white bread and butter, milk, cheese, and green herbs, and ripe berries gathered. Is that enough for us? Is the supper ready?" "It is," said Goldberry, "but the guests perhaps are not?" Tom clapped his hands and cried, "Tom, Tom, your guests are tired, and you had near forgotten. Come now, my merry friends, and Tom will refresh you. You shall clean grimy hands and wash your weary faces, cast off your muddy cloaks, and comb out your tangles." He opened the door, and they followed him down a short passage and round a sharp turn. They came to a low room with a sloping roof, a penthouse it seemed, built onto the north end of the house. Its walls were of clean stone, but they were mostly covered with green hanging mats and yellow curtains. The floor was flagged and strewn with fresh green rushes. There were 4 deep mattresses, each piled with white blankets, laid on the floor along one side. Against the opposite wall was a long bench laden with wide earthenware basins, and beside it stood brown ewers filled with water, some cold, some steaming hot. There were soft green slippers set ready beside each bed. Before long, washed and refreshed, the hobbits were seated at the table, 2 on each side, while at either end sat Goldberry and the master. It was a long and merry meal. Though the hobbits ate, as only famished hobbits can eat, there was no lack. The drink in their drinking bowls seemed to be clear, cold water, yet it went to their hearts like wine and set free their voices. The guests became suddenly aware that they were singing merrily, as if it was easier and more natural than talking. At last, Tom and Goldberry rose and cleared the table swiftly. The guests were commanded to sit quiet and were set in chairs, each with a footstool to his tired feet. There was a fire in the wide hearth before them, and it was burning with a sweet smell, as if it were built of apple wood. When everything was set in order, all the lights of the room were put out, except one lamp and a pair of candles at each end of the chimney shelf. Then Goldberry came and stood before them, holding a candle, and she wished them each a good night and deep sleep. "Have peace now," she said, "until the morning. Heed no nightly noises, for nothing passes door and window here save moonlight and starlight and the wind off the hilltop. Good night." She passed out of the room with a glimmer and a rustle. The sound of her footsteps was like a stream falling gently away downhill over cool stones in the quiet of night.
All right. Thank you for that, Jenny. That was awesome.
Well, thank you for having me. It's one of my favorite houses, Tom Bombadil's house.
Mine too, because it's the best chapter of the whole thing.
I think everyone in the chat was amazed by how good the singing was. Just in the middle of something out of nowhere, just amazing. Yeah, amazing.
It was a lot of pressure. I adore Tom, and I've been I mean, as Jordan knows, I have been painstakingly for weeks thinking, how am I going to be Tom?
You were an excellent Tom and Goldberry.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Sure.
I tried. I wanted to try to somehow live up to the quality that there's been today. The bar has been set so very high by all of the talented humans.
Everyone's doing so awesome, and we still have so much more to go. Oh my gosh. Not even really that far along yet.
I was going to say, we've got to get to Rauros. It's a few miles. So.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you so much, and hopefully you can keep listening throughout the day.
Oh, of course. Thank you, good sir, and congratulations on the release.
Thank you. All right. Michelle, are you there? We can't hear you if you're there. I know sometimes joining the audio doesn't work the first time, so you might have to unfortunately try again.
I switched browsers earlier, if that helps.
Yeah, it seems to not like, what, Firefox?
I was on Firefox and I switched to Edge and then it started working, so if that's of any help.
Yeah, you might have to rejoin. See if we can get it rolling. Just see if Michelle can rejoin. But next up we have Michelle, and then we have, let me check my sheet and make sure I'm right. Then we have Chuck, and then we have our admin himself, Fortnite.
Doing the best I can, hopefully.
It's going to be awesome. You guys will notice that I sneakily did not include a reading for myself. Got out of that one.
I think running the whole show and doing a reading at the same time would be maybe even too much for you.
That would be something. So how long do you think it would take you to just build Tom's whole area?
Like his house and stuff, or?
Yeah. Ooh. Michelle, we can hear you.
Oh, you can hear me?
But do you have headphones on?
Yes.
Okay. Should be fine now, hopefully. There was a bit of feedback there. But I think it's okay.
Close to the application.
Okay, I think we're good. So if are you okay?
Hang on. Okay, how's that? Is that better?
You sound good to me.
Ah, brilliant.
All right.
I made it. I'm here.
There you go. Awesome. And we can see you and everything. That's great.
Yay.
All right. Well, we can close out and let you continue on then.
Thank you.
All right. Take it away.
In the dead night, Frodo lay in a dream without light. Then he saw the young moon rising. Under its thin light there loomed before him a black wall of rock, pierced by a dark arch like a great gate. It seemed to Frodo that he was lifted up. and passing over he saw that the rock wall was a circle of hills, and that within it was a plain, and in the midst of the plain stood a pinnacle of stone, like a vast tower, but not made by hands. On its top stood the figure of a man. The moon, as it rose, seemed to hang for a moment above his head, and glistened in his white hair as the wind stirred it. Up from the dark plain below came the crying of fell voices and the howling of many wolves. Suddenly a shadow like the shape of great wings passed across the moon. The figure lifted his arms, and a light flashed from the staff that he wielded. A mighty eagle swept down and bore him away. The voices wailed and the wolves yammered. There was a noise like a strong wind blowing, and on it was borne the sound of hoofs, galloping, galloping, galloping from the east. Black riders, thought Frodo as he wakened, with the sound of hoofs still echoing in his mind. He wondered if he would ever again have the courage to leave the safety of these stone walls. He lay motionless, still listening, but all was now silent. And at last he turned and fell asleep again, or wandered into some other unremembered dream. At his side, Pippin lay dreaming pleasantly, but a change came over his dreams, and he turned and groaned. Suddenly he woke, or thought he had waked, and yet still heard in the darkness the sound that had disturbed his dream. Tip, tap, squeak. The noise was like branches fretting in the wind, twig fingers scraping wall and window. Creak, creak, creak. He wondered if there were willow trees close to the house, and then suddenly he had a dreadful feeling that he was not in an ordinary house at all, but inside the willow, and listening to that horrible, dry, creaking voice laughing at him again. He sat up and felt the soft pillows yield to his hands. And he lay down again, relieved. He seemed to hear the echo of words in his ears. Fear nothing. Have peace until the morning. Heed no nightly noises. Then he went to sleep again. It was the sound of water that Merry heard falling into his quiet sleep. Water streaming down gently and then spreading irresistibly all round the house into a dark, shoreless pool. It gurgled under the walls and was rising slowly but surely. I shall be drowned, he thought. It will find its way in, and then I shall drown. He felt that he was lying in a soft, slimy bog, and springing up, he set his foot on the corner of a cold, hard flagstone. Then he remembered where he was and lay down again. He seemed to hear or remember hearing. Nothing passes doors or windows save moonlight and starlight and the wind off the hilltop. A little breath of sweet air moved the curtain. He breathed deep and fell asleep again. As far as he could remember, Sam slept through the night in deep content, if logs are contented.
Oh, doll, merry doll, can't you hear me singing? I'm going down the well, brought her lilies bringing. Hey, doll, merry doll, rappity-dum, ha, ho, ho. Oh, ho, 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 hey, what darling, ta-da-ta-da-ta, ha-ha-hee-hee-ya-ta-ra-pa-hee-ya.
All right. Thank you so much, Michelle.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Love that dream sequence.
It's really cool. It's such an honor and a privilege to do this, especially amongst such esteemed speakers and readers. It was a little intimidating, but
You did excellently. Excellent.
Thank you very much.
You smashed it. You smashed it.
Hope you can stick around and keep listening.
Oh, I will.
Awesome. Thank you again.
Thank you.
All right, Chuck, are you there?
I am here.
Hello, hello. How are you?
Great. Thank you for having me. This is awesome.
Oh, what a background as well. Look at that. That's fantastic.
I feel like a hobbit amongst elf lords.
I would choose the Hobbit instead.
Oh, yeah. They have more fun, I think.
And you're going to be here for 2 readings, right?
Yeah, I'll be here for this one and then much later tonight.
Much later tonight.
I have to get a nap in between.
Breaking of the Fellowship later, right? Very cool. All right, well, if you're ready, we're ready to go ahead. All right. Take it away.
This is Goldberry's washing day, he said, and her autumn cleaning. Too wet for hobbit folk. Let them rest while they are able. It is a good day for long tales, for questions, and for answers. So Tom will start the talking. Then he told them many remarkable stories, sometimes half as if speaking to himself, sometimes looking at them suddenly with a bright blue eye under his deep brows. Often his voice would turn to song, and he would get out of his chair and dance about. He told them tales of bees and flowers, the ways of trees, and the strange creatures of the forest, about the evil things and good things, things friendly and things unfriendly, cruel things and kind things, and secrets hidden under the brambles. As they listened, they began to understand the lives of the forest apart from themselves, indeed to feel themselves as the strangers where all other things were at home. Moving constantly in and out of his talk was Old Man Willow, and Frodo learned now enough to content him. Indeed, more than enough, for it was not comfortable lore. Tom's words laid bare the hearts of the trees and their thoughts, which were often dark and strange and filled with the hatred of things that go free upon the earth. Gnawing, biting, breaking, hacking, burning, destroyers and usurpers. It was not called the Old Forest without reason, for it was indeed ancient, a survivor of a vast forgotten woods, and in it there lived yet, aging no quicker than the hills, the fathers of trees, remembering the times when they were lords. The countless years had filled them with pride and rooted wisdom and with malice. But none were more dangerous than the great willow. His heart was rotten, but his strength was green, and he was cunning, a master of winds, and his song and thought ran through the woods on both sides of the river. His gray, thirsty spirit drew power out of the earth and spread like fine root threads in the ground, and invisible twig fingers in the air, till it had under its dominion nearly all the trees of the forest, from the hedge to the downs. Suddenly, Tom's talk left the woods and went leaping up the young stream, over bubbling waterfalls, over pebbles and worn rocks, and among small flowers in close grass and wet crannies, wandering at last up unto the downs. They heard of the great barrows, and the green mounds, and the stone rings upon the hills, and in the hollows among the hills, sheep were bleating in flocks. Green walls and white walls rose. There were fortresses on the heights. Kings of little kingdoms fought together, and the young sun shone like fire on the red metal of their new and greedy swords. There was victory and defeat, and towers fell. Fortresses were burned, and flames went up into the sky. Gold was piled on the biers of dead kings and queens, and mounds covered them. And the stone doors were shut, and grass grew over all. Sheep walked for a while, biting the grass, but soon the hills were empty again. A shadow came out of dark places far away, and bones were stirred in the mounds. Barrow-wights walked in hollow places with a clink of rings on cold fingers, and gold chains in the wind. Stone rings grinned out of the ground like broken teeth in the moonlight. The hobbits shuddered. Even in the Shire, the rumor of the Barrow-wights of the Barrow Downs beyond the forest had been heard. But it was not a tale that any hobbit liked to listen to, even by a comfortable fireside far away. These four now suddenly remembered what the joy of this house had driven from their minds. The house of Tom Bombadil, nestled under the very shoulder of those dreaded hills. They lost the thread of his tale and shifted uneasily, looking aside at one another. When they caught his words again, they found that he had now wandered into strange regions, beyond their memory and beyond their waking thought, into times when the world was wider and the seas flowed straight to the western shore. And still on and back, Tom went singing out into the ancient starlight when only the elf sires were awake. Then suddenly he stopped, and they saw that he nodded as if he himself was falling asleep. The hobbits sat before him, enchanted, and it seemed as if, under the spell of his words, the wind had gone, and the clouds had dried up, and the day had been withdrawn, and the darkness had come from east and west, and the sky was filled with the light of white stars. Whether morning and evening of one day or of many days had passed, Frodo could not tell. He did not feel either hungry or tired, only filled with wonder. The stars shone through the window, and the silence of the heavens seemed to be round him. And he spoke at last, out of the wonder and a sudden fear of that silence. "Who are you, master?" he asked. "Eh? What?" said Tom, sitting up, and his eyes glinting in the gloom. "Don't you know my name yet? That's the only answer. Tell me, who are you, alone yourself and nameless? But you are young, and I am old, eldest. That's what I am. Mark my words, friends. Tom was here before the river and the trees. Tom remembers the first raindrop and the first acorn. He made paths before the big people and saw the little people arriving. He was here before the kings and the graves and the Barrow-wights. When the elves passed westward, Tom was here already. Before the seas were bent, he knew the dark, under the stars when it was fearless, before the Dark Lord came from outside."
All right. Thank you, Chuck, for ending
Thank
us
you, Chuck.
off in the House of Tom Bombadil. And I guess we will see you again later tonight.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
See you later.
All right. Now we skip ahead a little ways. I'm sure everyone is half asleep now, but things are going to kick up.
Yeah. Yeah, they are indeed. They are indeed. Well, we've reached the halfway point now, I think. All close to it. So, yeah.
Let me get this organized. All right, and our reader is...
Hello. I thought you were going to put my name up on the screen there. I was like, yes.
I guess I should do that. I'll give you 1 second here. There we go.
Awesome. All right.
All right, and let me just get our chapter up so that we know where we're at. All right, so all looks good. Fornad takes the helm. You ready?
I am.
All right. All right, take it away.
Chapter 12. Flight to the Ford. When Frodo came to himself, he was still clutching the ring desperately. He was lying by the fire, which was now piled high and burning brightly. His 3 companions were bending over him. "What has happened? Where is the Pale King?" he asked wildly. They were too overjoyed to hear him speak to answer for a while, nor did they understand his question. At length he gathered from Sam they had seen nothing but the vague, shadowy shapes coming towards them. Suddenly, to his horror, Sam found that his master had vanished, and at that moment a black shadow rushed past him, and he fell. He heard Frodo's voice, but it seemed to come from a great distance, or from under the earth, crying out strange words. They saw nothing more, until they stumbled over the body of Frodo, lying as if dead, face downwards on the grass, with his sword beneath him. Strider ordered them to pick him up and lay him near the fire, and then he disappeared. That was now a good while ago. Sam plainly was beginning to have doubts again about Strider, but while they were talking he returned, appearing suddenly out of the shadows. They started, and Sam drew his sword and stood over Frodo, but Strider knelt down swiftly at his side. "I am not a Black Rider, Sam," he said gently, "nor in league with them. I have been trying to discover something of their movements, but I have found nothing. I cannot think where they have gone and do not attack again, but there is no feeling of their presence anywhere near at hand." When he heard what Frodo had to tell, he became full of concern, and shook his head and sighed. Then he ordered Pippin and Merry to heat as much water as they could in their small kettles, and to bathe the wound with it. "Keep the fire going well, and keep Frodo warm," he said. Then he got up and walked away. He called Sam to him. "I think I understand things better now," he said in a low voice. "There seem to have only been 5 of the enemy. Why they were not all here, I don't know, but I don't think they expected to be resisted. They have drawn off for the time being, but not far, I fear. They will come again another night if we cannot escape. They are only waiting because they think that their purpose is almost accomplished and that the ring cannot fly much further. I fear, Sam, that they believe your master has a deadly wound that will subdue him to their will. We shall see." Sam choked with tears. "Don't despair," said Strider. "You must trust me now. Your Frodo is made of sterner stuff than I had guessed, though Gandalf hinted that it might prove so. He is not slain, and I think he will resist the evil power of the wound longer than his enemies expect. I will do all that I can to help and heal him. Guard him well while I am away." He hurried off and disappeared again into the darkness. Frodo dozed, though the pain of his wound was slowly growing, and a deadly chill was spreading from his shoulder to his arm and side. His friends watched over him, warming him and bathing his wound. The night passed slowly and wearily. Dawn was growing in the sky, and the dell was filling with a grey light when Strider at last returned. "Look," he cried, and stooping he lifted from the ground a black cloak that had lain hidden by the darkness. A foot above the lower hem there was a slash. "This was the stroke of Frodo's sword," he said. "The only hurt that it did to his enemy, I fear, for it is unharmed. But all blades perish that pierced that dreadful king. More deadly to him was the name of Elbereth. And more deadly to Frodo was this." He stooped again and lifted up a long, thin knife. There was a cold gleam in it. As Strider raised it, they saw that near the end its edge was notched and the point was broken off. But even as he held it up in the growing light, they gazed in astonishment, for the blade seemed to melt and vanished like a smoke in the air, leaving only the hilt in Strider's hand. "Alas," he cried, "it was this accursed knife that gave the wound. Few now have the skill in healing to match such evil weapons. But I will do what I can." He sat down on the ground, and taking the dagger hilt, laid it on his knees, and he sang over it, a slow song in a strange tongue. Then setting it aside, he turned to Frodo, and in a soft tone spoke words the others could not catch. From the pouch at his belt, he drew out the long leaves of a plant. "These leaves," he said, "I have walked far to find, for this plant does not grow in the Blair Hills, but in the thickets away south of the road. I found it in the dark by the scent of its leaves." He crushed a leaf in his fingers, and it gave out a sweet and pungent fragrance. "It is fortunate that I could find it, for it is a healing plant that the men of the West brought to Middle-earth. Athelas they named it, and it grows now sparsely and only near places where they dwelt or camped of old. And it is not known in the north, except to some of those who wander in the wild. It has great virtues, but over such a wound as this, its healing powers may be small." He threw the leaves into boiling water and bathed Frodo's shoulder. The fragrance of the steam was refreshing, and those that were unhurt felt their minds calmed and cleared. The herb also had some power over the wound, for Frodo felt the pain and also the sense of frozen cold lessen in his side. But the life did not return to his arm, and he could not raise or use his hand. He bitterly regretted his foolishness and reproached himself for weakness of will, for he now perceived that in putting on the ring he obeyed not his own desire, but the commanding wish of his enemies. He wondered if he would remain maimed for life, and how they would now manage to continue their journey. He felt too weak to stand. The others were discussing this very question. They quickly decided to leave Weathertop as soon as possible. "I think now," said Strider, "that the enemy has been watching this place for some days. If Gandalf ever came here, then he must have been forced to ride away, and he will not return. In any case, we are in great peril here, after dark, and since the attack of last night, and we can hardly meet greater danger wherever we go." As soon as the daylight was full, they had some hurried food and packed. It was impossible for Frodo to walk, so they divided the greater part of their baggage among the four of them, and put Frodo on the pony. In the last few days, the beast had improved wonderfully. It already seemed fatter and stronger, and had begun to show an affection for its new masters, especially for Sam. Bill Fernley's treatment must have been very hard, for the journey in the wild seemed so much better than their former life. They started off in a southerly direction. This would mean crossing the road, for it was the quickest way to more wooded country. And they needed fuel, for Strider said that Frodo must be kept warm, especially at night, while fire would be some protection for them all. It was also his plan to shorten their journey by cutting across another great loop of the road. East beyond Weathertop, it changed its course and took a wide bend northwards. They made their way slowly and cautiously round the southwestern slopes of the hill, and in a little while to the edge of the road. There was no sign of the riders. But even as they were hurrying across the road, they heard far away 2 cries. A cold voice calling, and a cold voice answering. Trembling, they sprang forward and made for the thickets that lay ahead. The land before them sloped away southwards, but it was wild and pathless. Bushes and stunted trees grew in dense patches with wide, barren spaces in between. The grass was scanty, coarse and grey, and the leaves in the thickets were faded and falling. It was a cheerless land, and their journey was slow and gloomy. They spoke little as they trudged along. Frodo's heart was grieved as he watched them walking beside him with their heads down and their backs bowed under their burdens. Even Strider seemed tired and heavy-hearted. Before the first day's march was over, Frodo's pain began to grow again, but he did not speak of it for a long time. 4 days passed, without the ground or the scene changing much, except that behind them Weathertop slowly sank, and before them the distant mountains loomed a little nearer. Yet since that far cry they had seen and heard no sign that the enemy had marked their flight or followed them. They dreaded the dark hours and kept watch in pairs by night, expecting at any time to see black shapes stalking in the grey night, dimly lit by the cloud-veiled moon. But they saw nothing and heard no sound but the sigh of withered leaves and grass. Not once did they feel the sense of present evil that had assailed them before the attack in the dell. It seemed too much to hope that the riders had already lost their trail again. Perhaps they were waiting to make some ambush in a narrow place. At the end of the 5th day, the ground began once more to rise slowly out of the wide shadow valley into which they had descended. Strider now turned their course again northeastwards, and on the 6th day they reached the top of a long, slow-climbing slope and saw far ahead a huddle of wooded hills. Away below them, they could see the road sweeping round the feet of the hills, and to their right a grey river gleamed pale in the thin sunshine. In their distance they glimpsed yet another river in a stony valley half-veiled in mist. "I am afraid we must go back to the road here for a while," said Strider. "We have now come to the river Horwell, that the elves call Nithaethel. It flows down out of the Etten Moors, the Troll Fells north of Rivendell, and joins the Loudwater away in the south. Some call it the Grey Flood after that. It is great water before it finds the sea. There is no way over it below its sources in the Etten Moors, except by the last bridge on which the road crosses." "What is that other river we can see far away there?" asked Merry. "That is the Loudwater, the Bruinen of Rivendell," answered Strider. "The road runs along the edge of the hills for many miles from the bridge to the ford of Bruinen, but I have not yet thought how we shall cross that water. One river at a time. We shall be fortunate indeed if we do not find the last bridge held against us." Next day, early in the morning, they came down again to the borders of the road. Sam and Strider went forward, but they found no sign of any travellers or riders. Here, under the shadow of the hills, there had been some rain. Strider judged that it had fallen 2 days before and had washed away all their footprints. No horsemen had passed since then, as far as he could see. They hurried along with all the speed they could make, and after a mile or two, they saw the last bridge ahead, at the bottom of a short, steep slope. They dreaded to see black figures waiting there, but they saw none. Strider made him take cover in a thicket at the side of the road, while he went forward to explore. Before long, he came hurrying back. "I can see no sign of the enemy," he said, "and I wonder very much what that means. But I have found something very strange." He held out his hand and showed a single pale green jewel. "I found it in the mud in the middle of the bridge," he said. "It is a beryl, an elfstone. Whether it was set there or let fall by chance, I cannot say, but it brings hope to me. I will take it as a sign that we may pass the bridge, but beyond that, I dare not keep to the road without some clearer token."
All right, thank you. That was great.
No worries, thank you. No, I really enjoyed it.
You have an awesome Aragorn.
I was channeling my inner Phil Dragash.
All right, Dirk, how you doing?
Hey Jordan, I'm here. I'm good. How are you?
I am good. You got an awesome setup over there.
Well, thank you. Thank you. You've got an awesome soundscape, so it's kind of fitting, isn't it? Got to do my best for you here.
Well, I am excited to hear what you got.
So am I.
All right. Well, if you're ready.
Yeah, ready when you are.
All right, let's do it.
Let's do it. At once they went on again. They crossed the bridge in safety, hearing no sound but the water swirling against its 3 great arches. A mile further on, they came to a narrow ravine that led away northwards, through the steep lands on the left of the road. Here, Strider turned aside, and soon they were lost in a somber country of dark trees winding among the feet of fallen hills. The hobbits were glad to leave the cheerless lands and the perilous road behind them, but this new country seemed threatening and unfriendly. As they went forward, the hills about them steadily rose. Here and there upon heights and ridges they caught glimpses of ancient walls of stone and the ruins of towers. They had an ominous look. Frodo, who was not walking, had time to gaze ahead and to think. He recalled Bilbo's account of his journey and the threatening towers on the hills north of the road, in the country near the Troll's Wood, where his first serious adventure had happened. Frodo guessed that they were now in the same region, and wondered if by chance they would pass near the spot. "Who lives in this land?" he asked. "And who built these towers? Is this Troll country?" "No," said Strider. Trolls do not build. No one lives in this land. Men once dwelt here ages ago, but none remain now. They became an evil people, as legends tell, for they fell under the shadow of Angmar. But all were destroyed in the war that brought the North Kingdom to its end. But that is now so long ago that the hills have forgotten them. Though a shadow still lies on the land.
Where did you learn such tales, if all the land is empty and forgetful?
Asked Peregrine.
The birds and beasts do not tell tales of that sort.
The heirs of Elendil do not forget things past, said Strider. And many more things than I can tell are remembered in Rivendell.
Have you often been to Rivendell?
Said Frodo. I have, said Strider. I dwelt there once, and still I return when I may. There, my heart is. But it is not my fate to sit in peace, even in the fair house of Elrond. The hills now began to shut him in. The road behind held on its way to the river Bruinen, but both were now hidden from view. The travelers came into a long valley, narrow, deeply cloven, dark and silent. Trees with old and twisted roots hung over cliffs and piled up behind into mounting slopes of pinewood. The hobbits grew very wary. They advanced slowly, for they had to pick their way through a pathless country, encumbered by fallen trees and tumbled rocks. As long as they could, they avoided climbing for Frodo's sake, and because it was in fact difficult to find any way up out of the narrow dales. They had been 2 days in this country when the weather turned wet. The wind began to blow steadily out of the west and poured the water of the distant seas on the dark heads of the hills in fine, drenching rain. By nightfall they were all soaked, and their camp was cheerless, for they could not get any fire to burn. The next day the hills rose still higher and steeper before them, and they were forced to turn away northwards out of their course. Strider seemed to be getting anxious. They were nearly 10 days out from Weathertop, and their stock of provisions was beginning to run low. It went on raining. That night they camped on a stony shelf with a rock wall behind them, in which there was a shallow cave, a mere scoop in the cliff. Frodo was restless. The cold and wet had made his wound more painful than ever, and the ache and sense of deadly chill took away all sleep. He lay tossing and turning, and listening fearfully to the stealthy night noises. Wind in chinks of rock, water dripping, a crack, the sudden rattling fall of a loosened stone. He felt that black shapes were advancing to smother him, but when he sat up, he saw nothing but the back of Strider sitting hunched up, smoking his pipe and watching. He lay down again and passed into an uneasy dream, in which he walked on the grass in his garden in the Shire. But it seemed faint and dim, less clear than the tall black shadows that stood looking over the hedge. In the morning he woke to find that the rain had stopped. The clouds were still thick, but they were breaking, and pale strips of blue appeared between them. The wind was shifting again. They did not start early. Immediately after their cold and comfortless breakfast, Strider went off alone, telling the others to remain under the shelter of the cliff until he came back. He was going to climb up if he could, and get a look at the lie of the land. When he returned, he was not reassuring. We have come too far to the north, he said, and we must find some way to turn back southwards again. If we keep on as we are going, we shall get up into the Attendales far north of Rivendell. That is troll country and little known to me. We could perhaps find our way through and come round to Rivendell from the north, but it would take too long, for I do not know the way, and our food would not last. So somehow or other we must find the fort of Bruinen. The rest of that day they spent scrambling over rocky ground. They found a passage between two hills that led them into a valley running southeast, the direction that they wished to take. But towards the end of the day they found their road again barred by a ridge of high land. Its dark edge against the sky was broken into many bare points like teeth of a blunted saw. They had a choice between going back or climbing over it. They decided to attempt to climb, but it proved very difficult. Before long, Frodo was obliged to dismount and struggle along on foot. Even so, they often despaired of getting their pony up, or indeed of finding a path for themselves, burdened as they were. The light was nearly gone, and they were all exhausted, when at last they reached the top. They had climbed onto a narrow saddle between two higher points, and the land fell steeply away again, only a short distance ahead. Frodo threw himself down and lay on the ground shivering. His left arm was lifeless, and his side and shoulder felt as if icy claws were laid upon them. The trees and rocks about him seemed shadowy and dim. "We cannot go any further," said Merry to Strider. "I am afraid this has been too much for Frodo. I am dreadfully anxious about him. What are we to do? Do you think they will be able to cure him in Rivendell, if we ever get there?" "We shall see," answered Strider. "There is nothing more that I can do in the wilderness, and it is chiefly because of his wound that I am so anxious to press on. But I agree that we can go no further tonight." "What is the matter with my master?" asked Sam in a low voice, looking appealingly at Strider. "His wound was small and it is already closed. There's nothing to be seen but a cold white mark on his shoulder." "Frodo has been touched by the weapons of the enemy," said Strider. "And there is some poison or evil at work that is beyond my skill to drive out. But do not give up hope, Sam." Night was cold upon the high ridge. They lit a small fire down under the gnarled roots of an old pine that hung over a shallow pit. It looked as if stone had once been quarried there. They sat huddled together. The wind blew chill through the pass, and they heard the treetops lower down moaning and sighing. Frodo lay half in a dream, imagining that endless dark wings were sweeping by above him, and that on the wings rode pursuers that sought him in all the hollows of the hills. The morning dawned bright and fair. The air was clean, and the light pale and clear in a rain-washed sky. Their hearts were encouraged, but they longed for the sun to warm their cold, stiff limbs. As soon as it was light, Strider took Merry with him and went to survey the country from the height to the east of the pass. The sun had risen and was shining brightly when he returned with more comforting news. They were now going more or less in the right direction. If they went on down the further side of the ridge, they would have the mountains on their left. Some way ahead, Strider had caught a glimpse of the Loudwater again, and he knew that, though it was hidden from view, the road to the fort was not far from the river and lay on the side nearest to them. "We must make for the road again," he said. "We cannot hope to find a path through these hills. Whatever danger may beset it, the road is our only way to the ford. As soon as they had eaten, they set out again. They climbed slowly down the southern side of the ridge, but the way was much easier than they had expected, for the slope was far less steep on this side. And before long, Frodo was able to ride again. Bill Fernie's poor old pony was developing an unexpected talent for picking out a path, and for sparing its rider as many jolts as possible. The spirits of the party rose again. Even Frodo felt better in the morning light. But every now and again, a mist seemed to obscure his sight, and he passed his hands over his eyes. Pippin was a little ahead of the others. Suddenly he turned round and called to them. "There is a path here!" he cried. When they came up with him, they saw that he had made no mistake. There were clearly the beginnings of a path that climbed with many windings out of the woods below and faded away on the hilltop behind. In places it was now faint and overgrown, or choked with fallen stones and trees, but at one time it seemed to have been much used. It was a path made by strong arms and heavy feet. Here and there, old trees had been cut or broken down, and large rocks cloven or heaved aside to make a way. They followed the track for some while, for it offered much the easiest way down. But they went cautiously, and their anxiety increased as they came into the dark woods, and the path grew plainer and broader. Suddenly, coming out of a belt of fir trees, it ran steeply down a slope and turned sharply to the left round the corner of a rocky shoulder in the hill. When they came to the corner, they looked round and saw that the path ran on over a level strip under the face of a low cliff overhung with trees. In the stony wall, there was a door, hanging crookedly ajar upon one great hinge. Outside the door, they all halted. There was a cave or a rock chamber behind, but in the gloom inside, nothing could be seen. Strider, Sam, and Mary, pushing with all their strength, managed to open the door a little wider, and then Strider and Mary went in. They did not go far, for on the floor lay many old bones, and nothing else was to be seen near the entrance except some great empty jars and broken pots.
"Surely this is a troll hole, if ever there was one," said Pippin. "Come out, you two, and let us get away. Now we know who made the path. We had better get off it quick."
"There is no need, I think," said Strider, coming out. "It is certainly a troll hole, but it seems to have been long forsaken. I don't think we need be afraid, but let us go on down warily, and we shall see." The path went on again from the door, and turning to the right again, across the level space, plunged down a thick, wooded slope. Pippin, not liking to show Strider that he was still afraid, went on ahead with Mary. Sam and Strider came behind, one on each side of Frodo's pony, for the path was now broad enough for 4 or 5 hobbits to walk abreast. But they had not gone very far before Pippin came running back, followed by Mary. They both looked terrified.
"They're outlaws,"
Pippin panted.
"Down in a clearing in the woods, not far below. We got the sight of them through the tree trunks. They are very large."
"We will come and look at them," said Strider, picking up a stick. Frodo said nothing, but sat, scared. The sun was now high, and it shone down through the half-stripped branches of the trees and lit the clearing with bright patches of light. They halted suddenly on the edge and peered through the tree trunks, holding their breath. There stood the trolls. 3 large trolls. One was stooping, and the other 2 stood staring at him. Strider walked forward unconcernedly. Get up, old stone, he said, and broke his stick upon the stooping troll. Nothing happened. There was a gasp of astonishment from the hobbits, and then even Frodo laughed. Well, he said, we are forgetting our family history. These must be the very three that were caught by Gandalf, quarreling over the right way to cook 13 dwarfs and 1 hobbit. I had no idea we were anywhere near the place, said Pippin. He knew the story well. Bilbo and Frodo had told it often, but as a matter of fact, he had never more than half believed it. Even now, he looked at the stone trolls with suspicion, wondering if some magic might not suddenly bring them to life again. You are forgetting not only your family history, but all you ever knew about trolls, said Strider. It is broad daylight with a bright sun, and yet you come back trying to scare me with the tale of live trolls waiting for us in this glade? In any case, you might have noticed that one of them has an old bird's nest behind his ear. That would be a most unusual ornament for a live troll. They all laughed. Frodo felt his spirits reviving. The reminder of Bilbo's first successful adventure was heartening. The sun, too, was warm and comforting, and the mist before his eyes seemed to be lifting a little. They rested for some time in the glade and took their midday meal right under the shadow of the troll's large legs. Won't somebody give us a bit of a song while the sun is high? Said Mary when they had finished. We haven't had a song or a tale for days. Not since Weathertop, said Frodo. The others looked at him. Don't worry about me, he added. I feel much better, but I don't think I could sing. Perhaps Sam could dig something out of his memory. Come on, Sam, said Mary. There's more stored in your head than you let on about. I don't know about that, said Sam. But how would this suit? It ain't what I call proper poetry, if you understand me. Just a bit of nonsense. But these old images here brought it to my mind. Standing up, with his hands behind his back, as if he was at school, he began to sing to an old tune.
All right. Just going to get Dirk back on to say thank you.
Hey, Jordan Ranels, thank you, my friend. This has been a blast and an absolute honor to be part of your wonderful
I'm
Soundscape.
so glad you could be here, and I hope
Yeah.
that you can stay and listen. For the future.
I will for sure. Many talented readers, and I feel quite privileged to be amongst them. And I hope
thank you so much.
everybody
It
else
was
likes
awesome.
it too.
Really good.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
It was brilliant.
All right.
And I'm very jealous of your setup, by the way. Your whole thing.
It's amazing.
Super cool.
Yeah, well, like I said before, I mean, Jordan has done such an amazing job. I can't do. I needed to implement something for myself as well, to add something extra to the immersion, of course, and to the atmosphere.
Of course.
All right, I'll go and
thank
crawl
you.
outside the story.
Thanks a lot.
Have a great night.
How's it going, Jeremy?
Great, Jordan. Good to be here.
Yes, very good to have you. I'm just going to get things set up here. There we go. Jeremy from Tolkien Collector's Guide. You have quite the passage to read for us.
I know.
I'm very excited.
Got to finish out book 1.
And then we have much more to come.
That's right.
All right, you ready?
Anytime.
All right, let's do it.
The hobbits were still weary when they set out again early next morning. There were many miles yet to go between them and the ford, and they hobbled forward at the best pace they could manage. "Our peril will be greatest just ere we reach the river," said Glorfindel. "For my heart warns me that the pursuit is now swift behind us, and other danger may be waiting at the ford." The road was still running steadily downhill, and there was now in places much grass at either side, in which the hobbits walked when they could to ease their tired feet. In the late afternoon, they came to a place where the road went suddenly under the dark shadow of tall pine trees, and then plunged into the deep cutting with steep, moist walls of red stone. Echoes ran along as they hurried forward, and there seemed to be a sound of many footfalls following their own. All at once, as if through a gate of light, the road ran out again from the end of the tunnel into the open. There at the bottom of a sharp incline, they saw before them a long, flat mile, and beyond that, the ford of Rivendell. On the further side was a steep brown bank, threaded by a winding path, and behind that, the tall mountains climbed, shoulder above shoulder, and peak beyond peak into the fading sky. There was still an echo as if following feet in the cutting behind them, a rushing noise as if a wind were rising and pouring through the branches of the pines. One moment, Glorfindel turned and listened, then he sprang forward with a loud cry. "Fly!" he called. "Fly! The enemy is upon us!" The white horse leapt forward. The hobbits ran down the slope. Glorfindel and Strider followed as a rearguard. They were only halfway across the flat when suddenly there was a noise of horses galloping. Out of the gate in the trees that they had just left rode a black rider. He reined his horse in and halted, swaying in his saddle. Another followed him, and then another, and then again 2 more. "Ride forward, ride!" cried Glorfindel to Frodo. He did not obey at once, for a strange reluctance seized him. Checking the horse to a walk, he turned and looked back. The riders seemed to sit upon their great steeds like threatening statues upon a hill, dark and solid, while all the woods and land about them receded as if into a mist. Suddenly he knew in his heart that they were silently commanding him to wait. Then at once fear and hatred awoke in him. His hand left the bridle and gripped the hilt of his sword, and with a red flash he drew it. "Ride on! Ride on!" cried Glorfindel, and then loud and clear he called to the horse in an elf tongue, "Nor olim, Asfalath!" At once the white horse sprang away and sped like the wind along the last lap of the road. At the same moment, black horses leapt down the hill in pursuit. From the riders came a terrible cry, such as Frodo had heard in filling the woods with horror in the east farther and far away. It was answered, and to the dismay of Frodo and his friends, out from the trees and rocks away on the left, 4 other riders came flying. 2 rode towards Frodo. 2 galloped madly towards the ford to cut off his escape. They seemed to him to run like the wind and to grow swiftly larger and darker as their courses converged with his. Frodo looked back for a moment over his shoulder. He could no longer see his friends. The riders behind were falling back. Even their great steeds were no match in speed for the white elf horse of Glorfindel. He looked forward again, and hope faded. There seemed no chance of reaching the ford before he was cut off by the others that had lain in ambush. He could see them clearly now. They appeared to have cast aside their hoods and black cloaks, and they were robed in white and gray. Swords were naked in their pale hands. Helms were on their heads. Their cold eyes glittered, and they called to him with fell voices. Fear now filled all Frodo's mind. He thought no longer of his sword. No cry came to him. He shut his eyes and clung to the horse's mane. The wind whistled in his ears, and the bells upon the harness rang wild and shrill. A breath of deadly cold pierced him like a spear, as with a last spurt, like a flash of white fire. The elf horse, speeding as if on wings, passed right before the face of the foremost rider. Frodo heard the splash of water. It foamed about his feet. He felt the quick heave and surge as the horse left the river and struggled up the stony path. He was climbing the steep bank. He was across the ford. But the pursuers were close behind. At the top of the bank, the horse halted and turned about, neighing fiercely. There were 9 riders at the water's edge below, and Frodo's spirit quailed before the threat of their uplifted faces. He knew of nothing that would prevent them from crossing as easily as he had done, and he felt that it was useless to try and escape over the long, uncertain path from the ford to the edge of Rivendell if once the riders crossed. In any case, he felt that he was commanded urgently to halt. Hatred again stirred in him, but he had no longer the strength to refuse. Suddenly, the foremost rider spurred his horse forward. It checked at the water and reared up. With a great effort, Frodo sat upright and brandished his sword. "Go back," he cried. "Go back to the land of Mordor and follow me no more." His voice sounded thin and shrill in his own ears. The riders halted, but Frodo had not the power of Bombadil. His enemies laughed at him with a harsh and chilling laughter. "Come back, they called. "To Mordor we will take you." "Go back," he whispered. The ring, they cried with deadly voices. And immediately their leader urged his horse forward into the water, followed closely by 2 others. "By Elbereth and Luthien the Fair," said Frodo with a last effort, lifting up his sword, "you shall have neither the ring nor me." Then the leader, who was now half across the ford, stood up menacing in his stirrups and raised up his hand. Frodo was stricken dumb. He felt his tongue cleave to his mouth and his heart laboring. His sword broke and fell out of his shaking hand. The elf horse reared and snorted. The foremost of the black horses had almost set foot upon the shore. At that moment, there came a roaring and a rushing, a noise of loud waters rolling many stones. Dimly, Frodo saw the river below him rise, and down along its course there came a plumed cavalry of waves. White flames seemed to Frodo to flicker on their crests, and he half fancied that he saw amid the water white riders upon white horses with frothing manes. The 3 riders that were still in the midst of the ford were overwhelmed. They disappeared, buried suddenly under angry foam. Those that were behind drew back in dismay. With his last failing senses, Frodo heard cries, and it seemed to him that he saw, beyond the riders that hesitated on the shore, a shining figure of white light, and behind it ran small, shadowy forms, waving flames that flared red in the gray mist that was falling over the world. The black horses were filled with madness and leapt forward in terror. They bore their riders into the rushing flood. Their piercing cries were drowned in the roaring of the river as it carried them away. Then Frodo felt himself falling, and the roaring and confusion seemed to rise and engulf him together with his enemies. He heard and saw no more.
Wow, Jeremy. Nailed it. That was amazing.
Yeah, wow.
Whew.
Yeah.
It's a great passage.
Really great. You got the timing.
Oh, and I love the soundscape. It's fantastic to try and pace yourself to fit that exactly, because it's so dramatic. And
that moment where it goes quiet and he tells them to go back is one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's perfect. And it brought it. I mean, it all brought it to life so well. You know, obviously the reading as well was great, and just a pleasure to watch. A pleasure.
Awesome stuff. Thank you so much, Jeremy. And we will now move on to book 2 finally, after 6 hours and 13 minutes.
Chug it right along.
All right.
Thanks.
Let me get things set up here.
I'll just comment everything you see from now on, we basically put together in the last 2 weeks. After you told us we were doing this, so it's been a lot of work.
Definitely. Well, we appreciate it for sure. How are you, Mark?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
I am good. Yes, I can hear you.
All right.
I'm just gonna fix some levels a little bit.
All right. Do you want me to keep talking to get the levels right?
Yeah, just give me a little bit. Should be good. So, we're going to skip ahead here. I'm just going to get my chapter up. All right. So for this one, we're actually going to have a little bit of time before you start. Just about 7 minutes or so, okay?
Okay.
So we'll just let the soundscape play, and then you can see me on the side, right?
I do see you. Yes.
Okay, because I can kind of give you the thumbs up when it's time to go.
All right.
All right. All right, let's do it.
Fellowship of the Ring, Part 2. We join Chapter 4. Gandalf is answering Boromir. You speak of what you do not know when you liken Moria to the stronghold of Sauron, answered Gandalf. I alone of you have ever been in the dungeons of the Dark Lord, and only in his older and lesser dwelling in Dol Guldur. Those who pass the gates of Barad-dûr do not return, but I would not lead you into Moria if there were no hope of coming out again. If there are orcs there, it may prove ill for us. That is true. But most of the orcs of the Misty Mountains were scattered or destroyed in the Battle of 5 Armies. The Eagles report that orcs are gathering again from afar, but there's a hope that Moria is still free. There's even a chance that dwarves are there, and that in some deep hall of his father's, Balin, son of Fundin, may be found. However it may prove, one must tread the path that need chooses. I will tread the path with you, Gandalf, said Gimli. I will go and look on the halls of Durin, whatever may wait there, if you can find the doors that are shut. Good, Gimli, said Gandalf. You encourage me. We will seek the hidden doors together, and we will come through. In the ruins of the dwarves, a dwarf's head will be less easy to bewilder than elves, or men, or hobbits. Yet it will not be the first time that I have been to Moria. I sought there long for Thrain, son of Thror, after he was lost. I passed through, and I came out again, alive. I too passed the Vimbrel Gate, said Aragorn quietly, but though I also came out again, the memory is very evil. I do not wish to enter Moria a second time. And I don't even wish to enter it once, said Pippin. Nor me, muttered Sam. Of course not, said Gandalf. Who would? But the question is, who will follow me if I lead you there? I will, said Gimli eagerly. I will, said Aragorn heavily. You followed my lead almost to disaster in the snow, and have said no word of blame. I will follow your lead now, if this last warning does not move you. It is not of the ring, nor of us others that I am thinking now, but of you, Gandalf. And I say to you, if you pass the doors of Moria, beware. I will not go, said Boromir, not unless the vote of the whole company is against me. What do Legolas and the little folks say? The ring-bearer's voice surely should be heard. I do not wish to go to Moria, said Legolas. The hobbit said nothing. Sam looked at Frodo. At last, Frodo spoke. I do not wish to go, he said, but neither do I wish to refuse the advice of Gandalf. I beg that there be no vote until we have slept on it. Gandalf will get votes easier in the light of the morning than in this cold gloom. How the wind howls. At these words all fell into silent thought. They heard the wind hissing among the rocks and trees, and there was a howling and wailing round them in the empty spaces of the night. Suddenly, Aragorn leapt to his feet. How the wind howls, he cried. It is howling with wolf voices. The wargs have come west of the mountains. Need we wait until morning then? Said Gandalf. It is as I said. The hunt is up. Even if we live to see the dawn, who now will wish to journey south by night with the wild wolves on his trail? How far is Moria? Asked Boromir. There is a door southwest of Caradhras, some 15 miles as the crow flies, and maybe 20 as the wolf runs, answered Gandalf grimly. Then let us start as soon as it is light tomorrow, if we can, said Boromir. The wolf that one hears is worse than the orc that one fears. True, said Aragorn, loosening his sword in its sheath, but where the warg howls, there also the hork prowls. I wish I had taken Elrond's advice, muttered Pippin to Sam. I am no good, after all. There is not enough of the breed of Bandobras the bull roarer in me. These howls freeze my blood. I don't ever remember feeling so wretched. My heart's right down in my toes, Mr. Pippin, said Sam, but we aren't eaten yet. And these are some stout folk here with us. Whatever may be in store for old Gandalf, I'll wager it isn't a wolf's belly. For their defense in the night, the company climbed to the top of the small hill under which they had been sheltering. It was crowned with a knot of old and twisted trees, about which lay a broken circle of boulder stones. In the midst of this, they lit a fire, for there was no hope that darkness and silence would keep their trail from discovery by the hunting packs. Round the fire they sat, and those that were not on guard dozed uneasily. Poor Bill the pony trembled and sweated where he stood. The howling of the wolves was now all round them, sometimes nearer, and sometimes further off. In the dead of night, many shining eyes were seen peering over the brow of the hill. Some advanced almost to the ring of stones. At a gap in the circle, a great dark wolf shape could be seen, halted, gazing at them. A shuddering howl broke from him as if he were a captain summoning his pack to the assault. Gandalf stood up, strode forward, holding his staff aloft. "Listen, hound of Sauron," he cried. "Gandalf is here. Fly if you value your foul skin. I will shrivel you from tail to snout if you come within this ring." The wolf snarled and sprang towards them with a great leap. At that moment there was a sharp twang. Legolas had loosed his bow. There was a hideous yell, and the leaping shape thudded to the ground. The elvish arrow had pierced his throat. The watching eyes were suddenly extinguished. Gandalf and Aragorn strode forward, but the hill was deserted. The hunting packs had fled. All about them the darkness grew silent, and no cry came on the sighing wind. The night was old, and westward as the waning moon was setting, gleaming fitfully through the breaking clouds. Suddenly, Frodo started from sleep. Without warning, a storm of howls broke out fierce and wild all about the camp. A great host of wargs had gathered silently and was now attacking them from every side at once. "Fling fuel on the fire!" cried Gandalf. "Draw your blades and stand back to back." Making light, the fresh wood blazed up. Frodo saw many gray shapes spring over the ring of stones. More and more followed. Through the throat of one huge leader, Aragorn passed his sword with a thrust. With a great sweep, Boromir hewed the head off another. Beside them, Gimli stood with his stout legs apart, wielding his dwarf axe. The bow of Legolas was singing. In the wavering firelight, Gandalf seemed suddenly to grow. He rose up a great, menacing shape, like the monument of some ancient king of stone set upon a hill. Stooping, like a cloud, he lifted a burning branch and strode to meet the wolves. They gave back before him. High in the air he tossed the blazing brand. It flared with a sudden white radiance, like lightning, and his voice rolled like thunder. "Nor on Edrehanan, nor not Ethan Urhwalth," he cried. There's a roar and a crackle, and the tree above him burst into a leaf and bloom of blinding flame. The fire leaped from treetop to treetop. The whole hill was crowned with dazzling light. The swords and knives of the defenders shone and flickered. The last arrow of Legolas kindled in the air as it flew and plunged burning into the heart of a great wolf chieftain. All the others fled. Slowly the fire died till nothing was left but falling ash and sparks. A bitter smoke curled above the burned tree stumps and blew darkly from the hill as the first light of dawn came dimly into the sky. Their enemies were routed and did not return. "What did I tell you, Mr. Pippin?" said Sam, sheathing his sword. "Wolves won't get him." That was an eye-opener, and no mistake. Nearly singed the hair off my head. When the full light of morning came, no signs of the wolves were to be found, and they looked in vain for the bodies of the dead. No trace of the fight remained, but the charred trees and the arrows of Legolas lying on the hilltop. All were undamaged, save one, of which only the point was left. "It is as I feared," said Gandalf. "These were no ordinary wolves, hunting for food in the wilderness. Let us eat quickly and go." That day the weather changed again, almost as if it was at the command of some power that had no longer any use for snow, since they had retreated from the pass, a power that wished now to have a clear light in which things that moved in the wild could be seen from afar away. The wind had been turning through north to northwest during the night, and now it failed. The clouds vanished southwards, and the sky was opened, high and blue. As they stood upon the hillside, ready to depart, a pale sunlight gleamed over the mountaintops. "We must reach the doors before sunset," said Gandalf, "or I fear we shall not reach them at all. It is not far, but our path may be winding, for here Aragorn cannot guide us. He has seldom walked in this country, and only once have I seen under the west the wall of Moria, and that was long ago." "There it lies," he said, pointing away southeastwards to where the mountain side fell sheer into the shadows at their feet. In the distance could be dimly seen a line of bare cliffs, and in their midst, taller than the rest, one great gray wall. "When we left the pass, I led you southwards, and not back to our starting point, as some of you may have noticed. It is well that I did so, for now we have several miles less to cross, and haste is needed. Let us go." "I do not know which to hope," said Boromir grimly. "That Gandalf will find what he seeks, or that coming to the cliff we shall find the gates lost forever. All choices seem ill, and to be caught between wolves and the wall, the likeliest chance. Lead on." Gimli now walked ahead by the wizard's side, so eager was he to come to Moria. Together they led the company back towards the mountains. The only road of old to Moria from the west had lain along the course of a stream, the Cyrodion, that ran out from the feet of the cliffs near where the doors had stood. But either Gandalf was astray, or else the land had changed in recent years, for he did not strike the stream where he looked to find it, only a few miles southwards from their start. The morning was passing towards noon, and still the company wandered and scrambled in a barren country of red stones. Nowhere could they see any gleam of water or hear any sound of it. All was bleak and dry. Their hearts sank. They saw no living thing, not a bird in the sky. But what the night would bring if it caught them in that lost land, none of them cared to think. Suddenly Gimli, who had pressed on ahead, called back to them. He was standing on a knoll and pointing to the right. Hurrying up, they saw below them a deep, narrow channel. It was empty and silent, and hardly a trickle of water flowed among the brown and red-stained stones of its bed. But on the near side there was a path, much broken and decayed, that wound its way among the ruined walls and paving stones of an ancient high road. "Ah, here it is at last," said Gandalf. "This is where the stream ran, Cyrodion, the gate stream they used to call it. But what has happened to the water, I cannot guess. It used to be swift and noisy. Come, we must hurry. We are late." The company were footsore and tired, but they trudged doggedly along the rough and winding track for many miles. the sun turned from the moon and began to go west. After a brief halt and a hasty meal, they went on again. Before them the mountains frowned, but their path lay in a deep trough of land, and they could see only the higher shoulders and the far eastward peaks. At last they came to a sharp bend. There the road, which had been veering southwards between the brink of the channel and a steep fall of the land to the left, turned and went due east again. Rounding the corner, they saw before them a low cliff some 5 fathoms high, with a broken and jagged top. Over it a trickling water dripped through a wide cleft that seemed to have been carved out by a fall that had once been strong and full. "Indeed, things have changed," said Gandalf, "but there's no mistaking the place. There's all that remains of the stair falls. If I remember right, there was a flight of steps cut in the rock at their side, but the main road wound away left and climbed with several loops up to the level ground at the top. There used to be a shallow valley beyond the falls right up to the walls of Moria, and the Cyrnon flowed through it with a road beside it. Let us go and see what things are like now." They found the stone steps without difficulty, and Gimli sprang swiftly up them, followed by Gandalf and Frodo. When they reached the top, they saw that they could go no further that way, and the reason for the drying up of the gate stream was revealed. Behind them, the sinking sun filled the cool western sky with glimmering gold. Before them stretched a dark, still lake. Neither sky nor sunset was reflected on its sullen surface. The Cyrnon had been dammed and had filled all the valley. Beyond the ominous water were reared vast cliffs, their stern faces pallid in the fading light, final and unpassable. No sign of gate or entrance, not a fissure or crack could Frodo see in the frowning stone. "There are the walls of Moria," said Gandalf, pointing across the water, "and there the gate stood once upon a time, the elven door at the end of the road from Holland by which we have come. But this way is blocked. None of the company, I guess, will wish to swim this gloomy water at the end of day. It has an unwholesome look." "We must find a way around the northern edge," said Gimli. "The first thing for the company to do is to climb up by the main path and see where that will lead us. Even if there were no lake, we could not get our baggage pony up this stair." "But in any case, we cannot take the poor beast into the mines," said Gandalf. "The road under the mountains is a dark road, and there are places narrow and steep which he cannot tread, even if we can." "Poor old Bill," said Frodo. "I had not thought of that. And poor Sam. I wonder what he'll say." "I am sorry," said Gandalf. "Poor Bill has been a useful companion, and it goes to my heart to turn him adrift now. I would have traveled lighter and brought no animal, least of all this one that Sam is fond of. If I had had my way, I feared all along that we should be obliged to take this road." The day was drawing to its end, and cold stars were glinting in the sky high above the sunset when the company, with all the speed that they could, climbed up the slopes and reached the side of the lake. In breadth, it looked to be no more than 2 or 3 furlongs at the widest point. How far it stretched away southward they could not see in the failing light, but its northern end was no more than half a mile from where they stood, and between the stony ridges that enclosed the valley and the water's edge, there was a rim of open ground. They hurried forward, for they still had a mile or 2 to go before they could reach the point on the far shore that Gandalf was making for. And then he had still to find the doors. When they came to the northernmost corner of the lake, they found a narrow creek that barred their way. It was green and stagnant, thrust out like a slimy arm towards the enclosing hills. Gimli strode forward, undeterred, and found that the water was shallow, no more than ankle deep at the edge. Behind him they walked in file, threading their way with care, for under the weedy pools were sliding and greasy stones, and footing was treacherous. Frodo shuddered with disgust at the touch of the dark, unclean water on his feet. As Sam, the last of the company, led Bill up onto the dry ground on the far side, there came a soft sound, a swish, followed by a plop, as if a fish had disturbed the still surface of the water. Turning quickly, they saw ripples, black-edged with shadow in the waning light. Great rings were widening outwards from a point far out in the lake. There was a bubbling noise, and then silence. The dusk deepened, and the last gleams of the sunset were veiled in cloud. Gandalf now pressed on at a great pace, and the others followed as quickly as they could. They reached the strip of dry land between the lake and the cliffs. It was narrow, often hardly a dozen yards across, and encumbered with fallen rock and stones. But they found a way, hugging the cliff and keeping as far from the dark water as they might. A mile southwards along the shore they came upon holly trees. Stumps and dead boughs were rotting in the shallows, the remains, it seemed, of old thickets or of a hedge that had once lined the road across the drowned valley. But close under the cliff there stood, still strong and living, 2 tall trees, larger than any trees of holly that Frodo had ever seen or imagined. Their great roots spread from the wall to the water. Under the looming cliffs, they had to look like mere bushes when seen far off from the top of the stair. But now they towered overhead, stiff, dark, and silent, throwing deep night shadows about their feet, standing like sentinel pillars at the end of the road. "Well, here we are at last," said Gandalf. Here the elven way from Holland ended. Holly was a token of the people of that land, and they planted it here to mark the end of their domain. For the west door was made chiefly for their use in their traffic with the lords of Moria. Those were happier days, when there was still close friendship at times between folk of different race, even between dwarves and elves. "It was not the fault of the dwarves that the friendship waned," said Gimli. "I have not heard that it was the fault of the elves," said Legolas. "I have heard both," said Gandalf, "and I will not give judgment now. But I beg you two, Legolas and Gimli, at least to be friends and to help me. I need you both. The doors are shut and hidden, and the sooner we find them, the better. Night is at hand." Turning to the others, he said, "While I am searching, will you each make ready to enter the mines? For here, I fear, we must say farewell to our good beast of burden. You must lay aside much of the stuff that we brought against bitter weather. You will not need it inside, nor, I hope, when we come through and journey on down into the south. Instead, each of us must take a share of what the pony carried, especially the food and the water skins." But you can't leave poor old Bill behind in this forsaken place, Mr. Gandalf," cried Sam, angry and distressed. "I won't have it, and that's flat, after he's come so far and all." "I am sorry, Sam," said the wizard. "But when the door opens, I do not think you will be able to drag your Bill inside into the long dark of Moria. You will have to choose between Bill and your master." "He'd follow Frodo into a dragon's den if I let him," protested Sam. "It'd be nothing short of murder to turn him loose with all these wolves about." "It will be short of murder, I hope," said Gandalf. He laid his hand on the pony's head and spoke in a low voice. "Go with words of guard and guiding on you," he said. "You're a wise beast, and have learned much in Rivendell. Make your ways to places where you can find grass, and so come in time to Elrond's house, or wherever you wish to go." There, Sam. You will have quite as much chance of escaping wolves and getting home as we have. Sam stood sullenly by the pony and returned no answer. Bill, seeming to understand well what was going on, nuzzled up to him, putting his nose to Sam's ear. Sam burst into tears and fumbled with the straps, unlading all of the pony's packs and throwing them onto the ground. The others sorted out the goods, making a pile of all that could be left behind and dividing up the rest. When this was done, they turned to watch Gandalf. He appeared to have done nothing. He was standing between the two trees, gazing at the blank wall of the cliff, as if he would bore a hole into it with his eyes. Gimli was wandering about, tapping the stone here and there with his axe. Legolas was pressed against the rock, as if listening. "Well, here we are, and all ready," said Merry. "But where are the doors? I can't see any sign of them." "Dwarf doors are not made to be seen when shut," said Gimli. "They are invisible, and their own makers cannot find them or open them if their secret is forgotten." "But this door was not made to be a secret known only to dwarves," said Gandalf, coming suddenly to life and turning around. "Unless things are altogether changed, eyes that know what to look for may discover the signs." He walked forward to the wall. Right between the shadow of the trees there was a smooth space, and over this he passed his hands to and fro, muttering words under his breath. Then he stepped back. "Look, can you see anything now?" The moon now shone upon the gray face of the rock, but they could see nothing else for a while. Then slowly, on the surface, where the wizard's hands had passed, faint lines appeared, like slender veins of silver running in the stone. At first they were no more than pale gossamer thread, so fine that they only twinkled fitfully where the moon caught them. But steadily they grew broader and clearer until their design could be guessed. At the top, as high as Gandalf could reach, was an arch of interlacing letters in an elvish character. Below, though the threads were in places blurred or broken, the outline could be seen of an anvil and a hammer surmounted by a crown with 7 stars. Beneath these again were 2 trees, each bearing crescent moons. More clearly than all else there shone forth in the middle of the door a single star with many rays. There are the emblems of Durin," cried Gimli. "And there's the tree of the High Elves," said Legolas. "And the star of the House of Feanor," said Gandalf. "They are wrought of Ithilden that mirrors only starlight and moonlight, and sleeps until it is touched by one who speaks words now long forgotten in Middle-earth. It is long since I heard them, and I thought deeply before I could recall them to my mind." "What does the writing say?" asked Frodo, who was trying to decipher the inscription on the arch. "I thought I knew the elf letters, but I cannot read these." "The words are in the elven tongue of the west of Middle-earth in the elder days," answered Gandalf. "But they do not say anything of importance to us. They say only, 'The doors of Durin, Lord of Moria. Speak, friend, and enter.' And underneath, small and faint, is written, 'I, Narvi, made them. Celebrimbor of Holland drew these signs.'" "What does it mean by 'speak, friend, and enter'?" asked Merry. "That is plain enough," said Gimli. "If you are a friend, speak the password, and the doors will open, and you can enter." "Yes," said Gandalf. "These doors are probably governed by words. Some dwarf gates will open only at special times, or for particular persons, and some have locks and keys that are still needed when all necessary times and words are known. These doors have no key. In the days of Durin, they were not secret. They usually stood open, and door wards sat here. But if they were shut, any who knew the opening word could speak it and pass in. At least so it is recorded, is it not, Gimli?" It is, said the dwarf, but what the word was is not remembered. Narvi and his craft and all his kindred have vanished from the earth. But do not you know the word, Gandalf? Asked Boromir in surprise. No, said the wizard. The others looked dismayed. Only Aragorn, who knew Gandalf well, remained silent and unmoved. Then what was the use of bringing us to this accursed spot? Cried Boromir, glancing back with a shudder at the dark water. You told us that you had once passed through the mines. How could that be if you did not know how to enter? The answer to your first question, Boromir, said the wizard, is that I do not know the word yet. But we shall soon see. And, he added, with a glint in his eyes under their bristling brows, you may ask what is the use of my deeds when they are proved useless. As for your other question, do you doubt my tale? Or have you no wits left? I did not enter this way. I came from the east. If you wish to know, I will tell you that these doors open outwards. From the inside, you may thrust them open with your hands. From the outside, nothing will move them, save the spell of command. They cannot be forced inwards. What are you going to do then? Asked Pippin, undaunted by the wizard's bristling brows. Knock on the doors with your head, Peregrine Took, said Gandalf. But if that does not shatter them, and I'm allowed a little peace from foolish questions, I will seek for the opening words. I once knew every spell in all the tongues of elves or men or orcs that was ever used for such a purpose. I can still remember 10 score of them without searching in my mind. But only a few trials, I think, will be needed. And I shall not have to call on Gimli for words of the secret dwarf tongue that they teach to none. The opening words were elvish, like the writing on the arch. That seemed certain. He stepped up to the rock again and lightly touched with his staff the silver star in the middle beneath the sign of the anvil. Anan ehelen edro hi amen. Finas nogothrim lasto beth lamen. He said in a commanding voice. The silver lines faded, but the blank gray stone did not stir. Many times he repeated these words in different order, or varied them. Then he tried other spells, one after another, speaking now faster and louder, now soft and slow. Then he spoke many single words of elvish speech. Nothing happened. The cliff towered into the night. The countless stars were kindled. The wind blew cold, and the doors stood fast. Again Gandalf approached the wall, and lifting up his arms, he spoke in tones of command and rising wrath. Edro! Edro! He cried, and struck the rock with his staff. Open! Open! He shouted, and followed it with the same command in every language that had ever been spoken in the west of Middle-earth. Then he threw his staff on the ground and sat down in silence. At that moment, from far off, the wind bore to the listening ears the howling of wolves. Bill the pony started in fear, and Sam sprang to his side and whispered softly to him. Do not let him run away, said Boromir. It seems that we shall need him still if the wolves do not find us. How I hate this foul pool. He stooped, and picking up a large stone, he cast it far into the dark water. The stone vanished with a soft slap, but at the same instant there was a swish and a bubble. Great rippling rings formed on the surface, out beyond where the stone had fallen, and they moved slowly towards the foot of the cliff. Why did you do that, Boromir? Said Frodo. I hate this place too, and I am afraid. I don't know of what, not of wolves, or the dark behind the doors, but of something else. I am afraid of the pool. Don't disturb it. I wish we could get away, said Merry. Why doesn't Gandalf do something quick? Said Pippin. Gandalf took no notice of them. He sat with his head bowed, either in despair or an anxious thought. The mournful howling of the wolves was heard again. The ripples on the water grew and came closer. Some were already lapping on the shore. With a suddenness that startled them all, the wizard sprang to his feet. He was laughing. I have it, he cried. Of course, of course. Absurdly simple, like most riddles, when you see the answer. Picking up his staff, he stood before the rock and said in a clear voice, Melon. The star shone out briefly and faded again. Then silently, a great doorway was outlined, though not a crack or joint had been visible before. Slowly it divided in the middle and swung outwards, inch by inch, until both doors lay back against the wall. Through the opening, a shadowy stair could be seen climbing steeply up, but beyond the lower steps, the darkness was deeper than the night. The company stared in wonder. I was wrong, after all, said Gandalf, and Gimli too. Merry, of all people, was on the right track. The opening word was inscribed on the archway all the time. The translation should have been this: say friend and enter. I had only to speak the Elvish word for friend, and the doors opened. Quite simple. Too simple for a learned lore master in these suspicious days. Those were happier times. Now let us go. He strode forward and set his foot on the lowest step. But at that moment, several things happened. Frodo felt something seize him by the ankle, and he fell with a cry. Bill the pony gave a wild neigh of fear and turned tail and dashed away along the lakeside into the darkness. Sam leaped after him, and then hearing Frodo's cry, he ran back again, weeping, cursing. The others swung round and saw the waters of the lake seething as if a host of snakes were swimming up from the southern end. Out from the water, a long, sinuous tentacle had crawled. It was pale green and luminous, wet. Its fingered end had hold of Frodo's foot, was dragging him into the water. Sam, on his knees, was now slashing at it with a knife. The arm let go of Frodo. Sam pulled him away, crying out for help. 20 other arms came rippling out, while the dark water boiled. There was a hideous stench. Into the gateway! Up the stairs, quick! Said Gandalf, rousing them from the heart that seemed to have rooted all of Sam to the ground. They stood. He drove them forward. They were just in time. Sam and Frodo were only a few steps up, and Gandalf had just begun to climb. With groping tentacles that writhed across the narrow shore, fingered the cliff wall and the doors. One came wriggling over the threshold, glistening in the starlight. Gandalf turned and paused. If he was considering what word would close the gate again from within, there was no need. Many coiling arms had seized the doors on either side, and with horrible strength swung them round. With a shattering echo they slammed, and all light was lost. A noise of rending and crashing came dully through the ponderous stone. Sam, clinging to Frodo's arm, collapsed on a step in the black darkness. "Poor old Bill," he said in a choking voice. "Poor old Bill. Wolves and snakes." But the snakes were too much for him. I had to choose, Mr. Frodo. I had to come with you. They heard Gandalf go back down the steps and thrust his staff against the doors. There was a quiver in the stone, the stairs trembled, but the doors did not open. "Well, well," said the wizard. "The passage is blocked behind us now, and there's only one way out, on the other side of the mountains. I fear from the sounds that boulders have been piled up and the trees uprooted and thrown across the gate. I am sorry, for the trees were beautiful and had stood so long. I felt that something horrible was near from the moment my foot first touched the water," said Frodo. "What was that thing? Or were there many of them?" "I do not know," answered Gandalf, "but the arms were all guided by one purpose. Something has crept or has been driven out of the dark waters under the mountains. There are older and fouler things than orcs in the deep places of this world." He did not speak aloud his thought that whatever it was that dwelt in the lake, it had seized on Frodo first among all the company.
Wow, what a reading. That was incredible.
That was awesome. Wow. That was so long, and you nailed it. That was
and two separate action scenes as well that you handled so well. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Excellent.
Thank you for letting me be with you. What an honor.
Yeah, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right. Hopefully you can keep it listening. All right, Tanya, are you there?
I'm here.
Oh, there
Can
we
you
go.
hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you see me?
We see a whitish screen.
Oh, I'm not sure how to turn this thing on. I know my camera was working earlier today. I'm not sure what I have to do in this interface to turn it on.
You might have to click on the gear in your settings and change your video, potentially.
Let me try that.
There we
Audio.
go. You can see you now.
If I close this, will it stay? Let's see. Does this work now?
Yep.
Looks like it's working.
Looks
Okay.
good to me. All right. So we've got a good chunk of the chapter.
Yeah,
And
I
then we
hope
will.
I can do justice to it
Oh.
after all those incredible readings.
I think it's going to be awesome. Are you ready to go?
As ready as I ever be.
All right. Give me 1 second. All right. Take it away.
Boromir muttered under his breath, but the echoing stone magnified the sound of a hoarse whisper that all could hear. In the deep places of the world, and thither we're going against my wish. Who will lead us now in this deadly dark? I will, said Gandalf, and Gimli shall walk with me. Follow my staff. As the wizard passed on ahead, up the great steps, he held his staff aloft, and from its tip there came a faint radiance. A wide stairway was sound and undamaged. 200 steps they counted, broad and shallow, and at the top they found an arched passage with a level floor leading on into the dark. "Let us sit and rest and have something to eat here on the landing, since we can't find a dining room," said Frodo. He had begun to shake off the terror of the clutching arm, and suddenly he felt extremely hungry. The proposal was welcomed by all, and they sat down on the upper steps, dim figures in the gloom. After they had eaten, Gandalf gave them each a third sip of the Mirror of Rivendell. It will not last much longer, I am afraid," he said. "But I think we need it after the horror at the gate, and unless we have great luck, we shall need all there is left before we see the other side. Go carefully with the water too. There are many streams and wells in the mines, but they should not be touched. We may not have a chance of filling our skins and bottles till we come down into Dimrill Dale." "How long is that going to take us?" asked Frodo. "I cannot say," answered Gandalf. "It depends on many chances, but going straight, without mishap or losing our way, we shall take 3 or 4 marches, I expect. It cannot be less than 40 miles from West Door to East Gate in a direct line, and the road may wind much." After only a brief rest, they started on their way again. All were eager to get the journey over as quickly as possible, and were willing, tired as they were, to go on marching still for several hours. Gandalf walked in front as before. In his left hand he held up his glimmering staff, the light of which just showed the ground before his feet. In his right he held his sword Glamodring. Behind him came Gimli, his eyes glinting in the dim light as he turned his head from side to side. Behind the dwarf walked Frodo, and he had drawn a short sword, Stain. No gleam came from the blades of Stain or of Glamodring, and that was some comfort, for being the work of elvish smith in the elder days, these swords shone with a cold light if any orcs were near at hand. Behind Frodo went Sam, and after him Legolas, and the young hobbits, and Boromir. In the dark at the rear, grim and silent, walked Aragorn. The passage twisted round a few turns, and then began to descend. It went steadily down for a long while before it became level once again. The air grew hot and stifling, but it was not foul, and at times they felt currents of cooler air upon their faces, issuing from half-gassed openings in the walls. There were many of these. In the pale ray of the wizard's staff, Frodo caught glimpses of stairs and arches and of other passages and tunnels, sloping up or running steeply down or opening blankly dark on either side. It was bewildering beyond the hope of remembering. Gimli aided Gandalf very little, except by his stout courage. At least he was not, like were most of the others, troubled by the mere darkness in itself. Often the wizard consulted him at points where the choice of way was doubtful, but it was always Gandalf who had the final word. The mines of Moria were vast and intricate beyond the imagination of Gimli, glowing sign, dwarf of the mountain race though he was. To Gandalf, the far-off memories of a journey long before were now of little help. But even in the gloom, and despite all windings of the road, he knew whither he wished to go, and did not falter, as long as there was a path that led towards his goal. "Do not be afraid," said Aragorn. There was a pause, longer than usual, and Gandalf and Gimli were whispering together. The others were crowded behind, waiting anxiously. "Do not be afraid. I have been with him on many a journey, if never one so dark, and there are tales in Rivendell of greater deeds of his than any that I have seen. He will not go astray, if there is any path to find. He led us here against our fears, but he will lead us out again, at whatever cost to himself. He is surer of finding a way home in a blind man than the cats of Queen Beruthiel." It was well for the company that they had such a guide. They had no fuel, nor any means of making torches. In the desperate scramble at the doors, many things had been left behind. But without any light, they would soon have come to grief. There were not only many roads to choose from, there were also in many places holes and pitfalls and dark wells beside the path in which their passing feet echoed. There were fissures and chasms in the walls and floor, and every now and then a crack would open right before their feet. The widest was more than 7 feet across, and it was long before Pippin could summon enough courage to leap over a dreadful gap. The noise of churning water came up from far below, as if some great windmill was turning in the depths. "Rope," muttered Sam. "I knew I'd want it. I haven't got it." As these dangers became more frequent, their march became slower. Already they seemed to have been tramping on, endlessly to the mountain's roots. They were more than weary, and yet there seemed no comfort in the thought of halting anywhere. Frodo's spirits had risen for a while after his escape, and after food and draught of the cordial, but now a deep uneasiness, growing to dread, crept over him again. Although he had been healed in Rivendell of the knife stroke, that grim wound had not been without effect. His senses were sharper and more aware of things that could not be seen. One sign of change that he soon had noticed was that he could see more in the dark than any of his companions, save perhaps Gandalf, and he was in any case the bearer of the ring. It hung upon its chain against his breast, and at while it seemed a heavy weight. He felt the certainty of evil ahead, and of evil following. But he said nothing. He gripped tighter on the hilt of his sword, and went on doggedly. The company behind him spoke seldom, and then only in hurried whispers. There was no sound but the sound of their own feet, the dull thump of Gimli's dwarf boots, the heavy tread of Boromir, the light step of Legolas, the soft, scarce heard patter of Hobbit feet, and in the rear the slow, firm footfall of Aragorn with his long stride. When they halted for a moment, they heard nothing at all, unless it were occasionally a faint trickle and drip of unseen water. Yet Frodo began to hear, or imagined that he heard, something else, like a faint fall of soft bare feet. It was never loud enough or near enough for him to feel certain that he heard it, but once it had started, it never stopped while the company was moving. But it was not an echo, for when they halted, it pattered on for a little all by itself, and then grew still. It was after nightfall when they had entered the mines. They had been going for several hours with only brief halts, when Gandalf came to his first serious check. Before him stood a wide dark arch opening into three passages. all led in the same general direction, eastwards. But the left-hand passage plunged down, while the right-hand climbed up, and the middle way seemed to run on, smooth and level, but very narrow. "I have no memory of this place at all," said Gandalf, standing uncertainly under the arch. He held up his staff in the hope of finding some marks or inscription that might help his choice, but nothing of the kind was to be seen. "I am too weary to decide," he said, shaking his head, "and I expect that you are all as weary as I am, or wearier. We had better hold here for what is left of the night. You know what I mean. In here it is ever dark, but outside the late moon is riding westward, and the middle night has passed." "Poor old Bill," said Sam. "I wonder where he is. I hope those wolves haven't got him yet." To the left of the great arch they found a stone door. It was half closed, but swung back easily to a gentle thrust. Beyond there seemed to lie a wide chamber cut in the rock. "Steady, steady!" cried Gandalf as Merry and Pippin pushed forward, glad to find a place where they could rest with at least some feeling of shelter than in the open passage. "Steady! You do not know what is inside. I will go first." He went in cautiously, and the others followed. "There!" he said, pointing with his staff to the middle of the floor. Before his feet they saw a large round hole like a mouth of a well. Broken and rusty chains lay at the edge and trailed down into the black pit. Fragments of stone lay near. "One of you might have fallen in and still be wondering when you were going to strike the bottom," said Aragorn to Merry. "Let the guide go first while you have one." "This seems to have been a guard room, made for the watch of the three passages," said Gimli. "That hole was plainly a well for the guards' use, covered with a stone lid. But the lid is broken, and we must all take care in the dark." Pippin felt curiously attracted by the well. While the others were unrolling blankets and making beds against the walls of a chamber, as far as possible from the hole in the floor, he crept to the edge and peered over. A chill air seemed to strike his face, rising from invisible depth. Moved by a sudden impulse, he groped for a loose stone and let it drop. He felt his heart beat many times before there was any sound. Then, far below, as if the stone had fallen into a deep water in some cavernous space, there came a plunk, very distant, but magnified and repeated in the hollow shaft. "What's that?" cried Gandalf. He was relieved when Pippin confessed what he had done, but he was angry, and Pippin could see his eyes glinting. "Fool of a Took!" he growled. "This is a serious journey, not a habit walking party. Throw yourself in next time, and then you will be no further nuisance. Now be quiet." Nothing more was heard for several minutes, but then there came out of the depths faint knocks. Tap tap, tap tum. They stopped, and then when the echoes had died away, they were repeated. Tap tum, tum tap, tap tap, tum. They sounded disquietingly like signals of some sort, but after a while the knocking died away and was not heard again. "That was the sound of a hammer, if I have ever heard one," said Gimli. "Yes," said Gandalf, "and I do not like it. It may have nothing to do with Peregrine's foolish stone, but probably something has been disturbed that would have been better left quiet. Pray do nothing of this kind again. Let us hope we shall get some rest without further trouble. You, Pippin, can go to the first watch as a reward," he growled as he rolled himself in a blanket. Pippin sat miserably by the door in the pitch dark, but he kept on turning round, fearing that some unknown thing would crawl up out of the well. He wished he could cover the hole, if only with a blanket, but he dared not move or go near it, even though Gandalf seemed to be asleep. Actually, Gandalf was awake. though lying still and silent. He was deep in thought, trying to recall every memory of his former journey in the mines, and considering anxiously the next course that he should take. A false turn now might be disastrous. After an hour he rose up and came over to Pippin. "Get over a corner and have a sleep, my lad," he said in a kindly tone. "You want to sleep, I expect. I cannot get a wink, so I may as well do the watching." "I know what's the matter with me," he muttered as he sat down by the door. "I need smoke. I have not tasted it since the morning before the snowstorm." The last thing that Pippin saw as sleep took him was a dark glimpse of the old wizard huddled on the floor, shielding a glowing chip in his gnarled hands between his knees. The flicker for a moment showed his sharp nose and a puff of smoke. It was Gandalf who roused them all from sleep. He had sat and watched, all alone, for about 6 hours, and had let the others rest. "And in the watches I have made up my mind," he said. "I do not like the feel of the middle way, and I do not like the smell of the left-hand way. There is foul air down there, or I am no guide. I shall take the right-hand passage. It is time we began to climb up." For 8 dark hours, not counting 2 brief halts, they marched on, and they met no danger, and heard nothing, and saw nothing but the faint gleam of the wizard's light, bobbing like a will-o'-the-wisp in front of them. The passage they had chosen wound steadily upwards. As far as they could judge, it went in great mounting curves, and as it rose it grew loftier and wider. There were now no openings to other galleries or tunnels on either side, and the floor was level and sound, without pits or cracks. Evidently they had struck what once had been an important road, and they went forward quicker than they had done on their first march. In this way they advanced some 15 miles, measured in a direct line east, though they must have actually walked 20 miles or more. As the road climbed upwards, Frodo's spirits rose a little, but he still felt oppressed, and still at times he heard, or thought he heard, away beyond the company and beyond the fall and patter of their feet, a following footstep that was not an echo. They had marched as far as the hobbits could endure without a rest, and all were thinking of a place where they could sleep, when suddenly the walls to the right and left vanished. They seemed to have passed through some arched doorway into a black and empty space. There was a great draught of warmer air behind them, and before them the darkness was cold on their faces. They halted and crowded anxiously together. Gandalf seemed pleased. "I chose the right way," he said. "At last we are coming to the habitable parts, and I guess that we are not far now from the eastern side. But we are high up, a good deal higher than the Dimbril Gate, unless I am mistaken. From the feeling of the air we must be in a white hole. I will now risk a real light." He raised his staff, and for a brief instant there was blaze like a flash of lightning. Great shadows sprang up and fled, and for a second they saw a vast roof far above their heads, upheld by many mighty pillars hewn of stone. Before them, and on either side, stretched a huge empty hall. Its black walls, polished and smooth as glass, flashed and glittered. 3 other entrances they saw, dark black arches, one straight before them eastwards and one on either side. Then the light went out. "That is all that I shall venture on for the present," said Gandalf. "There used to be great windows on the mountain side, and shafts leading out to the light in the upper reaches of the mines. I think we have reached them now, but it is night outside again. We cannot tell until morning. If I am right, tomorrow we may actually see the morning peering in. But in the meanwhile, we had better go no further. Let us rest if we can." Things have done well so far, and the greater part of the dark road is over. But we are not through yet, and it is a long way down to the gate that opened on the world. The company spent the night in a great cavernous hall, huddled close together in the corner to escape the draught. There seemed to be a steady inflow of chill air through the eastern archway. All about them, as they lay, hung the darkness, hollow and immense, and they were oppressed by the loneliness and vastness of unopened halls and endlessly branching stairs and passages. The wildest imaginings that the dark rumor had ever suggested to the hobbits fell altogether short of the actual dread and wonder of Moria. "There must have been a mighty crowd of dwarfs here at one time," said Sam, "and every one of them busier than a badger for 500 years to make all this. And most no hard rock too. What did they do it all for? They didn't live in these darksome holes, surely." "These are not holes," said Gimli. "This is the great realm and the city of the Dwarrowed elf. And of old it was not darksome, but full of light and splendor, as is still remembered in our songs." He rose, and standing in the dark, he began to chant in a deep voice, while the echoes ran away to the roof. The world was young, the mountains green, no stain yet on the moon was seen, no words were laid on stream of stone, when Durin woke and walked alone. He named the nameless hills and dells, he drank from yet untasted wells, he stooped and looked in Mirror, and saw a crown of stars appear, as gems upon a silver thread, above the shadow of his head. The world was fair, the mountains tall, in elder days before the fall of mighty kings of Nargothrond and Gondolin, who now beyond the western seas have passed away. The world was fair in Durin's day. A king he was, on carven throne, in many pillared halls of stone, with golden roof and silver floor, and runes of power upon the door. The light of sun and star and moon in shining lamps of crystals hewn, and dimmed by cloud or shade of night, there shone forever, fair and bright. Their hammer on the anvil smote, their chisel clove and graver wrote, their forge was blade, and bound was hilt, the delver mined, the mason built, their beryl, pearl, and opal pale, and metal wrought like fish's mail, buckler and corslet, axe and sword, and shining spears were laid in hoard. Unwearied then were the Durin's folk, beneath the mountain's music woke. The harpers harped, the minstrels sang, and at the gates the trumpets rang. The world is grey, the mountains old, the forge's fire is ashen cold. No harpers run, no hammer falls. The darkness dwells in Durin's halls. The shadow lies upon his tomb in Moria, in Khazad-dûm. But still the sunken stars appear in dark and windless Mirror. There lies his crown in water deep, till Durin wakes again from sleep. "I like that," said Sam. "I should like to learn it. And Moria and Khazad-dûm, but it makes the darkness seem heavier, thinking of all those lamps. Are there piles of jewels and gold lying about here still?" Gimli was silent. Having sung his song, he would say no more. "Piles of jewels?" said Gandalf. "No. The orcs have often plundered Moria. There is nothing left in the upper halls. And since the dwarves fled, no one dares to seek the shafts and treasuries down in deep places. They are drowned in water or in a shadow of fear." "Then what do dwarves want to come back for?" asked Sam. "For Mithril," answered Gandalf. "The wealth of Moria was not in gold and jewels, the toys of the dwarves, nor in iron, their servant. Such things they found here, it is true, especially iron, but they did not need to delve for them. All things that they desired they could obtain in traffic, For here, alone in the world, was found Moria silver, or true silver, as some have called it. Mithril is the elvish name. The dwarves have a name which they do not tell. Its worth was 10 times that of gold, and now it is beyond price. For little is left above ground, and even the orcs dare not delve here for it. The lodges lead away north towards Caradhras, and down to darkness. The dwarves tell no tale, but even if Mithril was the foundation of their wealth, so also it was their destruction. They delved too greedily and too deep, and disturbed that from which they fled. Durin's bane. Of what they brought to light, the orcs have gathered nearly all, and given it in tribute to Sauron, who covets it. Mithril. All folk desired it. It could be beaten like copper, and polished like glass, and the dwarfs could make of it a metal, light and yet harder than tempered steel. Its beauty was like to that of a common silver, but the beauty of Mithril did not tarnish or grow dim. The elves dearly loved it, and among many uses they made of it is Sildin, star moon, which you saw upon the doors. Bilbo had a corset of mithril rings that Thorin gave him. I wonder what has become of it. Gathering dust in McEldelwyn Matham house, I suppose. What? Cried Gimli, startled out of his silence. A corset of Moray silver. That was a kingly gift. Yes, said Gandalf. I never told him, but its worth was greater than the value of the whole Shire and everything in it. Frodo said nothing, but he put his hand under his tunic and touched the reins of his mail shirt. He felt staggered to think that he had been walking about with the price of the Shire under his jacket. Had Bilbo known? He felt no doubt that Bilbo knew quite well. It was indeed a kingly gift. But now his thoughts had been carried away from the dark mines to Rivendell, to Bilbo, and to Bag End in the days while Bilbo was still there. He wished with all his heart that he was back there, in those days mowing the lawn or pottering among the flowers, and that he had never heard of Moria, or Mithril, or the ring. A deep silence fell. One by one the others fell asleep. Frodo was on guard, as if it were a breath that came in through unseen doors out of deep places. Dread came over him. His hands were cold, and his brow damp. He listened. All his mind was given to listening, and nothing else, for 2 slow hours. But he heard no sound, not even the imagined echo of a footfall. His watch was nearly over, when far off, where he guessed that the western archway stood, he fancied that he could see 2 pale points of light, almost like luminous eyes. He started. His head had nodded. I must have nearly fallen asleep on guard, he thought. I was on the edge of a dream. He stood up and rubbed his eyes, and remained standing, peering into the dark, until he was relieved by Legolas.
All right.
Wow.
Tanya's not in Restream anymore, so I can't put her back up. But thank
right.
you so
Well, if
much,
she's
Tanya.
listening, yeah, that was really good. That was really good.
Love it. Yeah.
And Jordan Barlin's theme at the end there was really good, masterful.
We get its full version coming up here in a second with James.
Fantastic.
Hello.
Hello, James.
Hey.
How you doing?
I'm doing very well. What a wonderful day it's been.
I hope everyone has been enjoying it. I know I have.
No, immensely. All these amazing people. It's been brilliant.
And now we get quite the action sequence, right, James?
Absolutely. So I've grown my Moria beard, and I've got my Andy Serkis reading tempo ready.
Let me get your...
And I'll get you to give me a countdown to when you're starting the music so I can get second precision time codes.
Sounds perfect.
No, it doesn't matter.
We're going to start over if it's not perfect.
Exactly.
All right. Let's get this on.
Oh, tell me when.
It just automatically starts as soon as you share it, so that's cool. But okay, are you ready to roll?
I am ready to roll.
All right, we're going to take these off, and then I'm going to push play.
Chapter 5, The Bridge of Khazad-dûm. The company of the Ring stood silent beside the tomb of Balin. Frodo thought of Bilbo and his long friendship with the dwarf, and of Balin's visit to the Shire long ago. In that dusty chamber in the mountains it seemed 1,000 years ago, and on the other side of the world. At length they stirred and looked up, and began to search for anything that would give them tidings of Balin's fate, or show what had become of his folk. There was another smaller door on the other side of the chamber, under the shaft. By both the doors, they could now see that many bones were lying, and among them were broken swords and axe heads, and cloven shields and helms. Some of the swords were crooked, orc scimitars, with blackened blades. There were many recesses cut in the rock of the walls, and in them were large iron-bound chests of wood. All had been broken and plundered. But beside the shattered lid of one, there lay the remains of a book. It had been slashed and stabbed and partly burned, and it was so stained with black and other dark marks like old blood that little of it could be read. Gandalf lifted it carefully, but the leaves cracked and broke as he lay it on the slab. He pored over it for some time without speaking. Frodo and Gimli, standing at his side, could see, as he gingerly turned the leaves, that they were written by many different hands, in runes, both of Moria and of Dale, and here and there in Elvish script. At last, Gandalf looked up. "It seems to be a record of the fortunes of Balin's folk," he said. "I guess that it began with the coming to Dimril Dale nigh on 30 years ago. The pages seem to have numbers referring to the years after their arrival. The top page is marked 1, 3, so at least 2 are missing from the beginning. Listen to this. We drove out orcs from the great gate and guard... I think the next word is blurred and burned, probably room. We slew many in the bright, I think, sun in the dale. Floey was killed by an arrow. He slew the great... Then there is a blur, followed by Floey under grass near Miramir. The next line or two I cannot read. Then comes, we have taken the 21st hall of North End to dwell in. There is... I cannot read what. A shaft is mentioned. Then Balin has set up his seat in the chamber of Mazarbul. The Chamber of Records, said Gimli. I guess that is where we now stand. Well, I can read no more for a long way, said Gandalf, except the word gold and Durin's axe and something helm. Then Balin is now Lord of Moria. That seems to end a chapter. After some stars, another hand begins, and I can see we found true silver, and later the word well forged. And then something, I have it, Mithril. And the last two lines, Oin to seek for the upper armories of Third Deep. Something go westward, a blur, to Holland Gate. Gandalf paused and set a few leaves aside. There are several pages of the same sort, rather hastily written and much damaged, he said. But I can make little of them in this light. Now, there must be a number of leaves missing, because they begin to be numbered 5, the 5th year of the colony, I suppose. Let me see. No, they are too cut and stained. I cannot read them. We might do better in the sunlight. Wait, here is something. A large, bold hand using an Elvish script. That would be Ori's hand, said Gimli, looking over the wizard's arm. He could write well and speedily, and often use the Elvish characters. I fear he had ill tidings to record in a fair hand, said Gandalf. The first clear word is sorrow, but the rest of the line is lost unless it ends in estre. Yes, it must be yestre, followed by day being the 10th of November. Balin, Lord of Moria, fell in Dimril Dale. He went alone to look in Miramir. An orc shot him from behind a stone. We slew the orc, but many more up from east up the Silverlode. The remainder of the page is so blurred that I can hardly make anything out, but I think I can read, we have barred the gates, and then can hold them long if, and then perhaps horrible and suffer. Poor Balin. He seems to have kept the title that he took for less than 5 years. I wonder what happened afterwards, but there is no time to puzzle out the last few pages. Here is the last page of all. He paused and sighed. It is a grim reading, he said. I fear their end was cruel. Listen. We cannot get out. We cannot get out. They have taken the bridge and second hall. Frar and Loni and Nali fell there. Then there are 4 lines smeared, so I can only read went 5 days ago. The last lines run, the pool is up to the wall at Westgate. The watcher in the water took Owen. We cannot get out. The end comes. And then drums. Drums in the deep. I wonder what that means. The last thing written is in a trailing scrawl of elf letters. They are coming. There is nothing more. Gandalf paused and stood in silent thought. A sudden dread and a horror of the chamber fell on the company. We cannot get out, muttered Gimli. It was well for us that the pool had sunk a little, and that the watcher was sleeping down at the southern end. Gandalf raised his head and looked around. They seem to have made a last stand by both doors, he said. But there were not many left by that time. So ended the attempt to retake Moria. It was valiant, but foolish. The time is not yet come. Now, I fear, we must say farewell to Balin, son of Fundin. Here he must lie in the halls of his father. We will take this book, the Book of Mazarbul, and look at it more closely later. You had better keep it, Gimli, and take it back to Dain, if you get a chance. It will interest him, though it will grieve him deeply. Come, let us go. The morning is passing. Which way shall we go? Asked Boromir. Back to the hall, answered Gandalf. But our visit to this room has not been in vain. I now know where we are. This must be, as Gimli says, the chamber of Mazarbul, and the hall must be the 21st of the north end. Therefore, we should leave by the eastern arch of the hall, and bear right and south, and go downwards. The 21st hall should be on the 7th level, that is, 6 above the level of the gates. Come now, back to the hall. Gandalf had hardly spoken these words when there came a great noise, a rolling boom that seemed to come from depths far below and to tremble in the stone at their feet. They sprang towards the door in alarm. Doom! Doom! It rolled again, as if huge hands were turning the very caverns of Moria into a vast drum. Then there came an echoing blast. A great horn was blown in the hall, and answering horns and harsh cries were heard farther off. There was a hurrying sound of many feet. They are coming! Cried Legolas. We cannot get out! Said Gimli. Trapped, cried Gandalf. Why did I delay? Here we are caught, just as they were before. But I was not here then. We will see what doom, doom, came the drumbeat, and the walls shook. Slam the doors and wedge them, shouted Aragorn. And keep your packs on as long as you can. We may get a chance to cut our way out yet. No, said Gandalf, we must not get shut in. Keep the east door ajar. We will go that way, if we get a chance. Another harsh horn call and shrill cries rang out. Feet were coming down the corridor. There was a ring and clatter as the company drew their swords. Glamring shone with a pale light, and Sting glinted at the edges. Boromir set his shoulder against the western door. Wait a moment, don't close it yet, said Gandalf. He sprang forward to Boromir's side and drew himself up to his full height. Who comes hither to disturb the rest of Balin, Lord of Moria? He cried in a loud voice. There was a rush of hoarse laughter, like the fall of sliding stones into a pit. Amid the clamour, a deep voice was raised in command. Doom, boom, doom, went the drums in the deep. With a quick movement, Gandalf stepped before the narrow opening of the door and thrust forward his staff. There was a dazzling flash that lit the chamber and the passage outside. For an instant, the wizard looked out. Arrows whined and whistled down the corridor as he sprang back. There are orcs, very many of them, he said, and some are large and evil, black uruks of Mordor. For the moment, they are hanging back, but there is something else there. A great cave troll, I think, or more than one. There is no hope of escape that way. And no hope at all if they come the other door as well, said Boromir. There is no sound out here yet, said Aragorn, who was standing by the eastern door listening. The passage on this side plunges straight down a stair. It plainly does not lead back towards the hall, but it's no good flying blindly this way with the pursuit just behind. We cannot block the door. Its key is gone and the lock is broken, and it opens inwards. We must do something to delay their enemy first. We will make them fear the chamber of Mazalbul, he said grimly, feeling the edge of his sword, Anduril. Heavy feet were heard in the corridor. Boromir flung himself against the door and heaved to it. Then he wedged it with broken sword blades and splinters of wood. The company retreated to the other side of the chamber, but they had no chance to fly yet. There was a blow on the door that made it quiver, and then it began to grind slowly open, driving back the wedges. A huge arm and shoulder with a dark skin of greenish scales was thrust through the widening gap. Then a great flat, toeless foot was forced through below. There was a dead silence outside. Boromir leaped forward and hewed at the arm with all his might, but his sword rang, glanced aside and fell from his shaken hand. The blade was notched. Suddenly, and to his own surprise, Frodo felt a hot wrath blaze up in his heart. "The Shire!" he cried. Swinging beside Boromir, he struck and stabbed with sting at the hideous foot. There was a bellow, and the foot jerked back, nearly wrenching Sting from Frodo's arm. Black drops dripped from the blade and smoked on the floor. Boromir hurled himself against the door and slammed it again. "One for the Shire!" cried Aragorn. "The hobbit's bite is deep. You have a good blade, Frodo, son of Drogo." There was a crash on the door, followed by crash after crash. Rams and hammers were beating against it. It cracked and staggered back, and the opening grew suddenly wide. Arrows came whistling in, but struck the northern wall and fell harmlessly to the floor. There was a horn blast and a rush of feet, and orcs, one after the other, leaped into the chamber. How many there were, the company could not count. The affray was sharp, but the orcs were dismayed by the fierceness of the defense. Legolas shot two through the throat. Gimli hewed the legs from under another that had sprung up on Balin's tomb. Boromir and Aragorn slew many. When 13 had fallen, the rest fled shrieking, leaving the defenders unharmed, except for Sam, who had a scratch along the scalp. A quick duck had saved him, and he had felled his orc, a sturdy thrust with his barrow blade. A fire was smouldering in his brown eyes that would have made Ted Sandyman step backwards if he had seen it. "Now is the time," cried Gandalf. "Let us go, before the troll returns." But even as they retreated, and before Pippin and Merry had reached the stair outside, a huge orc chieftain, almost man-high, clad in black mail from head to foot, leaped into the chamber. Behind him, his followers clustered in the doorway. His broad, flat face was swart, his eyes were like coals, and his tongue was red. He wielded a great spear. With a thrust of his huge hide shield, he turned Boromir's sword and bore him backwards, throwing him to the ground. Diving under Aragorn's blow with the speed of a striking snake, he charged into the company and thrust with his spear straight at Frodo. The blow caught him on the right side, and Frodo was hurled against the wall and pinned. Sam, with a cry, hacked at the spear shaft, and it broke. But even as the orc flung down the truncheon and swept out his scimitar, Anduril came down upon his helm. There was a flash like flame, and the helm burst asunder. The orc fell with cloven head. His followers fled howling as Boromir and Aragorn sprung at them. Doom, doom, went the drums in the deep. The great voice rolled out again. "Now!" shouted Gandalf. "Now is the last chance! Run for it!"
that was unbelievable. Genuinely, that was so good. Like the timing, the narration, like the characters, everything. Just like bravo, amazing, James. That was so good.
Thank you.
Amazing, James.
It was great to be part of it. It was a lot of fun.
And you got this timing really awesome.
When I hear the arrows, then I know I'm in the zone.
Yeah,
that was my main cue to hit.
That was great. That was one of the most fun sequences to really dive into. So much happening though. And of course, I still hear things that could be added. It's never ending.
And we still see things in the build that can be added as well. So it's a creative process, right? You're right. It's never perfect.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, James.
Thank you. It's a wonderful opportunity, a lot of fun.
Yeah, we'll chat with you soon.
Yep, great. Thank you.
Josh, can you hear me? I can't hear you. I think you might be muted. You're muted somewhere. I'm not sure where. Nothing yet.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, definitely.
Okay, got that. How do I sound?
Sound good.
Good.
All right. How are you?
Doing well.
Good.
How are you?
Got some. I'm good. A little tired. It's been a while.
Yeah.
But overall, it's been awesome.
Really made this really made Tolkien Reading Day quite the event this year.
Well, I hope so. It's been a lot of fun. I know that the team at Artcraft, especially in this area, has been working hard to get this to us. So
awesome. Yeah, it's been great. It's been awesome to pop in and see everyone, hear all their different, interpretations, and
definitely.
It's awesome.
Definitely. And you've got quite the sequence here.
Yes. Yes, I do.
And you go right to the end of the chapter, right?
I do. Yep.
All right. You ready to roll?
1 second. Let me just tell one person. They'd be waiting to tune in. Yeah.
And I'll just say as well for everyone in the chat, we plan on doing more. We'll see how much we can do for the release of Two Towers and the release of Return of the King, but I definitely want to keep doing this kind of thing for future Tolkien reading days.
Definitely very cool. All right, I'm as ready as I'll ever be.
Sounds good.
To try and do this justice.
All right, let's do it. You got this.
The passage was lit by no shaft and was utterly dark. They groped their way down a long flight of steps and then looked back, but they could see nothing, except high above them the faint glimmer of the wizard's staff. He seemed to be still standing on guard by the closed door. Frodo breathed heavily and leaned against Sam, who put his arms about him. They stood peering up the stairs into the darkness. Frodo thought he could hear the voice of Gandalf above, muttering words that ran down the sloping roof with a sighing echo. He could not catch what was said. The walls seemed to be trembling. Every now and again, the drum beats throbbed and rolled. Doom. Doom. Suddenly, at the top of the stair, there was a stab of white light. Then there was a dull rumble and a heavy thud. The drum beats broke out wildly. Doom, boom, doom, boom, and then stopped. Gandalf came flying down the steps and fell to the ground in the midst of the company. Well, that's over, said the wizard, struggling to his feet. I have done all that I could, but I have met my match and have nearly been destroyed. Don't stand here. Go on. You'll have to do without light for a while. I'm rather shaken. Go on. Go on. Where are you, Gimli? Come ahead with me. Keep close behind. All of you. They stumbled after him, wondering what had happened. Doom, doom went the drum beats again. They now sounded muffled and far away, but they were following. There was no other sound of pursuit, neither tramp of feet, nor any voice. Gandalf took no turns, right or left, for the passage seemed to be going in the direction that he desired. Every now and again it descended a flight of steps, 50 or more, to a lower level. At the moment, that was their chief danger, for in the dark they could not see a descent until they came on it and put their feet out into emptiness. Gandalf felt the ground with his staff like a blind man. At the end of an hour, they had gone a mile, or maybe a little more, and had descended many flights of stairs. There was still no sound of pursuit. Almost, they began to hope that they would escape. At the bottom of the 7th flight, Gandalf halted. "It is getting hot," he gasped. "We ought to be down at least to the level of the gates now. Soon I think we should look for a left-hand turn to take us east. I hope it is not far. I am very weary. I must rest here a moment, even if all the orcs ever spawned are after us." Gimli took his arm and helped him down to a seat on the step. "What happened away up there at the door?" he asked. "Did you meet the beater of the drums?" "I do not know," answered Gandalf, "but I found myself suddenly faced by something that I have not met before. I could think of nothing to do but to try and put a shutting spell on the door. I know many, but to do things of that kind rightly requires time, and even then the door can be broken by strength. As I stood there, I could hear orc voices on the other side. At any moment, I thought they would burst it open. I could not hear what was said. They seemed to be talking in their own hideous language. All I caught was gash, that is fire. Then something came into the chamber. I felt it through the door, and the orcs themselves were afraid and fell silent. Laid hold of the iron ring, and then it perceived me and my spell. What it was I cannot guess, but I have never felt such a challenge. The counterspell was terrible. It nearly broke me. For an instant, the door left my control and began to open. I had to speak a word of command. That proved too great a strain. The door burst in pieces. Something dark as a cloud was blocking out all the light inside, and I was thrown backwards down the stairs. All the wall gave way, and the roof of the chamber as well, I think. I am afraid Balin is buried deep, and maybe something else is buried there too. Cannot say. But at least the passage behind us was completely blocked. Ah, I have never felt so spent, but it is passing. And now, what about you, Frodo? There was no time to say so, but I've never been more delighted in my life than when you spoke. I feared that it was a brave but dead hobbit that Aragorn was carrying. "What about me?" said Frodo. "I'm alive and whole, I think. I'm bruised and in pain, but it is not too bad." "Well," said Aragorn, "I can only say that hobbits are made of a stuff so tough that I have never met the like of it. Had I known, I would have spoken softer in the inn at Bree. That spear thrust would have skewered a wild boar." "Well, it did not skewer me, I'm glad to say," said Frodo, "though I feel as if I had been caught between a hammer and an anvil." He said no more. He found breathing painful. "You take after Bilbo," said Gandalf. "There is more about you than meets the eye, as I said of him long ago." Frodo wondered if the remark meant more than it said. They now went on again. Before long, Gimli spoke. He had keen eyes in the dark. "I think," he said, "that there is a light ahead, but it is not daylight. It is red. What can it be?" "Gosh," muttered Gandalf. "I wonder if that is what they meant, that the lower levels are on fire? Still, we can only go on." Soon the light became unmistakable and could be seen by all. It was flickering and glowing on the walls away down the passage before them. They could now see their way in front. The road sloped down swiftly, and some way ahead there stood a low archway. Through it, the growing light came. The air became very hot. When they came to the arch, Gandalf went through, signing to them to wait. As he stood just beyond the opening, they saw his face, lit by a red glow. Quickly he stepped back. "There is some new devilry here," he said. "Devised for our welcome, no doubt. But I know now where we are. We have reached the first deep, the level immediately below the gates. This is the second hall of Old Moria, and the gates are near, away beyond the eastern end, on the left, not more than a quarter of a mile. Cross the bridge, up a broad stair, along a wide road, through the first hall, and out. Come and look." They peered out. Before them was another cavernous hall. It was loftier and far longer than the one in which they had slept. They were near its eastern end. Westward it ran away into darkness. Down the center stalked a double line of towering pillars. They were carved like boles of mighty trees, whose boughs upheld the roof with a branching tracery of stone. Their stems were smooth and black, but a red glow was darkly mirrored in their sides. Right across the floor, close to the feet of two huge pillars, a great fissure had opened. Out of it, a fierce red light came, and now and again flames licked at the brink and curled about the bases of the columns. Wisps of dark smoke wavered in the hot air. "If we had come by the main road, down from the upper halls, we should have been trapped here," said Gandalf. "Let us hope that the fire now lies between us and pursuit. Come, there is no time to lose." Even as he spoke, they heard again the pursuing drumbeat. Doom, doom, doom. Away beyond the shadows at the western end of the hall, there came cries and horn calls. Doom, doom. The pillars seemed to tremble and the flames to quiver. "Now for the last race," said Gandalf. "If the sun is shining outside, we may still escape. After me." He turned left and sped across the smooth floor of the hall. The distance was greater than it had looked. As they ran, they heard the beat and echo of many hurrying feet behind. A shrill yell went up. They had been seen. There was a ring and clash of steel. An arrow whistled over Frodo's head. Boromir laughed. "They did not expect this," he said. "The fire has cut them off. We're on the wrong side." "Look ahead," called Gandalf. "The bridge is near. It is dangerous and narrow." Suddenly Frodo saw before him a black chasm. At the end of the hall, the floor vanished and fell to an unknown depth. The outer door could only be reached by a slender bridge of stone, without curb or rail, that spanned the chasm, with one curving spring of 50 feet. It was an ancient defense of the dwarves against any enemy that might capture the first hall and the outer passages. They could only pass across it in single file. At the brink, Gandalf halted, and the others came up in a pack behind. "Lead the way, Gimli," he said. "Pippin and Merry next. Straight on, and up the stair beyond the door." Arrows fell among them. One struck Frodo, sprang back. Another pierced Gandalf's hat and stuck there like a black feather. Frodo looked behind. Beyond the fire, he saw swarming black figures. there seemed to be hundreds of orcs. They brandished spears, scimitars, which shone red as blood in the firelight. Doom, doom, rolled the drum beats, growing louder and louder. Doom, doom. Legolas turned and set an arrow to the string. Though it was a long shot for his small bow, he drew. But his hand fell, and the arrow slipped to the ground. He gave a cry of dismay and fear. 2 great trolls appeared. They bore great slabs of stone and flung them down to serve as gangways over the fire. But it was not the trolls that had filled the elf with terror. The ranks of the orcs had opened. They crowded away as if they themselves were afraid. Something was coming up behind them. What it was could not be seen. It was like a great shadow, in the middle of which was a dark form of man shape, maybe yet greater, and a power and terror seemed to be in it and to go before it. It came to the edge of the fire, and the light faded, as if a cloud had bent over it. Then with a rush it leaped across the fissure. The flames roared up to greet it, and wreathed about it, and a black smoke swirled in the air. Its streaming mane kindled and blazed behind it. In its right hand was a blade like a stabbing tongue of fire. In its left, it held a whip of many thongs. I, wailed Legolas, a Balrog has come! Gimli stared with wide eyes. Durin's bane, he cried, and letting his axe fall, he covered his face. A Balrog, muttered Gandalf. Now I understand, he faltered, and leaned heavy on his staff. What an evil fortune, and I'm already weary. The dark figure, streaming with fire, raced towards them. The orcs yelled and poured over the stone gangways. Then Boromir raised his horn and blew. Loud, the challenge rang and bellowed, like a shout of many throats under the cavernous roof. For a moment the orcs quailed, and the fiery shadow halted. Then the echoes died as suddenly as a flame blown out by a dark wind, and the enemy advanced again. Over the bridge, cried Gandalf, recalling his strength. Fly! This is a foe beyond any of you. I must hold the narrow way. Fly! Aragorn and Boromir held their ground, side by side, at the far end of the bridge. The others halted just within the doorway. Fall's end turned, unable to leave their leader to face the enemy alone. Balrog reached the bridge. Gandalf stood in the middle of the sand, on the staff. But in his other hand, Lamdring gleamed, cold and white. His enemy halted again, facing him, and the shadow about it reached out like 2 vast wings. It raised. The thongs climbed and cracked. Fire came from his nostrils. But Gandalf stood firm. You cannot pass, he said. The orcs stood still, and a dead silence fell. I am a servant of the secret fire, wielder of the flame of Arnor. You cannot pass. The dark fire will not avail you, flame of Udun. Go back to the shadow. You cannot pass. The Balrog made no answer. The fire in it seemed to die, but the darkness grew. It stepped forward slowly on the bridge, and suddenly drew itself up to a great height, and its wings were spread from wall to wall. But still, Gandalf could be seen glimmering in the gloom. He seemed small, and altogether alone, gray and bent like a wizened tree before the onset of a storm. From out of the shadow, a red sword leaped, flaming. Glamdring glittered white in answer. There was a ringing clash and a stab of white fire. Balrog fell back. The sword flew up, molten fragments. The wizard swayed on the bridge, stepped back a pace, and then again. You cannot pass. Bound. Balrog full upon the bridge. Hip whirled and he cannot stand alone, cried Aragorn suddenly, and ran back off the bridge. Elendil, he shouted. I am with you, Gandalf. Gondor, cried Boromir, and leaped after him. At that moment, Gandalf lifted his staff, and crying aloud, smote the bridge before him. The staff broke asunder, fell from his hand. A blinding sheet of white flame sprang up. The bridge cracked. Right at the Balrog's feet, it broke, and the stone upon which it stood crashed into the gulf, while the rest remained poised, quivering like a tongue of rock, thrust out into emptiness. With a terrible cry, the Balrog fell forward, and its shadow plunged down and vanished. But even as it fell, it swung its whip, and the thongs lashed and curled about the wizard's knees, dragging him to the brink. He staggered and fell, grasped vainly at the stone, and slid into the abyss. Fly, you fools, he cried, and was gone. The fires went out, and blank darkness fell. The company stood, rooted with horror, staring into the pit. Even as Aragorn and Boromir came flying back, the rest of the bridge cracked and fell. With a cry, Aragorn roused them. Come, I will lead you now, he called. We must obey his last command. Follow me. They stumbled wildly up the great stairs beyond the door, Aragorn leading, Boromir at the rear. At the top was a wide, echoing passage. Along this they fled. Frodo heard Sam at his side weeping, and then he found that he himself was weeping as he ran. Doom, 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 the drum beats rolled behind, mournful now, and slow. Doom. They ran on. The light grew before them. Great shafts pierced the roof. They ran swifter. They passed into a hall, bright with daylight from its high windows in the east. They fled across it. Through its huge broken doors they passed, and suddenly before them the great gates opened, an arch of blazing light. There was a guard of orcs crouching in the shadows behind the great doorposts, towering on either side. But the gates were shattered and cast down. Aragorn smote to the ground the captain that stood in his path, and the rest fled in terror of his wrath. The company swept past them and took no heed of them. Out of the gates they ran and sprang down the huge and age-worn steps, the threshold of Moria. Thus at last they came beyond hope under the sky and felt the wind on their faces. They did not halt until they were out of bowshot from the walls. Dimril Dale lay about them. The shadow of the misty mountains lay upon it, but eastwards there was a golden light on the land. It was but 1 hour after noon. The sun was shining, the clouds were white and high. They looked back. Dark yawned the archway of the gates under the mountain shadow. Faint and far beneath the earth rolled the slow drum beats. Doom. Thin black smoke trailed out. Nothing else was to be seen. The dale all around was empty. Doom. Grief at last wholly overcame them, and they wept long, some standing and silent, some cast upon the ground. Doom, doom. The drum beats faded.
All right.
That was perfect. That was just a perfect end to that. I mean, just well done. I mean, yeah.
Thank you.
Round of applause.
Fantastic. Fantastic, Josh.
It's great. It's great.
We
Like
really
the soundscape
enjoyed it.
really was good.
Thank you. Yeah, that was quite the segment to work on, and you read it beautifully.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thanks for having me on. Let me do it.
Definitely. Hopefully you can stick with us till the end.
Yeah.
We're
We'll see.
within range now.
Very close, yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. See ya.
All right. I feel like we all need a minute to recover.
It was emotional. It was, like the music just hits the. I mean, in the way that it does in the movies, that one track, it's really similar.
Yeah,
Emotions.
it was really interesting trying to
Not do
get
that.
not do that, but get that
Yeah.
same feeling in there
Yeah.
for sure. But now we move on.
Give them a minute for pity's sake.
One second. I gotta get stuff set up here. Elise, how are you?
Hello.
We can hear you. It sounds
Can you
good.
hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Are we ready to head to Lothlorien?
Let's do it. Just tell me when.
I think we are good.
Okay.
All right. So we have 2 more chapters to go. Just gonna reset my timer. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right. Let's do it.
The night wind blew chill up the valley to meet them. Before them, a wide gray shadow loomed, and they heard an endless rustle of leaves like poplars in the breeze. "Lothlorien!" cried Legolas. "Lothlorien, we have come to the eaves of the Golden Wood. Alas that it is winter." Under the night, the trees stood tall before them.
Sorry, pause for 1 second. I think I messed something up. Sorry. Give me 1 second. I think I forgot that sometimes people don't start at the start of the chapters. Unless I'm confused. Give me 1 second, though.
Not at all. If you like, I can start from where I left off or from the beginning again.
Let me just look here. Sorry, it looks like I lost the start point where that's supposed to be. Would it totally throw you off to go from the beginning? Is that too much reading?
Not a bit.
The beginning
do
of
you
the
want-
chapter, I mean.
Oh, the very beginning of the chapter?
Is that too much?
Nah.
It's okay to say no.
Just understand that I haven't practiced any of the
I can find it here.
any of the cues. All right, I can do that.
Fornat said that he is willing to jump in if you would rather do that.
Sorry, say again.
Fornat says that he can read the beginning if you want, but it's up to you.
No, that's fine. I can do it.
You want to just go for it? Okay. I'm sure everyone would appreciate that.
Appreciate the help, though.
All right. From the beginning, then.
From the very beginning. All right.
All right.
Alas, I fear we cannot stay here longer, said Aragorn. He looked towards the mountains and held up his sword. Farewell, Gandalf, he cried. Did I not say to you, if you pass the doors of Moria, beware? Alas that I spoke true. What hope have we without you? He turned to the company. We must do without hope, he said. At least we may yet be avenged. Let us gird ourselves and weep no more. Come, we have a long road and much to do. They rose and looked about them. Northward, the dale ran up into a glen of shadows between the two great arms of the mountains, above which 3 white peaks were shining. Celebdil, Fanuithal, Carathras, the mountains of Moria. At the head of the glen, a torrent flowed like a white lace over an endless ladder of short falls, and a mist of foam hung in the air about the mountain's feet. Yonder is the Dimrill Stair, said Aragorn, pointing to the falls. Down the deep cloven way that climbs beside the torrent we should have come, if fortune had been kinder. Or Carathras less cruel, said Gimli. There he stands smiling in the sun. He shook his fist at the furthest of the snow-capped peaks and turned away. To the east, the outflung arm of the mountains marched to a sudden end, and far lands could be descried beyond them, wide and vague. To the south, the misty mountains receded endlessly as far as sight could reach. Less than a mile away, and a little below them, for they still stood high up on the west side of the dale, there lay a mere. It was long and oval, shaped like a great spearhead thrust deep into the northern glen. But its southern end was beyond the shadows under the sunlit sky. Yet its waters were dark, a deep blue like clear evening sky seen from a lamp-lit room. Its face was still and unruffled. About it lay a smooth sward, shelving down on all sides to its bare, unbroken rim. There lies the Mirrormere, deep Kheled Sarum, said Gimli sadly. I remember that he said, May you have joy of the sight, for we cannot linger here. Now long shall I journey ere I have joy again. It is I that must hasten away, and he that must remain. The company now went down the road from the gates. It was rough and broken, fading to a winding track between heather and wind that thrust amid the cracking stones. But still it could be seen that once long ago a great paved way had wound upwards from the lowlands to the dwarf kingdom. In places there were ruined works of stone beside the path, and mounds of green topped with slender birches, or fir trees sighing in the wind. An eastward bend led them hard by the sward of Mirrormere. And there, not far from the roadside, stood a single column broken at the top. That is Durin's stone, cried Gimli. I cannot pass without turning aside for a moment to look at the wonder of the dale. Be swift, then, said Aragorn, looking back toward the gates. The sun sinks early. The orcs will not maybe come out till after dusk. But we must be far away before nightfall. The moon is almost spent, and it will be dark tonight. Come with me, Frodo, cried the dwarf, springing from the road. I would not have you go without seeing Kelidzarum. He ran down the long green slope. Frodo followed slowly, drawn by the still blue water in spite of hurt and weariness. Sam came up behind. Beside the standing stone, Gimli halted and looked up. It was cracked and weather-worn, and the faint runes upon its side could not be read. This pillar marks the spot where Durin first looked in the mirror, said the dwarf. Let us look ourselves once ere we go. They stooped over the dark water. At first they could see nothing. Then, slowly, they saw the forms of the encircling mountains mirrored in a profound blue, and the peaks were like plumes of white flame above them. Beyond, there was a space of sky. There, like jewels sunk in the deep, shone glinting stars, though sunlight was in the sky above. Of their own stooping forms, no shadow could be seen. O Kelidzarum, fair and wonderful, said Gimli. There lies the crown of Durin till he wakes. Farewell. He bowed and turned away and hastened back up the greensward to the road again. What did you see? Said Pippin to Sam. But Sam was too deep in thought to answer. The road now turned south and went quickly downwards, running out from between the arms of the dale. Some way below the mere, they came on a deep well of water, clear as crystal, from which a freshet fell over a stone lip and ran glistening and gurgling down a steep, rocky channel. Here is the spring from which the Silverlode rises, said Gimli. Do not drink of it. It is icy cold. Soon it becomes a swift river, and it gathers water from many other mountain streams, said Aragorn. Our road leads beside it for many miles, for I shall take you by the road that Gandalf chose. And first I hope to come to the woods where the Silverlode flows into the great river, out yonder. They looked as he pointed, and before them they could see the stream leaping down to the trough of the valley, and then running on and away into the lower lands, until it was lost in a golden haze. There lie the woods of Lothlorien, said Legolas. That is the fairest of all the dwellings of my people. There are no trees like the trees of that land, for in the autumn their leaves fall not, but turn to gold. Not till the spring comes and the new green opens do they fall, and then the boughs are laden with yellow flowers, and the floor of the wood is golden, and golden is the roof, and its pillars are of silver, for the bark of the trees is smooth and gray. So still our songs in Mirkwood say, my heart would be glad if I were beneath the eaves of that wood, and it were springtime. My heart will be glad even in the winter, said Aragorn. But it lies many miles away. Let us hasten. For some time, Frodo and Sam managed to keep up with the others, but Aragorn was leading them at a great pace, and after a while they lagged behind. They had eaten nothing since the early morning. Sam's cut was burning like fire, and his head felt light. In spite of the shining sun, the wind seemed chill after the warm darkness of Moria. He shivered. Frodo felt every step more painful, and he gasped for breath. At last Legolas turned, and seeing them now far behind, he spoke to Aragorn. The others halted, and Aragorn ran back, calling to Boromir to come with him. I am sorry, Frodo, he cried, full of concern. So much has happened this day, and we have such need of haste that I have forgotten that you were hurt, and Sam too. You should have spoken. We have done nothing to ease you as we ought, though all the orcs of Moria were after us. Come now, a little further on there is a place where we can rest for a little. There I will do what I can for you. Come, Boromir, we will carry them. Soon afterwards they came upon another stream that ran down from the west, and joined its bubbling water with the hurrying Silverlode. Together they plunged over a fall of green-hued stone and foamed down into a dell. About it stood fir trees, short and bent, and its sides were steep and clothed with hart's tongue and shrubs of whortleberry. At the bottom there was a level space through which the stream flowed noisily over shining pebbles. Here they rested. It was now nearly 3 hours after noon, and they had come only a few miles from the gates. Already the sun was westering. While Gimli and the 2 younger hobbits kindled a fire of brush and firwood and drew water, Aragorn tended Sam and Frodo. Sam's wound was not deep, but it looked ugly, and Aragorn's face was grave as he examined it. After a moment, he looked up with relief. "Good luck, Sam," he said. "Many have received worse than this in payment for the slaying of their first orc. The cut is not poisoned, as the wounds of orc blades too often are. It should heal well when I have tended it. Bathe it when Gimli has heated water." He opened his pouch and drew out some withered leaves. "They are dry, and some of their virtue has gone," he said. "But here I have still some of the leaves of Athelas that I gathered near Weathertop. Crush one in the water and wash the wound clean, and I will bind it. Now it is your turn, Frodo." "I am all right," said Frodo, reluctant to have his garments touched. "All I needed was some food and a little rest." "No," said Aragorn, "we must have a look and see what the hammer and the anvil have done to you. I still marvel that you are alive at all." Gently, he stripped off Frodo's old jacket and worn tunic, and gave a gasp of wonder. Then he laughed. The silver corselet shimmered before his eyes like the light upon a rippling sea. Carefully, he took it off and held it up, and the gems on it glittered like stars, and the sound of the shaken rings was like the tinkle of rain in a pool. "Look, my friends," he called. "Here's a pretty hobbit skin to wrap an elven princeling in. If it were known that hobbits had such hides, all the hunters of Middle-earth would be riding to the Shire. And all the arrows of all the hunters in the world would be in vain," said Gimli, gazing at the mail in wonder. "It is a mithril coat. Mithril! I have never seen nor heard tell of one so fair. Is this the coat that Gandalf spoke of? Then he undervalued it. But it was well given. I have often wondered what you and Bilbo were doing so close in his little room," said Merry. "Bless the old hobbit. I love him more than ever. I hope we get a chance of telling him about it." There was a dark and blackened bruise on Frodo's right side and breast. Under the mail there was a shirt of soft leather, but at one point the rings had been driven through it into the flesh. Frodo's left side also was scored and bruised where he had been hurled against the wall. While the others set the food ready, Aragorn bathed the hurts with water in which Athelas was steeped. The pungent fragrance filled the dell, and all those who stooped over the steaming water felt refreshed and strengthened. Soon Frodo felt the pain leave him, and his breath grew easy, though he was stiff and sore to the touch for many days. Aragorn bound some soft pads of cloth at his side. "The mail is marvelously light," he said. "Put it on again, if you can bear it. My heart is glad to know that you have such a coat. Do not lay it aside, even in sleep, unless fortune brings you where you are safe for a while, and that will seldom chance while your quest lasts." When they had eaten, the company got ready to go on. They put out the fire and hid all traces of it. Then, climbing out of the dell, they took to the road again. They had not got far before the sun sank behind the westward heights and great shadows crept down the mountainsides. Dusk veiled their feet, and a mist rose in the hollows. Away in the east, the evening light lay pale upon the dim lands of distant plain and wood. Sam and Frodo, now feeling eased and greatly refreshed, were able to go at a fair pace. And with only one brief halt, Aragorn led the company on for nearly 3 more hours. It was dark. Deep night had fallen. There were many clear stars, but the fast waning moon would not be seen till late. Gimli and Frodo were at the rear, walking softly and not speaking, listening for any sound upon the road behind. At length, Gimli broke the silence. "Not a sound but the wind," he said. "There are no goblins near, or my ears are made of wood. It is to be hoped that the orcs will be content with driving us from Moria. And maybe that was all their purpose, and they had nothing else to do with us, with the ring. Though orcs will often pursue foes for many leagues into the plain if they have a fallen captain to avenge." Frodo did not answer. He looked at Sting, and the blade was dull. Yet he had heard something, or thought he had. As soon as the shadows had fallen about them, and the road behind was dim, he had heard again the quick patter of feet. Even now he heard it. He turned swiftly. There were 2 tiny gleams of light behind, or for a moment he thought he saw them. But at once they slipped aside and vanished. "What is it?" said the dwarf. "I don't know," answered Frodo. "I thought I heard feet, and I thought I saw a light, like eyes. I have thought so often since we first entered Moria." Gimli halted and stooped to the ground. "I hear nothing but the night speech of plant and stone," he said. "Come, let us hurry. The others are out of sight." The night wind blew chill up the valley to meet them. Before them, a wide gray shadow loomed, and they heard an endless rustle of leaves, like poplars in the breeze. "Lothlorien!" cried Legolas. "Lothlorien! We have come to the eaves of the Golden Wood. Alas that it is winter." Under the night, the trees stood tall before them, arched over the road and stream that ran suddenly beneath their spreading boughs. In the dim light of the stars, their stems were gray, and their quivering leaves a hint of fallow gold. "Lothlorien!" said Aragorn. "Glad I am to hear again the wind in the trees. We are still little more than 5 leagues from the gates, but we can go no further. Here let us hope that the virtue of the elves will keep us tonight from the peril that comes behind. If elves indeed still dwell here in the darkening world," said Gimli. "It is long since any of my folk journeyed hither back to the land whence we wandered in ages long ago," said Legolas. "But we hear that Lorien is not yet deserted. for there is a secret power here that holds evil from the land. Nevertheless, its folk are seldom seen, and maybe they dwell now deep in the woods and far from the northern border. Indeed, deep in the wood they dwell, said Aragorn, and sighed as if some memory stirred in him. We must fend for ourselves tonight. We will go forward a short way until the trees are all about us, and then we will turn aside from the path and seek a place to rest in. He stepped forward, but Boromir stood irresolute and did not follow. Is there no other way? He said. What other fairer way would you desire? Said Aragorn. A plain road, though it led through a hedge of swords, said Boromir. By strange paths has this company been led, and so far to evil fortune. Against my will, we passed under the shades of Moria to our loss. And now we must enter the Golden Wood, you say. But of that perilous land we have heard in Gondor. And it is said that few come out who once go in, and of that few none have escaped unscathed. Say not unscathed, but if you say unchanged, then maybe you will speak the truth, said Aragorn. But lore wanes in Gondor, Boromir. If in the city of those who once were wise they now speak evil of Lothlorien. Believe what you will, there is no other way for us. Unless you would go back to Moria Gate or scale the pathless mountains, or swim the great river all alone. Then lead on, said Boromir. But it is perilous. Perilous indeed, said Aragorn. Fair and perilous. But only evil need fear it, or those who bring some evil with them. Follow me. They had gone little more than a mile into the forest when they came upon another stream flowing down swiftly from the tree-clad slopes that climbed back westward towards the mountains. They heard it splashing over a fall away among the shadows on their right. Its dark, hurrying waters ran across the path before them and joined the Silverlode in a swirl of dim pools among the roots of trees. Here is Nimrodel, said Legolas. Of this stream the Sylvan elves made many songs long ago, and still we sing them in the north, remembering the rainbow on its falls, and the golden flowers that floated in its foam. All is dark now, and the bridge of Nimrodel is broken down. I will bathe my feet, for it is said that the water is healing to the weary. He went forward and climbed down the deep cloven bank and stepped into the stream. Follow me, he cried. The water is not deep. Let us wade across. On the further bank we can rest, and the sound of the falling water may bring us sleep and forgetfulness of grief. One by one they climbed down and followed Legolas. For a moment Frodo stood near the brink and let the water flow over his tired feet. It was cold, but its touch was clean, and as he went on and it mounted to his knees, he felt that the stain of travel and all weariness was washed from his limbs. When all the company had crossed, they sat and rested and ate a little food. And Legolas told them tales of Lothlorien that the elves of Mirkwood still kept in their hearts, of sunlight and starlight upon the meadows by the great river, before the world was gray. At length a silence fell, and they heard the music of the waterfall running sweetly in the shadows. Almost Frodo fancied that he could hear a voice singing, mingled with the sound of the water. Do you hear the voice of Nimrodel? Asked Legolas. I will sing you a song of the maiden Nimrodel, who bore the same name as the stream beside which she lived long ago. It is a fair song in our woodland tongue, but this is how it runs in the Western speech, as some in Rivendell now sing it. In a soft voice hardly to be heard amid the rustle of the leaves above them, he began. An elven maid there was of old, a shining star by day. Her mantle white was hemmed with gold, her shoes of silver gray. A star was bound upon her brows, a light was on her hair, as sun upon the golden boughs in Lorien the fair. Her hair was long, her limbs were white, and fair she was and free, and in the wind she went as light as leaf of linden tree. Beside the falls of Nimrodel, by water clear and cool, her voice as falling silver fell into the shining pool. Where now she wanders none can tell, in sunlight or in shade, for lost of yore was Nimrodel, and in the mountains strayed. The elven ship in haven grey beneath the mountain lee awaited her for many a day beside the roaring sea. A wind by night in northern lands arose and loud it cried, and drove the ship from elven strands across the streaming tide. When dawn came dim, the land was lost, the mountains sinking gray, beyond the heaving waves that tossed their plumes of blinding spray. Amroth beheld the fading shore, now low beyond the swell, and cursed the faithless ship that bore him far from Nimrodel. Of old he was an elven king, a lord of tree and glen, when golden were the boughs in spring in fair Lothlorien. From helm to sea they saw him leap as arrow from the string, and dive into the water deep as mew upon the wing. The wind was in his flowing hair, the foam about him shone. Afar they saw him strong and fair go riding like a swan. But from the west has come no word, and on the hither shore no tidings elven folk have heard of Amroth evermore. The voice of Legolas faltered, and the song ceased. I cannot sing any more, he said. That is but a part, for I have forgotten much. It is long and sad, for it tells how sorrow came upon Lothlorien, Lorien of the Blossom, when the dwarves awakened evil in the mountains. But the dwarves did not make the evil, said Gimli. I said not so, yet evil came, answered Legolas sadly. Then many of the elves of Nimrodel's kindred left their dwellings and departed. And she was lost far in the south, in the passes of the White Mountains. And she came not to the ship where Amroth her lover waited for her. But in the spring, when the wind is in the new leaves, the echo of her voice may still be heard by the falls that bear her name. And when the wind is in the south, the voice of Amroth comes up from the sea. For Nimrodel flows into Silverlode, that elves call Celebrant, and Celebrant into Anduin the Great, and Anduin flows into the bay of Belvalis, whence the elves of Lorien set sail. but neither Nimrodel nor Amroth came ever back. It is told that she had a house built in the branches of a tree that grew near the falls. For that was the custom of the elves of Lorien, to dwell in the trees, and maybe it is so still. Therefore, they were called the Galathrim, the tree people. Deep in their forest, the trees are very great. The people of the woods did not delve in the ground like dwarves, nor build strong places of stone before the shadow came.
Amazing.
That was amazing.
Amazing. We were saying in the chat, just the fact that you had zero prep and just nailed the timing on all that stuff was like mind blowing to me. Like I had to prepare so much of my section, and then you just like did it. Just it's fine. No problem.
I'm so glad. I was so worried that I wasn't getting the timing right, but
No,
goodness,
it was fantastic.
that was wonderful.
Yeah, well done.
Thank you.
Well done, well done. All right, hopefully you can stay and enjoy the rest.
I certainly shall. Thank you, Jordan, for letting me be a part of this. And I must say, you all are extremely, extremely talented human beings.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have 2 readers. All right. Catherine and Lorien, hello.
Perfect. Can you hear us?
We can.
Yes.
You can probably hear me better now that I have my microphone on.
There we go. Good.
All right.
We are good. Are we ready to roll?
I believe we are. Now, we don't have cues, or I don't have any cues. Is there any place that we should know about that we should
Yours is fairly constant flowing. I think it should be okay.
All right.
All right, so I'm going to play the soundscape, and we're going to jump off screen. Take it away.
Your words bring good counsel, Gimli, said Aragorn. We cannot build a house, but tonight we will do as the Galadhrim and seek refuge in the treetops if we can. We have sat here beside the road already longer than was wise.
The company now turned aside from the path and went into the shadow of the deeper woods, westward along the mountain stream away from the Silverlode. Not far from the falls of Nimrodel, they found a cluster of trees, some of which overhung the stream. Their great grey trunks were of mighty girth, but their height could not be guessed. I will climb up, said Legolas. I am at home among trees, by brute or bough, though these trees are of a kind strange to me, save as a name in song. Nilirn, they are called, and are those that bear the yellow blossom. But I have never climbed in one. I will see now what is their shape and way of growth. Whatever it may be, said Pippin, they will be marvelous trees indeed if they can offer any rest at night, except to birds. I cannot sleep on a perch. Then dig a hole in the ground, said Legolas, if that is more after the fashion of your kind. But you must dig swift and deep, if you wish to hide from orcs.
He sprang lightly up from the ground and caught a branch that grew from the trunk high above his head. But even as he swung there for a moment, a voice spoke suddenly from the tree shadows above him. Darrow! It said in commanding tone, and Legolas dropped back to earth in surprise and fear. He shrank against the bole of the tree. Stand still, he whispered to the others. Do not move or speak. There was a sound of soft laughter over their heads, and then another clear voice spoke in an elven tongue. Frodo could understand little of what was said, for the speech that the sylvan folk east of the mountains used among themselves was unlike that of the west. Legolas looked up and answered in the same language.
Who are they, and what do they say? asked Mary. They're elves, said Sam. Can't you hear their voices? Yes, they are elves, said Legolas, and they say that you breathe so loud that they could shoot you in the dark. Sam hastily put his hand over his mouth. But they also say that you have no need fear. You need have no fear. They have been aware of us for a long while. They heard my voice across the Nimrodel and knew that I was one of their northern kindred, and therefore they did not hinder our crossing. And afterwards they heard my song. Now they bid me climb up with Frodo, for they seem to have had some tidings of him and of our journey. The others they asked to wait a little and to keep watch at the foot of the tree until they have decided what is to be done. Out of the shadows a ladder was let down. It was made of rope, silver grey and glimmering in the dark, and though it looked slender, it proved strong enough to bear many men. Legolas ran lightly up, and Frodo followed slowly. Behind came Sam, trying not to breathe loudly.
The branches of the Malorn tree grew out nearly straight from the trunk, and then swept upward. But near the top, the main stem divided into a crown of many boughs, and among these they found that there had been built a wooden platform, a flet, as such things were called in those days. The elves called it a talon. It was reached by a round hole in the center, through which the ladder passed. When Frodo came at last up onto the flet, he found Legolas seated with 3 other elves. They were clad in shadowy gray, and could not be seen among the tree stems unless they moved suddenly. They stood up, and one of them uncovered a small lamp that gave out a slender silver beam. He held it up, looking at Frodo's face and Sam's. Then he shut off the light again and spoke words of welcome in his elven tongue. Frodo spoke haltingly in return. "Welcome," the elf then said again in the common language, speaking slowly. "We seldom use any tongue but our own, for we dwell now in the heart of the forest and do not willingly have dealings with any other folk. Even our own kindred in the north are sundered from us. But there are some of us still who go abroad for the gathering of news and the watching of our enemies, and they speak the languages of other lands. I am one. Haldir is my name. My brothers, Rumian and Orvin, speak little of your tongue. But we have heard rumors of your coming, for the messengers of Elrond passed by Lorien on their way home up the Dimril stair. We had not heard of hobbits, of halflings, for many a long year, and did not know that any yet dwelt in Middle-earth. You do not look evil, and since you come with an elf of our kindred, we are willing to befriend you as Elrond asked, though it is not our custom to lead strangers through our land. But you must stay here tonight. How many are you?" 8, said Legolas. "Myself, 4 hobbits, and 2 men, one of whom, Aragorn, is an elf friend of the folk of Westerness."
"The name of Aragorn, son of Arathorn, is known in Lorien," said Haldir, "and he has the favor of the lady. All then is well, but you have yet spoken only of 7. The 8th is a dwarf," said Legolas. "A dwarf?" said Haldir. "That is not well. We have not had dealings with the dwarves since the dark days. They are not permitted in our land. I cannot allow them to pass. But he is from the Lonely Mountain, one of Dain's trusty people, and friendly to Elrond," said Frodo. "Elrond himself chose him to be one of our companions, and he has been brave and faithful." The elves spoke together in soft voices and questioned Legolas in their own tongue. "Very good," said Haldir at last. "We will do this, though it is against our liking. If Aragorn and Legolas will guard him and answer for him, he shall pass, but he must go blindfold through Lothlorien."
"But now we must debate no longer. Your folk must not remain on the ground. We have been keeping watch on the rivers ever since we saw a great troop of orcs going north toward Moria, along the skirts of the mountains many days ago. Wolves are howling on the woods' borders. If you have indeed come from Moria, the peril cannot be far behind. Tomorrow, early, you must go on." The 4 hobbits shall climb up here and stay with us. We do not fear them. There is another talon in the next tree. There the others must take refuge. You, Legolas, must answer to us for them. Call us if anything is amiss, and have an eye on that dwarf." Legolas at once went down the ladder to take Haldir's message, and soon afterwards Merry and Pippin clambered up onto the high flat. They were out of breath and seemed rather scared. "There," said Merry, panting. "We have lugged up all your blankets as well as our own. Strider has hidden all the rest of our baggage in a deep drift of leaves." "You had no need of your burdens," said Haldir. "It is cold in the treetops in winter, though the wind tonight is in the south. But we have food and drink to give you that will drive away the night chill, and we have skins and cloaks to spare."
The hobbits accepted this second and far better supper very gladly. Then they wrapped themselves warmly, not only in the fur cloaks of the elves, but in their own blankets as well, and tried to go to sleep. But weary as they were, only Sam found that easy to do. Hobbits do not like heights, and do not sleep upstairs even when they have any stairs. The flat was not at all to their liking as a bedroom. It had no walls, not even a rail. Only one side was their light plaited screen, which could be moved and fixed in different places according to the wind. Pippin went on talking for a while. "I hope, if I do go to sleep in this bird loft, that I shan't roll off," he said. "Once I do go to sleep," said Sam, "I shall go on sleeping whether I roll off or no. And the less said, the sooner I'll drop off, if you take my meaning." Frodo lay for some time awake, and looked up at the stars glinting through the pale roof of quivering leaves. Sam was snoring at his side long before he himself closed his eyes. He could dimly see the gray forms of 2 elves sitting motionless with their arms about their knees, speaking in whispers. The others had gone down to take up his watch on one of the lower branches.
At last, lulled by the wind in the boughs above and the sweet murmur in the falls of Nimrodel below, Frodo fell asleep with the song of Legolas running in his mind. Late in the night he woke. The other hobbits were asleep. The elves were gone. The sickle moon was gleaming dimly among the leaves. The wind was still. A little way off he heard a harsh laugh and the tread of many feet on the ground below. There was a ring of metal. The sounds died slowly away and seemed to go southward, on into the wood. A head appeared suddenly through the hole in the flat. Frodo sat up in alarm and saw it was a gray-hooded elf. He looked towards the hobbit. "What is it?" said Frodo. "Yirch," said the elf in a hissing whisper, and cast onto the flat the rope ladder rolled up. "Orcs," said Frodo, "what are they doing?" But the elf had gone. There were no more sounds. Even the leaves were silent, and the very falls seemed to be hushed.
Frodo sat and shivered in his wraps. He was thankful that they had not been caught on the ground, but he felt that the trees offered little protection except concealment. Orcs were as keen as hounds on a scent, it was said, but they could also climb. He drew out Sting. It flashed and glittered like a blue flame, and then slowly faded again and grew dull. In spite of the fading of his sword and the feeling of immediate danger did not leave Frodo. Rather, it grew stronger. He got up and crawled to the opening and peered down. He was almost certain that he could hear stealthy movements at the tree's foot far below. Not elves, for the woodland folk were altogether noiseless in their movements. Then he heard faintly a sound like sniffling, and something seemed to be scrabbling on the bark of the tree trunk. He stared down into the dark, holding his breath. Something was now climbing slowly, and his breath came like a soft hissing through closed teeth. Then coming up close to the stern, Frodo saw 2 pale eyes. They stopped and gazed upward, unwinking. Suddenly, they turned away, and a shadowy figure slipped round the trunk of the tree and vanished.
Immediately afterwards, Haldir came swiftly, climbing up through the branches. "There is something in this tree that I have never seen before," he said. It was not an orc. It fled as soon as I touched the tree stem. It seemed to be wary and to have some skill in trees, or I might have thought that it was one of you, hobbits. I did not shoot, for I dared not arouse any cries. We cannot risk battle. A strong company of orcs has passed. They crossed the Nimrodel, curse their foul feet in its clean water, and went on down the old road beside the river. They seemed to pick up some scent, and they searched the ground for a while near the place where you halted. The three of us could not challenge 100, so we went ahead and spoke with feigned voices, leading them on into the wood. Orphin has now gone in haste back to our dwellings to warn our people. None of the orcs will ever return out of Lorien, and there will be many elves hidden on the northern border before another night falls. But you must take the road south as soon as it is fully light.
All right. Thank you both for that. It was excellent.
Thank you for organizing it.
So smoothly handed off. That was great. All
Wonderful.
right. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having
Thank you. Thank you for having us. We'll go and listen to it now.
Sounds good. Thank you. Thank you.
Namarie.
All right. Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Doing good. How are you holding up?
Oh, you know, a little bit sleepy maybe.
Jordan's a trooper.
Mhm.
A trooper.
All right, let me just get things set up here. All right. Are you ready to roll to the end of the chapter?
I'm ready.
All right. And then we have one more chapter after this. Thanks to everyone who has stuck around this long. It's been awesome. All right. If you're ready, here we go.
Day came pale from the east. As light grew, it filtered through the yellow leaves, and it seemed to the hobbits that the early sun of a cool summer's morning was shining. Pale blue sky peeped among the moving branches. Looking through an opening on the south side of the flat, Frodo saw all Silverload lying like a sea of fallow gold, tossing gently in the breeze. The morning was still young and cold when the company set out again, guided now by Haldir and his brother Rumiel. "Farewell, sweet Nimrodel," cried Nigel. Frodo looked back and caught a gleam of white foam among the grey tree stems. "Farewell," he said. It seemed to him that again a running water so beautiful, forever blending its innumerable notes in an endless, changeful music. They went back to the path that still went on along the west side of the Silverload, and for some way they followed it southward. There were prints of orc feet in the earth, but soon Haldir turned aside into the trees and halted on the bank of the river under their shadows. "There is one of my people yonder across the stream," he said, "though you may not see him." He gave a call like the low whistle of a bird, and out of the thicket trees an elf stepped, clad in grey, but with his hood thrown back. His hair glinted like gold in the morning sun. Haldir skillfully cast over the stream a coil of grey rope, and he caught it and bound the end about a tree near the bank. "Celebrant is already a strong stream here, as you see," said Haldir. "It runs both swift and deep, and is very cold. We do not set foot in it so far north, unless we must. But in these days of watchfulness, we do. This is how we cross. Follow me." He made his end of the rope fast about another tree, and then ran lightly along it, over the river and back again. "I could walk this path," said Legolas, "but the others have not this skill. Must they swim?" "No," said Haldir. "We have 2 more ropes. We will fasten them above the other, one shoulder high, and another half high. and holding these the strangers should be able to cross with care. When the slender bridge had been made, the company passed over, some cautiously and slowly, others more easily. Of the hobbits, Pippin proved the best, for he was sure-footed, and he walked over quickly, holding only with one hand, but he kept his eyes on the bank ahead and did not look down. Sam shuffled along, looking down into the pale eddying water as if it was a chasm in the mountains. He breathed with relief when he was safely across. Live and learn, as my gaffer used to say, though he was thinking of gardening and not of roosting like a bird, nor of trying to walk like a spider. Not even my Uncle Andy ever did a trick like that. When at length all the company was gathered on the east bank of the Silverlode, the elves untied the ropes and coiled 2 of them. Rumiel, who had remained on the other side, drew back the last one, slung it on his shoulder, and with a wave of his hand went away, back to Nimmerdale to keep watch. Now, friends, said Haldir, you have entered the Ninth of Lorien, or the Gorge, where it is the land that lies like a spearhead between the arms of Silverlode and Anduin the Great. We allow no strangers to spy out the secrets of the Ninth. Few indeed are permitted even to set foot there. As was agreed, I shall here blindfold the eyes of Gimli the dwarf. The others may walk free for a while, until we come nearer to our dwellings, down in Egladale, in the angle between the waters. This was not at all to the liking of Gimli. The agreement was made without my said. I will not walk blindfold like a beggar or a prisoner, and I am no spy. My folk have never had dealings with any of the servants of the enemy. Neither have we done harm to the elves. I am no more likely to betray you than Legolas or any other of my companions. I do not doubt you, said Haldir, yet this is our law. I am not of the law, and cannot set it aside. I have done much in letting you set foot over Celebrant. Gimli was obstinate. He planted his feet firmly apart, and laid his hand upon the haft of his axe. I will go forward free, he said, or I will go back and seek my own land, where I am known to be true of word, though I perish alone in the wilderness. You cannot go back, said Haldir sternly. Now you have come thus far, you must be brought before the Lord and the Lady. They shall judge you to hold you, or as they will. You cannot cross the rivers again, and behind you there are now secret sentinels that you cannot pass. You would be slain before you saw them. Gimli drew his axe from his belt. Haldir and his companion. A plague on dwarfs and their stiff necks, said Legolas. Come, said Aragorn. If I am still to lead this company, you must do as I bid. It is hard upon the dwarf to be thus singled out. We will all be blindfold, even Legolas. That will be best, though it will make the journey slow and dull. Gimli laughed suddenly. Ha! A merry troop of fools we shall look, all on a string, like many blind beggars with one dog. But I will be content if only Legolas here shows my blindness. I am an elf and a kinsman here, said Legolas, becoming angry in his turn. Now let us cry, a plague on the stiff necks of elves, said Aragorn. We shall all fare alike. Come, bind our eyes, Haldir. I shall claim full amends for every fall and stubbed toe. You do not lead us well, said Gimli, as they bound a cloth about his eyes. You will have it knit, Haldir. I shall lead you well, and the paths are smooth and straight. Alas for the folly of these days, said Legolas. Here all are enemies of one enemy, and yet I must walk blind while the sun is merry in the woodland under leaves of gold. Folly it may seem, said Haldir. Indeed, in nothing is the power of the Dark Lord more clearly shown than in the estrangement that divides all who still oppose him. Yet so little faith and trust do we find now in the world beyond Lothlorien, unless maybe in Rivendell. We do not by our own trust endanger our land. We live now upon an island amid many perils, and our hands are more often upon the bowstring than the harp. The rivers long defended us, but they are a sure guard no more, for the shadow has crept northward all about us. Some speak of departing, Yet for that it already seems too late. The mountains to the west are growing evil. To the east, lands are waste and full of Sauron's creatures. And it is rumored that we cannot now safely pass southward through Rohan, and the mouths of the great river are watched by the enemy. Even if we could come to the shores of the sea, we should find no longer any shelter there. It is said that there are still havens of the High Elves, but they are far north and west, beyond the land of the Halflings. But where that may be, though the Lord and the Lady may know, I do not. You at least ought to guess, since you have seen us, said Mary. There are elf havens west of my land, the Shire, where hobbits live. Happy folk are hobbits to dwell near the shores of the sea, said Haldir. It is long indeed since any of my folk have looked on it. Yet still we remember it in song. Tell me of these havens as we walk. I cannot, said Mary. I have never seen them. I have never been out of my own land before. And if I had known what the world outside was like, I don't think I should have had the heart to leave it. Not even to see fair Lothlorien, said Haldir. The world is indeed full of peril, and in it there are many dark places. But still, there is much that is fair. And though in all lands love is now mingled with grief, it grows perhaps the greater. Some there are among us who sing that the shadow will draw back, and peace shall come again. Yet I do not believe that the world about us will ever again be as it was of old, or the light of the sun as it was aforetime. For the elves, I fear, it will prove at best a truce, in which they may pass to the sea unhindered, and leave Middle-earth forever. Alas, for Lothlorien that I love! It would be a poor life in a land where no Malorn grew. But if there are Malorn trees beyond the great sea, none have reported it. As they spoke thus, the company filed slowly along the paths in the wood led by Haldir, while the other elf walked behind. They felt the ground beneath their feet smooth and soft, and after a while they walked more freely, without fear of hurt or fall. Being deprived of sight, Frodo found his hearing and other senses sharpened. He could smell the trees and the trodden grass. He could hear many different notes, and overhead, the river murmuring away on his right, and the thin, clear voices of birds in the sky. He felt the sun upon his face and hands when they passed through an open glade. As soon as he set foot upon the far bank of Silverwood, a strange feeling, and it deepened as he walked on to the night. It seemed to him that he had a bridge of time and into a corner of the elder days, and was now walking in a world that was no more. In Rivendell, there was memory of ancient things. In Lorien, the ancient things still lived on in the waking world. Evil had been seen and heard there. Sorrow had been known. The elves feared and distrusted the world outside. Wolves were howling on the wood's borders, but on the land of Lorien, no shadow lay. All that day the company marched on, until they felt the cool of evening come, and heard the early night wind whispering among many leaves. Then they rested and slept without fear upon the ground, for their guides would not permit them to unbind their eyes, and they could not climb. In the morning they went on again, walking with. At noon they halted, and Frodo was aware that they had passed out under the shining sun. Suddenly he heard the sound of many voices all around him. A marching host of elves had come up silently. They were hastening towards the northern borders to guard against any area, and they brought news, some of which Haldir reported. The marauding orcs had been waylaid and almost all destroyed. They were westward toward the mountains and were being pursued. A strange creature also had been seen, running with bent back and with hands near the ground, like a beast, yet not of beast shape. It had eluded capture, and they had not shot it, not knowing whether it was good or ill, and it had vanished down the Silverlode southward. Also, said Haldir, they bring me a message from the Lord and Lady of the Galadhrim. You are all to walk free, even the dwarf Gimli. It seems that the lady knows who and what is each member of your company. New messages have come from Rivendell, perhaps. He removed the bandage first from Gimli's eyes. "Your pardon," he said, bowing low. "Look on us now with friendly eyes. Look and be glad, for you are the first dwarf to behold the trees of the Ninth of Lorien. Day." When his eyes were in turn uncovered, Frodo looked up and caught his breath. They were standing in an open space. To the left, sound, covered with a sward of grass as green as springtime in the elder days. Upon it, as a double crown, grew 2 circles of trees. The outer had bark of snowy white, and were leafless but beautiful in their shapely nakedness. There were malorn trees of great height, still arrayed in pale gold. High amid the branches of a towering tree that stood of all gleamed the white flag. At the feet of the trees, and all about the green hillsides, the grass was studded with small golden flat stars. Among them, nodding on slender stalks, were other flowers, white in the palest green, shimmered as a mist amid the rich hue of the grass. Over all, the sky was blue, and the sun of afternoon on the hill and cast long green shadows beneath the trees. "Behold, you are come to Ciaran Amroth," said Haldir, "for this is the heart of the ancient realm as it was long ago. Here is the mound of Amroth, where in happier days his high house was built. Here ever bloom the winter flowers in the unfading grass, the yellow Eleanor and the pale Nifredel. Here we will stay a while, and come to the city of the Galadhrim at dusk." The others cast themselves down upon the fragrant grass, but Frodo stood a while lost in wonder. It seemed to him that he had stepped through a high window that looked on a vanished world. A light was in it, for which his language had no name. All that he saw was shapeless and clear, at once clear-cut, as if they had been first conceived and drawn at the uncovering of his eyes, and ancient as if they had endured forever. He saw no color but those he knew, gold and white, but they were fresh and poignant, as if he had at that moment first perceived them, and made for them names new and wonderful. In winter here, no heart could mourn for summer or for spring. No blemish or sickness or deformity could be seen in it upon the earth. In the land of Lorien there was no stain. He turned and saw that Sam was now standing beside him, looking round with a puzzled expression and rubbing his eyes, as if he was not sure that he was awake. "It's sunlight and bright day right enough," he said. "I thought elves were all for moon and stars. But this is more elvish than anything I ever heard tell of. I feel as if I was inside a song, if you take my meaning." Haldir looked at them, and he seemed to take the meaning of both thought and word. He smiled. "We feel the power of the Lady of the Galadhrim," he said. "Would it please you to climb with me up Ciaran Amroth?" They followed him as he stepped lightly up the grass-clad slopes. Though he walked and breathed, about him living leaves and flowers were stirred by the same cool wind that fanned his face. Frodo felt that he was in a timeless land that did not fade or change or fall into forgetfulness. When he had gone and passed again into the outer world, still Frodo the Wanderer from the Shire would walk there, upon the grass among Eleanor and Nifredil in fair Lothlorien. He entered the circle of white trees. As they did so, the south wind blew upon Ciaran Amroth and sighed among the branches. Frodo stood still, hearing far off great seas upon beaches that had long ago been washed away, and seabirds crying whose race had perished from the earth. Haldir had gone on and was now climbing to the high flit. As Frodo prepared to follow him, he laid his hand upon the tree beside the ladder. Never before had he been so keenly aware of the feel the tree's skin and of the light. He felt a delight in wood and the touch of it, neither as forester nor as carpenter. It was the living tree itself. As he stepped out at last upon the lofty platform, Haldir hand and turn him into "Look this way first," he said. Frodo looked and saw, still at some distance, a hill of many mighty trees, or a city of green towers. Which it was, he could not tell. Out of it, it seemed to him that the power and light came that held all the land in sway. He longed suddenly to fly like a bird to rest in the green city. Then he looked eastward and saw all of Lorien, right down to the pale gleam of Anduin, the river. He lifted his eyes across the river, and all the light went out, and he was back again in the world he knew. Beyond the river, the land appeared flat and empty, formless and vague, until far away it rose again like a wall, dark and drear. The sun that lay on Lothlorien had no power to enlighten the shadow of that distant height. "There lies the fastness of southern Mirkwood," said Haldir. "It is clad in a forest of dark fir, where the trees strive against one another, when their branches rot. In the midst upon a stony height stands Dol Guldur, where long hidden the enemy had his dwelling. We fear that now it is inhabited again, with power sevenfold. A black cloud lies often over it of late. In this high place you may see the two powers that are opposed to one another, and ever they strive now in thought. But whereas the light perceives the very heart of the darkness, its own secret has not been discovered. Not yet." He turned and climbed swiftly down, and they followed him. At the hill's foot, Frodo found Aragorn, standing still and silent as a tree. But in his hand was a small golden bloom of Elenor, and a light was in his eyes. He was wrapped in some fair memory, and as Frodo looked at him, he knew that he beheld things as they once were, as they once had been in the same place. For the grim years were removed from the face of Aragorn, and he seemed clothed in white, a young lord fair and tall. And he was in the Elvish one whom Frodo could not see. "Arwen, Banimada, Namarie," he said. And then he drew a breath, and returning out of his thought, he looked at Frodo and smiled. "Here is the heart of Elvendom on earth," he said. "And here my heart dwells ever, unless there be a light beyond this that we must still tread, you and I. Come with me." And taking Frodo's hand in his, he left the hill of Ciaran Amroth, and came there never again man.
That was fantastic. Thank you. Really, really good. I mean, it's my favorite. It's my favorite chapter in the Legendarium, and at the end of it, in particular, is so like it hits so hard, right? So I mean, just
It's one of my favorite too.
yeah, fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you for having me, guys. It's really an honor. This has been amazing.
Been quite the day. Quite the day. It's such a... Everyone has their own style, and it's been so nice to switch between it all. And now we have one chapter left. So thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jordan.
See
Thanks so
ya.
much.
All right. Let's see where we're at here. Josh.
Hey, Jordan.
How are you?
Wow.
I'm doing great. Congrats on the debut.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you. And thank you for coming to read for us.
Of course. And Fornad, the Artocraft has just been fantastic. It leaves me a lot of ideas on what I need to work on in Minecraft.
Thank you. No, I mean, thank you so much. And as I should have said earlier, anyone can join. Everyone can look around. Middle Earth is there to be explored. So thank you.
I think everyone is... Maybe we should just get on a huge Zoom call at some time, and you can show us all around. That would be cool.
That would be very cool, yeah.
All right. So, are you ready to go?
I'm all set. Just let me know and we'll start the last chapter.
Sounds good. All right, and you're from the very beginning.
Correct.
I think I should check that now. All right, take it away.
Okay. Chapter 10. The Breaking of the Fellowship. Aragorn led them to the right arm of the river. Here upon its western side, under the shadow of Tol Brandir, a green lawn ran down to the water from the foot of Amon Hen. Behind it rose the first gentle slopes of the hill, clad with trees, and trees marching away westward along the curving shores of the lake. A little spring fell tumbling down and fed the grass. Here we will rest tonight, said Aragorn.
Sorry, Josh. Jordan froze and the video wasn't able to start. So,
okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. We didn't hear any music
No,
either, so probably yeah. It's all good. Didn't want to let you get too far into the recording.
No, thanks for the call. I know that it also starts off pretty quiet with the water sound.
Yeah. I was going to say it looks like Nenhithoel behind you there. Where is that? That's a lovely.
That's Katahdin in Maine.
Wow, that's awesome.
I'm glad that I didn't take you off the feed there, Fornat.
Yeah, no worries. So same day.
I went to turn the video on and it froze. So we got 9 hours, 45 minutes until that happened. Pretty good. Let's see. There we go. Okay, now we're ready. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Let's do it.
No problem. Chapter 10. The Breaking of the Fellowship. Aragorn led them to the right arm of the river. Here upon its western side, under the shadow of Tol Brandir, a green lawn ran down to the water from the foot of Amon Hen. Behind it rose the first gentle slopes of the hill, clad with trees, and trees marching away westward along the curving shores of the lake. A little spring fell tumbling down and fed the grass. Here we will rest tonight, said Aragorn. This is the land of Parthgallen, a fair place in the summer days of old. Let us hope that no evil has yet come here. They drew up their boats on the green banks, and beside them they made their camp. They set a watch, but had no sight nor sound of their enemies. If Gollum had contrived to follow them, he remained unseen and unheard. Nonetheless, as the night wore on, Aragorn grew uneasy, tossing often in his sleep and waking. In the small hours he got up and came to Frodo, whose turn it was to watch. "Why are you waking?" asked Frodo. "It is not your watch." "I do not know," answered Aragorn, "but a shadow and a threat has been growing in my sleep. It would be well to draw your sword." "Why?" said Frodo. "Our enemies at hand." "Let us see what sting may show," answered Aragorn. Frodo then drew the elf blade from its sheath. To his dismay, the edges gleamed dimly in the night. "Orcs," he said. "Not very near, and yet too near it seems." "I feared as much," said Aragorn. "But maybe they are not on this side of the river. The light of Sting is faint, and it may point to no more than spies of Mordor roaming on the slopes of Amon La. I have never heard before of orcs upon Amon Hen. Yet who knows what may happen in these evil days, now that Minas Tirith no longer holds secure the passages of Anduin. We must go warily to... The day came like fire and smoke. Low in the east there were black bars of cloud, like the fumes of a great burning. The rising sun lit them from beneath with flames of murky red, but soon it climbed above them into a clear sky. The summit of Tol Brandir was tipped with gold. Frodo looked out eastward and gazed at the tall island. Its sides sprang sheer out of the running water. High up above the tall cliffs were steep slopes upon which trees climbed, mounting one head above another, and above them again were gray faces of inaccessible rock, crowned by a great spire of stone. Many birds were circling about it, but no sign of other living things could be seen. When they had eaten, Aragorn called the company together. "The day has come at last," he said. "The day of choice which we have long delayed. What shall now become of our company that has traveled so far in fellowship? Shall we turn west with Boromir and go to the wars of Gondor? Or turn east to the fear and shadow? Or shall we break our fellowship and go this way and that, as each may choose? Whatever we must do must be done soon. We cannot long halt here. The enemy is on the eastern shore, we know, but I fear that the orcs may already be on this side of the water." There was a long silence in which no one spoke or moved. "Well, Frodo," said Aragorn at last, "I fear that the burden is laid upon you. You are the bearer appointed by the council. Your own way you alone can choose. In this matter I cannot advise you. I am not Gandalf, and though I have tried to bear his part, I do not know what design or hope he had for this hour, if indeed he had any. Most likely it seems that if he were here now, the choice would still wait on you. Such is your fate." Frodo did not answer at once. Then he spoke slowly. "I know that haste is needed, yet I cannot choose. The burden is heavy. Give me an hour longer, and I will speak. Let me be alone." Aragorn looked at him with kindly pity. "Very well, Frodo, son of Drogo," he said. "You shall have an hour, and you shall be alone. We will stay here for a while, but do not stray far or out of call." Frodo sat for a moment with his head bowed. Sam, who had been watching his master with great concern, shook his head and muttered, "Plain as a pikestaff it is, but it's no good Sam Gamgee putting in his spoke just now." Presently, Frodo got up and walked away, and Sam saw that while the others restrained themselves and did not stare at him, the eyes of Boromir followed Frodo intently until he passed out of sight in the trees at the foot of Amon Hen. Wandering aimlessly at first in the wood, Frodo found that his feet were leading him up towards the slopes of the hill. He came to a path, the dwindling ruins of a road long ago. In steep places, stairs of stone had been hewn, but now they were cracked and worn and split by the roots of trees. For some while he climbed, not caring which way he went, until he came to a grassy place. Rowan trees grew about it, and in the midst was a wide, flat stone. The little upland lawn was open upon the east, and was filled now with the early sunlight. Frodo halted and looked out over the river, far below him, to Tol Brandir, and the birds wheeling in the great gulf of air between him and the untrodden isle. The voice of Rauros was a mighty roaring, mingled with a deep, throbbing boom.
Awesome. Thank you.
That was great.
Oh, thanks, my pleasure. Congrats
Great
to both
stuff.
of you again.
Thank you. On to the finish. Here we go. 2 more. Chuck, you're back.
I'm back.
After
Can you
quite
hear
a
me?
while, you're back.
Long expected return.
Long-
All right.
Can you hear me pretty well?
Yep, you sound good.
Great.
All right. Ready?
Whenever you are. He sat down upon the stone and cupped his chin in his hands, staring eastward, but seeing little with his eyes. All that had happened since Bilbo left the Shire was passing through his mind, and he recalled and pondered everything that he could remember of Gandalf's words. Time went on, and still he was no nearer to a choice. Suddenly he woke from his thoughts. A strange feeling came to him that something was behind him, that unfriendly eyes were upon him. He sprang up and turned, but all that he saw to his surprise was Boromir, and his face was smiling and kind. "I was afraid for you, Frodo," he said, coming forward. "If Aragorn is right and orcs are near, then none of us should wander alone, and you least of all. So much depends on you, and my heart, too, is heavy. May I stay now and talk for a while, since I have found you? It would comfort me. Where there are so many, all speech becomes a debate without end. The two together may perhaps find wisdom." "You are kind," answered Frodo, "but I do not think that any speech will help me, for I know what I should do, but I'm afraid of doing it, Boromir. Afraid." Boromir stood silent. Roaros roared endlessly on. The wind murmured in the branches of the trees. Frodo shivered. Suddenly Boromir came and sat beside him. "Are you sure that you do not suffer needlessly?" he said. "I wish to help you. You need counsel in your hard choice. Will you not take mine? I think I know already what, Boromir," said Frodo, "and it would seem like wisdom, but for the warning of my heart." "Warning? Warning against what?" said Boromir sharply. "Against delay, against the way that seems easier, against refusal of the burden that is laid on me, against, well, it must be said, against trust in the strength and truth of men. Yet that strength has long protected you, far away in your little country, though you knew it not. Do not doubt the valor of your people. The world is changing. The walls of Minas Tirith may be strong. They are not strong enough. If they fail, what then? We shall fall in battle valiantly, yet there is still hope that they will not fail." "Still hope while the ring lasts," said Frodo. "The ring," said Boromir, his eyes lighting. "The ring! Is it not a strange fate that we should suffer so much fear and doubt for so small a thing? So small a thing! And I have seen it, only for an instant, in the house of Elrond. Could I not have sight of it again?" Frodo looked up. His heart went suddenly cold. He caught the strange gleam in Boromir's eyes, yet his face was still kind and friendly. "It is best that it should lie hidden," he answered. "As you wish. I care not," said Boromir. "Yet may I not even speak of it? For you seem ever to think only of its power in the hands of the enemy, of its evil uses, and not of its good. The world is changing, you say. Minas Tirith will fail if the ring lasts. But why? Certainly, if the ring were with the enemy. But why, if it were with us?" "Were you not at the council?" answered Frodo. "Because we cannot use it. and what is done with it turns to evil. Boromir got up and walked about impatiently. So you go on, he cried. Gandalf, Elrond, all these folk have taught you to say so. For themselves, they may be right. These elves and half-elves and wizards, they would come to grief perhaps. Yet often I doubt if they are wise and not merely timid, but to each his own kind. True-hearted men, they will not be corrupted. We of Minas Tirith have been staunch through the long years of trial. We do not desire the power of wizard lords, only strength to defend ourselves, strength in a just cause. And behold, in our need, chance brings to light the ring of power. It is a gift, I say, a gift to the foes of Mordor. It is mad not to use it, to use the power of the enemy against him. The fearless, the ruthless, these alone will achieve victory. What could not a warrior do in his house? A great leader. What could not Aragorn do? Or if he refuses, not Boromir. The ring would give me power of command. How I would drive the hosts of Mordor, and all men would flock to my banner. Boromir strode up and down, speaking ever more loudly. Almost he seemed to have forgotten Frodo, while his talk dwelt on walls and weapons and the mustering of men, and he drew plans for great alliances and glorious victories to be. And he cast down Mordor and became himself a mighty king, benevolent, wise. Suddenly he stopped and waved his arms. And they tell us to throw it away, he cried. I do not say destroy. That might well be. If reason could show any hope of doing so, it does not. The only plan that is proposed to us is that a halfling walk blindly into Mordor and offer the enemy every chance of recapturing it for himself. Folly! Surely you see it, my friend, he said, turning now suddenly to Frodo again. You say you are afraid. If it is so, the boldest should pardon. But is it not really your good sense that revolts? No, I'm afraid, said Frodo, simply afraid, but I'm glad to have heard you speak so fully. My mind is clearer now. Then you will come to Minas Tirith, cried Boromir. His eyes were shining, and his face eager. You misunderstand me, said Frodo, but you will come, at least for a while, Boromir persisted. My city is not far now, and it is little further from there to Mordor than from here. We have been long in the wilderness, and you need news of what the enemy is doing before you make a move. Come with me, Frodo, he said. You need rest before your venture. If go you must. He laid his hand on the hobbit's shoulder in friendly fashion, but Frodo felt the hand trembling with suppressed excitement. He stepped quickly away, eyed with alarm, a tall man, nearly twice his height, and many times his match in strength. Why are you so unfriendly? Said Boromir. I am a true man, neither thief nor tracker. I need your ring, that you know now, but I will give you my word, I do not desire to keep it. Will you not at least let me make trial of my plan? Lend me the ring! No! No, cried Frodo. The council laid it upon me to bear it. It is by our own folly that the enemy will defeat us, cried Boromir. How it angers me! Fool! Obstinate fool, running woefully to death and ruining our cause. If any mortals have claim to the ring, it is the men of Numenor, not halflings. It is not yours save by unhappy chance. It might have been mine. It should be mine. Give it to me! Frodo did not answer, but moved away till the great flat stone stood between them. Come, my friend, said Boromir in a softer voice. Why not get rid of it? Why not be free of your doubt and fear? You can lay the blame on me if you will. You can say till I was too strong for you, and took it by force. For I am too strong for you, halfling, he cried, and suddenly he sprang over the stone and leaped at Frodo. His fair and pleasant face was hideously pink. A raging fire was in his eyes. Frodo dodged aside and again put the stone between them. There was only one thing he could do. Tremble, pulled out the ring on its chain, and quickly slipped it on his finger, even as Boromir sprang it in again. The man gasped, and stared for a moment amazed, and then ran wildly about, seeking here and there among the rocks and trees. Miserable trickster, he shouted. Let me get my hands on you. Now I see your mind. You will take the ring to Sauron and sell us all. You have only waited for your chance to leave us in the lurch. Curse you and all halflings to death and darkness. And then catching his foot on a stone, he fell sprawling and lay upon his face. For a while, he was still, as if his own curse had struck him down. Then suddenly, he wept. He rose and passed his hand over his eyes, dashing away the tears. What have I said? He cried. What have I done? Frodo, Frodo, he called. Come back. A madness took me, but it is past. Come back.
Wow, Shek. Fantastic.
Thank you.
That was intense and amazing.
Yeah.
And you got the timing perfect for the ending there.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That was a lot of fun.
Like you could really the anger of Boromir and just the desperation and the
And the swapping around of what's going on in his brain, that was so intense. Loved it.
Thank you.
Thank you for both of your readings today.
You're very welcome. Thank you for having me. I really enjoyed it.
Definitely. All right. That leaves but one.
What a background as well. Perfect.
Marcel, can you hear us? Can we hear you?
I do hope you can hear me, and I can hear you and see you. Yes.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming and staying up. It's late for you, right?
I think it's something like 5 o'clock in the morning, but this is Tolkien reading day, so let's read all day, right?
Perfect. Well, are you ready to take it from here till the end of the chapter?
And I'm really finishing this, right? It's the end of the fellowship, right?
It's the end.
Well, here we go.
All right, take it away.
There was no answer. Frodo did not even hear his cries. He was already far away, leaping blindly up the path to the hilltop. Terror and grief shook him, seeing in his thought the mad, fierce face of Boromir and his burning eyes. Soon he came out alone on the summit of Amon Hen and halted, gasping for breath. He saw as through a mist a white, flat circle, paved with mighty flags and surrounded with a crumbling battlement. And in the middle, set upon 4 carven pillars, was a high seat, reached by a stair of many steps. Up he went and sat upon the ancient chair, feeling like a lost child that had clambered upon the throne of mountain kings. First he could see little. He seemed to be a world of mist, in which there were only shadows. The ring was upon him. Then here and there the mist gave way, and he saw many visions, small and clear, as if they were under his eyes upon a table and yet remote. There was no sound, only bright living images. The world seemed to have shrunk and fallen silent. He was sitting upon the seat of seeing on Amon Hen, the hill of the eye of the men of Numenor. Eastward he looked, into wide uncharted lands, nameless plains, and forests unexplored. Northward he looked, the great river lay like a ribbon beneath him, the misty mountains small and hard as broken teeth. Westward he looked, and saw the broad pastures of Rohan, and Orthanc, the pinnacle of Isengard, like a black spike. Southward he looked. Below his very feet, the great river curved like a toppling wave, and plunged over the falls of Rauros into a foaming pit, a glimmering rainbow played upon its hue. And Ither Anduin he saw the mighty delta of the river, myriads of seabirds whirling like a white dust in the sun, and beneath them a green and silver sea, rippling in endless lines. But everywhere he looked, he saw the signs of war. The misty mountains were crawling like anthills, orcs were issuing out of 1,000 holes. Under the boughs of Mirkwood there was deadly strife of elves and men and fell beasts. The land of the Beornings was aflame. A cloud was over Moria. Smoke rose on the borders of Lorien. Horsemen were galloping on the grass of Rohan. Wolves pulled from Isengard. From the havens of Harad, ships of war put out to sea. And out of the east, men were moving endlessly. Swordsmen, spearmen, bowmen upon horses, chariots of chieftains, and laden wains. All the power of the Dark Lord was in motion. Then, turning south again, he beheld Minas Tirith. Far away it seemed, and beautiful, wide-walled, many-towered, proud and fair upon its mountain seats. Its battlements glittered with steel, and its turrets were bright with many banners. Hope leapt in his heart. But against Minas Tirith was set another fortress, greater and more strong. Thither, eastward, unwilling his eye was drawn. It passed the ruined bridges of Osgiliath, the grinning gates of Minas Morgul, and the haunted mountains, and it looked upon Gorgoroth, the valley of terror, and the land of Mordor. Darkness lay there under the sun. Fire glowed amid the smoke. Mount Doom was burning, and a great reek rising. Then at last, his gaze was held. Wall upon wall, battlement upon battlement, black, immeasurably strong, mountain of iron, gate of steel, tower of adamant. He saw it. Barad-dûr, fortress of Sauron. All hope left him. And suddenly, he felt the eye. There was an eye in the dark tower that did not sleep. He knew that he had become aware of his gaze. A fierce, eager will was there. It leapt towards him. Almost like a finger, he felt it, searching for him. Very soon, it would nail him down, know just exactly where he was. Amalur it touched. It glanced upon tall Brandir. He threw himself from the seat, crouching, covering his head with his grey hood. He heard himself crying out, "Never, never!" Or was it, "Verily I come to you"? He could not tell. Then, as a flash, from some other point of power, there came to his mind another thought. Take it off, fool! Take it off, take off the ring! Two powers strove in him. For a moment, perfectly balanced between their piercing points, he writhed to mint it. Suddenly, he was aware of himself again, Frodo. Neither the voice nor the eye, free to choose, and with one remaining instant in which to do so. He took the ring of his finger. He was kneeling in clear sunlight before the high seat. A black shadow seemed to pass like an arm above him. It missed Amanhan and groped out west and faded. Then all the sky was clean and blue, and birds sang in every tree. Frodo rose to his feet. A great weariness was on him, but his will was firm and his heart lighter. He spoke aloud to himself. "I will do now what I must," he said. "This at least is plain. The evil of the ring is already at work even in the company, and the ring must leave them before it does more harm. I will go alone. Some I cannot trust, and those I can trust are too dear to me. Poor old Sam, and Merry, and Pippin. Strider, too. His heart yearns for Minas Tirith, and he will be needed there. Now, Boromir has fallen into evil. I will go alone. At once." He went quickly down the path and came back to the lawn where Boromir had found him. Then he halted, listening. He thought he could hear cries and calls from the woods near the shore below. "They'll be hunting for me," he said. "I wonder how long I've been away. Hours, I should think." He hesitated. "What can I do?" he muttered. "I must go now, or I shall never go. I shan't get a chance again. I hate leaving them, and like this, without any explanation. But surely they will understand. Sam will. What else can I do?" Slowly, he drew out the ring and put it on once more. He vanished and passed down the hill, less than a rustle of the wind. The others remained long by the riverside. For some time they had been silent, moving restlessly about. But now they were sitting in a circle, and they were talking. Every now and again, they made efforts to speak of other things, of their long road and many adventures. They questioned Aragorn concerning the realm of Gondor and its ancient history, and the remnants of its great works that could still be seen in the strange borderland of the Emin Muil, the Stone Kings, and the seats of Law and Hen, and the great stair beside the falls of Raros. But always their thoughts and words straight back to Frodo and the ring. What would Frodo choose to do? Why was he hesitating? "He is debating which course is the most desperate, I think," said Aragorn. "And well he may. It is now more hopeless than ever for the company to go east, since we have been tracked by Gollum. I must fear that the secret of our journey is already betrayed. But Minas Tirith is no nearer to the fire and destruction of the burden. We may remain here for a while and make a brave stand, but the Lord Denethor and all his men cannot hope to do what even Elrond said was beyond his power, either to keep the burden secret or to hold off the full might of the enemy when he comes to take it. Which would any of you choose in Frodo's place? I do not know. Now, indeed, we miss Gandalf most." "Grievous is our loss," said Legolas. "If we must needs make up our minds without his aid, why cannot we decide and so help Frodo? Let us call him back, and then vote. I should vote for Minas Tirith." "And so should I," said Gimli. "We, of course, were only sent to help the bearer along the road, to go no further than we wished, and none of us is under any oath or command to seek Mount Doom. Hard was my parting from Lothlorien, ere I have come so far, and I say this. Now we have reached the last choice. It is clear to me that I cannot leave Frodo. I would choose Minas Tirith, but if he does not, then I will follow him." "And I too will go with him," said Legolas. "It would be fiveless now to say farewell." "It would indeed be a betrayal if we all left him," said Aragorn. But if he goes east, then all need not go with him, nor do I think that all should. That venture is desperate, as much so for 8 as for 3 or 2, or 1 alone. If you would let me choose, then I should appoint 3 companions, Sam, who could not bear it otherwise, and Gimli, and myself. Boromir will return to his own city, where his father and his people need him. With him the others should go, or at least Meriadoc and Peregrine, if Legolas is not willing to leave us. Oh, that won't do at all, cried Merry. We can't leave Frodo. Pippin and I have always intended to go wherever he went, and we still do. But we did not realize that that would mean. It seemed different. So far away in the Shire, one Rivendell would be mad and cruel to let Frodo go to Mordor. Can't we stop him? Well, we must stop him, said Pippin, and that is what he's worrying about, I'm sure. He knows we shan't agree to his going east, and he doesn't like to ask anyone to go with him, poor old fellow. Imagine him going off to Mordor alone. Pippin shuddered. This dear silly old hobbit, he ought to know that he hasn't got to ask. He ought to know that. If we can't stop him, we shan't leave him. Oh, begging your pardon, said Sam. I don't think you understand my master at all. He isn't hesitating about which way to go. Of course not. What's the good of Minas Tirith, anyway? Tim, I mean, begging your pardon, Master Boromir, he added, and turned. It was then that they discovered that Boromir, who at first had been sitting silent on the outside of the circle, was no longer there. Now where he's got to, cried Sam, looking worried. He's been a bit queer lately, to my mind, but anyway, he's not in this business. He's off to his home, as you always said, and no blame to him. But Mr. Frodo, he knows he's got to find the cracks of doom, if he can. But he's afraid. Now it's come to the point, he's just plain terrified. That's what his trouble is. Of course, he's had a bit of schooling, so to speak. We all have. If we left home, or he'd be so terrified you just fling the ring in the river and bolt. He's still too frightened to start. And he isn't worrying about us either, whether we'll go along with him or no. He knows we mean to. That's another thing that's bothering him. If he screws himself up to go, he'll want to go alone. Mark my words. We're going to have trouble when he comes back. For he'll screw himself up all right, as sure as his name's Baggins. I believe you speak more wisely than any of us, Sam, said Aragorn. And what shall we do, if you prove right? Stop him, don't let him go, cried Pippin. I wonder, said Aragorn. He is the bearer, and the fate of the burden is on him. I do not think that it is our power to drive him one way or the other, nor do I think that we should succeed if we tried. There are other powers at work far stronger. Well, I wish Frodo would screw himself up and come back and let us get it over, said Pippin. This waiting is horrible. Surely the time is up? Yes, said Aragorn. The hour is long past. The morning is wearing away. We must call for him. At that moment, Boromir reappeared. He came out from the trees and walked towards them without speaking. His face looked grim and sad. He paused, as if counting those that were present, and then sat down aloof with his eyes on the ground. Where have you been, Boromir? Asked Aragorn. Have you seen Frodo? Boromir hesitated for a second. Yes and no, he answered slowly. Yes, I found him some way up the hill, and I spoke to him. I urged him to come to Minas Tirith, and not to go east. I grew angry, and he left me. He vanished. I've never seen such a thing happen before, though I've heard of it in tales. He must have put the ring on. I could not find him again. I thought he would return to you. Is that all that you have to say? Said Aragorn, looking hard and not too kindly at Boromir. Yes, he answered. I will say no more yet. This is bad, cried Sam, jumping up. I don't know what this man has been up to. Why should Mr. Frodo put the thing on he didn't ought to have? And if he has, goodness knows what may have happened. But he wouldn't keep it on, said Merry. Not when he'd escaped the unwelcome visitor like Bilbo used to. But where did he go? Where is he? Cried Pippin. He's been away ages now. How long is it since you saw Frodo last, Boromir? Asked Aragorn. Half an hour, maybe, he answered. Or it might be an hour. I've wandered for some time since. I do not know. I do not know. He put his head in his hands and said, as if bowed with grief, An hour since he vanished, shouted Sam. We must try and find him at once. Come on! Wait a moment, cried Aragorn. We must divide up into pairs and arrange... Here, hold on, wait! It was no good. They took no notice of him. Sam had dashed off first. Merry and Pippin had followed, and were already disappearing westward, into the trees by the shore, shouting, Frodo! Frodo! in their clear, high, hobbit voices. Legolas and Gimli were running. A sudden panic or madness seemed to have fallen on the company. We shall all be scattered and lost, groaned Aragorn. Boromir, I do not know what part you have played in this mischief, but help now. Go after those 2 young hobbits, and guard at the least, even if you cannot find Frodo. Come back to this spot if you find him, or any traces of him. I shall return soon. Aragorn sprang swiftly away, and went in pursuit of Sam. Just as he reached the little lawn among the rounds, he overtook him, toiling uphill, panting and calling, Frodo! Come with me, Sam, he said. None of us should be alone. There is mischief about. I feel it. I'm going to the top, to the thick of some hand to see what may be seen. And look, it is as my heart guessed. Frodo went this way. Follow me and keep your eyes open. He sped up the path. Sam did his best, but he could not keep up with Strider the Ranger, and soon fell behind. He had not gone far before Aragorn was out of sight ahead. Sam stopped and puffed. Suddenly, he clapped his hand to his head. Whoa, Sam Gamgee, he said aloud. Your legs are too short, so use your head. Let me see now. Boromir isn't lying. He's on his way. But he hasn't told us everything. Something scared Mr. Frodo badly. He screwed himself up to the point. So, he made up his mind at last to go. Where to? Off east. Not without Sam? You're squeezing there out his hand. That's hard. Cruel hard. Sam passed his hand over his eyes, brushing away the tears. Steady, Gamgee, he said. Think if you can. He can't fly across rivers, and he can't jump waterfalls. He's got no gear. So he's got to get back to the boats. Back to the boats! Back to the boats, Sam! Like lightning! Sam turned and bolted back down the path. He fell and cut his knees. Up he got and ran on. He came to the edge of the lawn of Parthgalen by the shore, where the boats were drawn up out of the water. No one was there. There seemed to be cries in the woods behind, but he did not heed them. He stood gazing for a moment, stock still, gaping. The boat was sliding down the bank all by itself. With a shout, Sam raced across the grass. The boat slipped into the water. Coming, Mr. Frodo! Coming! Called Sam, and flung himself from the bank, clutching at the departing boat. He missed it by a yard. With a cry and a splash, he fell face downward into deep, swift water. Gurgling, he went under, and the river closed over his curly head. An exclamation of dismay came from the empty boat. paddle swirled, and the boat put about. Frodo was just in time to grasp Sam by the hair as he came up, bubbling and struggling. Fear was staring in his round, brown eyes. "And up you come, Sam, my lad," said Frodo. "Now take my hand." "Save me, Mr. Frodo," gasped Sam. "I'm drowning. I can't see your hand." "Here it is. Don't pinch, lad. I won't let you go. Tread water, and don't flounder, or you'll upset the boat. There now, get hold of the side, and let me use the paddle." With a few strokes, Frodo brought the boat back to the bank. Sam was able to scramble out, wet as the water ran. Frodo took off the ring and stepped ashore again. "Of all the confounded nuisances, you are the worst, Sam," he said. "Oh, Mr. Frodo, that's hard," said Sam, shivering. "That's hard, trying to go without me and all. If I hadn't guessed right, where would you be now?" "Safely on my way." "Safely," said Sam. "All alone, without me to help you. I couldn't have borne it. It would have been the death of me." "It would be the death of you to come with me, Sam," said Frodo. "And I couldn't have borne that." "Not as certain as being left behind," said Sam. "But I am going to Mordor." "I know that well enough, Mr. Frodo. Of course you are. And I'm coming with you." "Now, Sam," said Frodo, "don't hinder me. The others will be coming back at any minute. If they catch me here, I shall have to argue and explain, and I shall never have the heart or the chance to get off. But I must go at once. It's the only way." "Well, of course it is," answered Sam. "But I'm not alone. I'm coming too, or neither of us isn't going. I'll knock holes in all the boats first." Frodo actually laughed. A sudden warmth and gladness touched his heart. "Leave one," he said. "We'll need it. You can't come like this without your gear, food, or anything." "Just hold on a minute. I'll go get my stuff," cried Sam eagerly. "It's all ready. I thought we should be off today." He rushed to the camping place, fished out his pack from the pile that Frodo had laid it when he emptied the boat of his companion's goods, grabbed a spare blanket and some extra packages of food, and ran back. "So, all my plan is spoiled," said Frodo. "It is no good trying to escape you. But I'm glad, Sam. I cannot tell you how glad. Come along. It is plain that we were meant to go together. We will go, and may the others find a safe road. Strider will look after them, and I suppose we shall see them again." "Yet we may, Mr. Frodo. We may," said Sam. So Frodo and Sam set off on the last stage of the quest together. Frodo paddled away from the shore, and the river bore them swiftly away, down the western arm, and past the frowning cliffs of Tolbrandi. The roar of the great falls drew nearer. Even with such help as Sam could give, it was hard work to pass across the current at the southward end of the island and drive the boat eastward towards the far shore. At length, they came to land again on the southern slopes of Amalur. There they found a shelving shore, which was brought out high above the water, and hid it as well as they could behind a great boulder. Then, shouldering their burdens, they set off, seeking a path that would bring them over the grey hills of the Eminmuir and down into the land of shadow. I do hope I haven't missed anything, but I think that's the end of The Fellowship of the Ring by J.R.R. Tolkien.
play out. There we go.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you,
And
Marcel.
thank you for doing all of this. I mean, how many hours have you been up now?
We managed to clock it in at 10:35. Thank you all so much. That was a fantastic reading, Marcel.
You're most welcome. It's been my pleasure.
Excellent.
It was that was a wonderful reading, and everyone today was wonderful. I mean, just yeah, incredible. Yeah.
Definitely. So thank you all for stopping in. Everyone say thank you and good night to Marcel.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
See you next.
Thank you.
And can I make us the same size? Yeah. All right. Thank you all so much for coming. Check out everything you can with Articraft, and check out their Patreon so that you can support all the awesome stuff that they're doing. I'm going to toss this up if anyone wants to get that QR code again.
I think if this hasn't convinced you to get the Soundscape, I don't know what would, honestly.
And keep in mind, I will mention again, there's quite a lot of chapters that we've skipped, so there's still so much more that you can experience. So, and Two Towers is well on the way, and Return of the King will be coming eventually as well. I've written most of the music for all of it, so just sound design and putting it all together now, really.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I'd love more stuff like this in the future for sure, more collaborations like this, because it's just so cool to get so many people from across the Tolkien community together to create something fantastic, for each other to enjoy, and it, just wonderful. Yeah,
time to decompress a little bit and just reflect on how awesome that was. If anyone is interested in rewatching, it's not going to be publicly available, but send me an email at alongexpectedsoundscape@gmail.com and I can get you the link as well. If a couple questions in the chat there. This is timed to Andy Serkis's audiobook, so if you have the means of putting the two of them together, it will sync up exactly. All you have to do is listen to Andy say the chapter name and then push play on my file, and they'll be synced. I plan on releasing faster speed versions for those of us that read in our head faster than Andy performs, which is most people, I would say.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's pretty much all I have, I think.
Yeah. Just thank you to everyone who showed up, and
yeah,
everyone who read, and everyone who contributed, and yeah, just brilliant. Just one of my favorite sort of Tolkien related experiences, I have to say, ever. So
someday we'll have to see if we can do this kind of thing live somehow. Get a big screen, get Articraft up on the screen.
For sure, that would be amazing. Cool. Yeah, I'd love to do it.
At a moot sometime, we got to do that.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. Well, make sure you follow us on Facebook and on YouTube and all that fun stuff. And we will talk to you all in the future. Thank you all for listening.